Venerable, can you please complete your explanation about the 5 elements of meditation? As far as the world that we are in is in 3 strata, in 3 levels. The first level is the world with desire. We call it kama dhatu. Dhatu means the world in the Sanskrit language. Dhatu is the world. Kama is desires. So the world of desire, we are living in the world of desires. With desire for fame, for reputation, for sex, for eating, for sleeping. We desire all that. We're in a desire realm. And we're at the higher level, then it's called the rupa dhatu. They don't have any more desires. They're in much higher level intelligence, wise beings. They don't need desires. Only the lower level try to satisfy their sensual desires. The higher level, they don't need that. But they still exist as a form. They don't have desire for sleep, for fame, for reputation, for all this material acquisition. They don't have that. But they still have form, a body. And if they go a higher level, it's called arupa dhatu, then they don't have any form anymore. They only have consciousness left. The higher you are, the more happiness you have. The lower you are, the less happiness you have, the more suffering you have. Okay, given that information given to you, the 3 levels of the world, which level we are in, then we know we're in the world of desires. And when we practice meditation, what is meditation? Meditation we call jhana in the Sanskrit language, in the Pali language, and dhyana in the Sanskrit language. Jhana or dhyana is to purify your mind to such a level that you arrive at concentration. You arrive at complete control of your mind. Right now, you and me, we're not in complete control of our mind. Why are we not in complete control of our mind? When you get mad, can you control yourself? You get mad. When you are jealous, can you control yourself? You get jealous. When you're greedy, can you control yourself? You get greedy. You may be able to control yourself when you're conscious. When you're unconscious, you're not able to control yourself. Okay? So, in this level, world of desires, when we practice meditation, then from sitting in meditation, what level do we arrive at if we are at a level of concentration, a meditative level? What is the highest we can get in this kama dhatu, in this world of desires? Is the samadhi laboring on the first dhyana level. The first dhyana level is the level at rupa dhatu. So we're talking about what is the highest meditative state we go when we practice meditation. The highest we can go, practice meditation, the first level in this world is when we eliminate all the desires. I mean, at that level, you don't have any more sensual desires anymore. You get rid of that. Right now, sentient beings are just thinking in a topsy-turvy way. They thought their sensual desire is pleasurable. Satisfaction of their senses is pleasurable. As a matter of fact, it's just a stimulation of the hormones. It's just a satisfaction of your desire that has been pressurizedly built up and set is released because of the hormones. You are the victims of your own hormones, you know. You are trying to purify yourself, getting to a level where you get rid of all your sensual desires. When you get rid of all these sensual desires, then you arrive at a higher and a higher and a higher meditative state. And that state is close to that another level of the world, which is called the first jhana, before you go to the first jhana. All right. The highest meditation we can go in here, what is that meditation? We call it laboring on, the stage of laboring on. When you are at that stage, when you're laboring on, you already have eliminated all your desires. You're in a complete purity. You're asking me about the 5 elements of meditation. There's 5 mental elements you have to work at in order to achieve at that state. That you should know, because what's the purpose of meditation? Your purpose of meditation is to get higher and higher level of tranquility, of peace. What are these 5 mental factors? The first one is applied thinking. The second one is sustained thinking. The third one is rapture. The fourth one is happiness. This kind of happiness is different from general happiness. Happiness, or some people call it joy. Let's call it joy rather than happiness. The fifth is one-pointedness of mind. When you're meditating and meditating every day, as time goes on, you accumulated all this tranquility and accumulated all this good karma in you regarding the tranquility. All these sensual pleasures are not interesting to you anymore. To a common sensual being, ordinary guys, the average guy, sensual pleasures, they're always looking for that. But a meditator want to forsake those things. They treat those things as dirt. It's just like what did the Buddha do? The Buddha was the successor to the throne. And he was a prince. He enjoyed luxuries every day in the palace. All structured by his father, king. He wanted the son to see everything that is luxury and enjoyment. So he enjoyed everything a palace can provide him. But is he happy? After enjoying all these things, he thought these things are filthy, these things are garbage. And he want to look for something else. He want to get away, to go to the forest tradition, to find out more about why am I not happy in the palace every day, enjoying all these luxuries, beautiful, everything is so beautiful. He didn't want it. He said, this is filthy, this is dirt. And he wanted to go away. He couldn't find happiness inside. He couldn't find a joy. He's not happy. So he went into the forest and looked for enlightenment, looked for practice and enlightenment. So it's similar. An average Joe Blow would think that sensual pleasures are good, but the intelligent guy would say, this is not what I want. After satisfying all these things, it's nothing. And the side effects it gives me is terrible. Imagine you strike up an acquaintance with your girlfriend, and then you go on courtship, and it's the most beautiful thing. You have romances, and during your romances, your courtship, you cover up all your shortcomings. You're bald-headed, and you put a wig on, and you have your eyeglasses that thick with short-sightedness. You don't want to wear it. You want contact lenses. You still remember that? You still remember that commercial? I like that commercial. There's a short commercial film from India. I really like it. And the way they show it is a man and a woman. The woman looks beautiful without glasses, and the man looked very handsome. And they were talking about giving rings to each other in a romantic setting in a restaurant, one of the best restaurants in New York or something like that. And they were looking at each other, exchanging rings. And then the lady said, "Oh, wait a minute, I got to tell you something." So she took out thick glasses, spectacles, and put on her. This is how I look, not without the glasses. Do you still want me? This is how I look. Very thick. He couldn't see anything beyond 5 feet. And then a man said, "Yeah, I want to tell you something too. This is how I look." No hair, balded. So during courtship, they cover everything. Let me tell you, wedding is the graveyard of love. The first step towards the graveyard. Because after you're happily married, then you start to have children, and then you start 1, 2, 3, and then you look for kindergarten for them, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, and you have to pick them up after work. And if you forgot, the kindergarten teacher would stand at the school door and say, "Can you be early next time? I don't have any overtime pay, you know. Everybody has gone home, and I'm still have to waiting, serve on your kid, and you should have come pick them up 5 o'clock, now it's 6. I don't have my overtime for 1 hour." And you feel so embarrassed. Everything you do, all your attention will pay to your kids, and sometimes your in-laws. That's the kind of life that you will have. I get lost. What am I getting to? I'm getting to the 5 elements of meditation. So, the 5 elements of meditation. Yeah, in a meditation, what do? Then you have applied thinking, sustained thinking. What is this applied thinking? Applied thinking is you apply your thinking on an object. What is your object that Lee said? The breath. You concentrate, you train your mind, you train mano. Mano is training. You train your mind, and this is my concentration. I breath in, breath out, breath in, breath out, till you have your object of concentration. You apply your thinking. That's applied thinking. This is how you learn your concentration. This is how you want to manage your mano in the right place. And then somehow, when you in and out, you sustain this thing, you apply this thinking, you cannot sustain it. Because the thought goes away. It goes away in every direction, thinking of the past, thinking about the future, thinking about your headlight that hasn't been turned off in the garage that you couldn't drive home because your battery is out. You're thinking about many other things. Where you have dinner today? Did you buy food? You're thinking of many other things, but not your object of concentration, your breath. You're thinking of many other things. You could not sustain your thinking. Sustained thinking is when it goes away, like a monkey. You think you have this is the monkey sitting still thinking about this breath in and breath out. And then your monkey goes away. And then you put it on leash and you put it back and sitting in here again, stay put. And it goes away again, pull him back, stay put. You sustain all this desultory thoughts going everywhere, put it back, everywhere, put it back. You have to do this practice and training and exercise for many, many years so that your monkey would habitually sit still, so that mano is in the right place and is listening to you. The manager mano is listening to you and doing only good things for you. Giving that you know what is good and what is wrong. That's the reason why before meditation you should know what is morality. Because if you don't have the right morality standard, your mano, even though he's sitting still, could be don't know what is right and what is wrong. So that's a given thing that you have to know. So after applied thinking is sustained thinking. If you can sustain this breath without going away, you know what will happen? The third mental function will come up spontaneously. I don't know if anybody has arrived at that point. What is that mental function? Rapture. All of a sudden you have a joy. There's so much joy in you that you cannot describe that kind of joy. It's beyond description, because all of a sudden this mirror that has been covered up with millions of years of dirt, you slowly can see the mirror. I thought the mirror is a piece of dirt that thick, 5 inches thick of dirt. Now I know that mirror can reflect in multi-million ways. This mirror is so powerful. I see myself. All of a sudden, I have been living in a room that is without any light. Now I see light. Not only light, because I have light, I peep out of the window, I can see millions of miles away. This joy is unbelievable. That's rapture. You would experience that if mano is in your place for a long time. Have you ever arrived at that point? So somebody, when they come to meditation, they always say, yeah, I've been told to watch my breath. I've been here 10 years. And every time in the sitting, I've been told, watch your breath in and out, in and out. What's next? I mean, this is boring. What is next? Next? Have you got sustained thinking? That means, have you got this under your control? In other words, once you put in meditation, you are in samadhi. You are in complete trance, we call it sometimes. In a meditative state that the monkey won't go around. That means your thought is one, always concentrating. Have you got to that stage yet? If you haven't got to that stage, don't tell me what to do next. You haven't even put your monkey under the leash and put it in control. What else do you want your monkey to do? But if you can put that under control, as I said, the third mental factor is rapture. All of a sudden, you feel that the whole world is all enlightened. The whole world is raptured with joy. I don't know if you have read that book. Maybe this is time I should introduce you. There's a book called Cosmo. It's written by Richard Burke. And he was a doctor, a brain specialist. So he was a doctor in a psychiatric ward in Ontario, the head of a psychiatric hospital. And that was in the early 1980s. That book was written a long time ago. It's a classic of the mind. And one day he was returning home from the hospital and he was driving a wagon. Of course, in the old days, they don't have cars. They have wagons, driving a wagon. And he's always meditating. And all of a sudden, he was driving home. He was in a meditative state. And all of a sudden, the whole world was illuminated with brightness. And at that time, he had the rapture of joy. Like a rapture of joy that it seems that the whole world is illuminated with one brightness, that he's so overwhelmed with the joy. That kind of joy, no money can buy. He wouldn't give that kind of joy to you for $1 billion per hour. He wouldn't give you $1 billion per hour, you won't give that away. He wrote it in his book, in the preface of his book, how he enjoyed that rapture. So that's a rapture. That's a third mental factor. If you carry on this training or meditation, you would have that rapture. What is the fourth one? After rapture, you won't give up. You will continue with this breath. I tell you, just this breath is enough to make you become the Buddha. You don't have to look for anything else. Don't look anymore. You've got it. You've got the mano and you're still looking for mano. You just have to train the mano. You don't need to look for mano anywhere. Don't look for him in an Italian restaurante. Don't look for him in a French restaurant. It's right inside of you. Right inside of you, and you're still looking. Don't look. It's inside. So this manager, you already got the rapture. You continue with meditation on this breath. In and out, in and out. And what happened? Your level of trance, your level of meditative state is getting higher and higher and higher until what? You have the complete joy, more than rapture. If I can give you a simile, a rapture is you are a traveler on the desert and you see a mirage. You've been in the desert and you almost died of thirst. You don't have any water. You see a mirage. Oh, I see water there. All of a sudden you have this rapture of joy because you've been traveling for 10 days and you are 2 days without water. All your lips are dried out and you will die if you don't have any water. All of a sudden you see water. A mirage of water appeared in front of you and you have this rapture of joy. But you haven't tasted the water yet. You can continue to walk and walk and walk. And you reach that water and you swallow that first mouthful. Ooh, that's the joy. Because you experience the joy now. It's not just feeling it. It's just the seeing it. You actually swallow the water inside. That's complete, actual, realistic joy. That's joy. Okay? That's the fourth level. And even this joy to the meditator is not enough. The rapture is not enough. That's why he's kept on walking. Now he has reached a level that even the joy has to be let go. He let go of the applied thinking. He let go of the sustained thinking. He let go even of the rapture. Now, even the joy is redundant. He let go of the joy. If I use the same simile, he got the water. He carried on to that utopia. He wanted to arrive at that utopia. Just drinking the water is not enough. You've got to continue walking until you get to the utopia, the land, the Shangri-La, whatever you want to call it. Shangri-La, that means utopia. The Shangri-La of your journey. You want to get to Shangri-La. It's not just a 6-star. It's a 1,000,000-star hotel waiting for you right there. That's the utopia. And that is, when you get there, how do you get there? One-pointedness of mind. You have nothing else but that one-pointedness of mind. That would get you there. That would get you to that utopia. Don't you want to go to that utopia? Where are you now at? Are you at the rapture of joy? Raise your hand. Are you at joy? Raise your hand. Oh, you had the rapture of joy. Good for you. You're at the joy. And have you been to Utopia? Let me tell you, Utopia is not the final destination. Utopia is still a form. It's a location that you go to. Anything that has a form is still suffering. You have to go beyond form. You have to go beyond utopia. Last week you mentioned you like to be challenged and you like questions. When listening to the lectures, there is so much knowledge that is presented. Some of us need to think about things for a while. There are many questions and yet no questions. Very much enjoying the new lectures on Prajna Paramita. Yeah, I enjoy it too. That's why I keep on talking. You see, sometimes I ask myself a question. Do I enjoy it more than the listeners? I don't know. I think I learn more than the listeners. Sometimes it's things that I'm teaching myself and not my listeners. Because every time when I talk about it, I learn more. You are my teacher, not me. I always say, these listeners are my teachers. I'm not the teacher. You are the teachers because you force me to think. Last question. In today's lecture, we talk about ego. In regards to this topic, my question is, in order to achieve the nirvana state, is it necessary to have all our ego? In order to arrive at the nirvana stage, if you still have the ego, you can never get there. If you still attach to the utopia, you can only stay at the utopia. That utopia is a non-polluted ego, but it's still an ego. It's still an ego. Whenever you're an ego, it's not a utopia, it's not the nirvana. But you can ask the question, if I don't have an ego, who am I? What do I have? What's my identity in order to be there? The traveler said, now that I arrive at the utopia, who am I? I'm a traveler. Who am I? The traveler said, I'm John. I'm John, and I have a body and a mind. But the Buddha said, you're not John. John is just your name. You're a combination of body and mind. You're not John. John is just your name. John is not the real you. Your body is not your real body. Your mind is not your real mind. So who am I? Do I have an identity? If you still maintain that ego, you still have that ego. You have to go beyond ego. If you go beyond ego, how come you still have to ask the question? Maybe I should more or less end up this by telling you a story, a Zen story. And I don't know if I can have impromptu translation of that Zen story. Yes, maybe I can. There's a conversation between a novice monk and a very experienced monk who has more or less got enlightenment. The novice monk said, Venerable, how do I practice? And then the enlightened monk said, live at the present moment. It's right in front of you. You've got it right in front of you. You've got it already. Don't ask. You've got it. Live the present moment. You've got it. But if you have an ego, you don't have it. That's what the experienced monk said. And then a novice monk said, Venerable sir, do you have an ego? And then the monk said, if I have the ego, I don't see the truth. If I have the ego, if I have I and you, I don't see the truth. So the novice monk said, if I don't have the I and you and the ego, then is it enlightenment? And then the enlightened monk said, if you don't have the I and the ego, who is getting the enlightenment? You don't need the I and ego, but if you don't have the I and ego, who is getting the enlightenment? I don't think about it. I don't know if I confuse you. Or I confuse myself. There's another part of this question. People project happiness in meditation and they are able to take advantage of you if you do not. Oh, in other words, what it means is, if you don't have an ego, if you don't have a self, people will take advantage of you. Hey, you don't have an ego? Slap. You don't have an ego. Well, I don't have any money. Since you don't have any ego, can you give me your wallet? I need $50. You don't have an ego, so can you give me? So if you don't have an ego, people will take advantage of you. If you don't have an ego, I think your intelligence is not whether you will be taken advantage of or not. Your wisdom goes beyond that. Your wisdom won't concern about being taken advantage of or not. Only when you have an ego, you are thinking about whether you lost it and you gain it. Yeah. Am I clear? Yeah. Yes? Yeah. Nail it on the head. Okay, that's it for today. First question, can you please explain the meaning of Namo Amitofo and also the idea behind the circumambulation? Namo is a Sanskrit word. Sanskrit is a classical Indian language spoken at the time of the Buddha. Still, there's such a language in India now. It's a classical royal language. They're still teaching it in India. Some people still speak Sanskrit in India. Namo means to take refuge under, to pay the highest homage to, the most venerable, the most respectful. You pay the highest respect, so that is Namo. Namo means pay the highest respect. It also means taking protection under. You're seeking protection under Namo. It's a very humble word. If you are greeting any Indian fellows, your colleagues or friends, if you say Namaste, Namaste. Namaste is a greeting word in India. It also developed into the word, a common household word of greeting is Namaste. So whenever you see some India people from India, if you say Namaste, they would at the same time put the palms together and say Namaste. It's just like if you go to Thailand. Thai people are especially very polite in their language. And they always say, Sawadee krab, Sawadee ka, Sawadee, Sawadee krab. Sawadee is hello. Sabadi, Sabadi krab. Sabadi is how are you. They always put the word krab for male, for the men, and they always say ka for the women. So there's Sawadee ka is for Thai. For women, women will always say ka. And Sawadee krab is for men. They always add a very polite, resonant sound at the end. So that becomes a household word. We're not talking about language, but since you asked that question about Namo, that's what it is. Amitofo, for is actually Buddha. Namo Amitofo is in the Chinese language. If we speak it in the Sanskrit language, it is Namo Amitabha. It's different. When the Chinese translated Namo Amitabha 1,600 years ago, 800 years ago, they don't translate the ba as ba, they translate the ba as for. For is a newly created word meaning enlightenment, enlightened being, the being who woke up from his dream. We all are in our dreams now. Don't you believe that we are all in a dream? Have you ever heard of a household word, life is but a dream? Don't you think life is a dream? Of course you don't think so. You're looking for the big house, Beautiful, you're looking for a beautiful girlfriend as your wife, you're a handsome, rich boyfriend as your husband, you're always looking for a good job, you're always looking for sensual pleasures, you're looking for money, you're looking for reputation and fame. That's what we're looking for. That's what you are looking for. That's our problem. Hate to point that out to you. You may criticize me for saying so. But there's a lot more to know about this. The enlightened being of immeasurable light. We pay the highest respect to the enlightened being, the Buddha, and this Buddha has immeasurable, boundless light shining on the whole world. That's what it is. Second, also the idea for circumambulation. Circumambulation is a form of walking meditation. Meditation is not just sitting. Meditation is not just sitting. Meditation is walking, reclining. Every moment is meditation. Not just walking, not just sitting, not just lying, reclining. Every moment, every thought should be a meditation. But what are we doing now? Every thought is not what it should be in meditation. Every thought is what? Greediness, hatred, jealousy, depression, you name it. That's every thought that we have. Not thought of purity, not thought of meditation, not thought of samadhi, vipassana. Every thought is tainted. Every thought is polluted. That's what we are. That's why we reincarnate. I've come across another question is, why do I have to walk in a circle? Why not in a rectangle? A rectangle is easier to remember. I'm not going to answer that because it takes too long. Next question. An interesting experience I had during meditation class, my mind ran wildly like an unleashed horse. Do you mean that you're thinking about your mind wanders in everywhere? Your mind is thinking of something else? Your mind is thinking of many, many, many other things. You cannot stop, right? That's what you mean? Well, that means your mind hasn't been stopping. Your mind has been thinking of many other things. Then you already are not within our instructions. Remember Lee said, every thought should be on the breath in and out. Anapana, anapana, anasati, panasati, anapana. Every thought should not be like a galloping animal. Every thought should stay in here. And you are not. So you're not doing it right. You're not doing it right. You've done it wrong. Second, later on my body starts to move along with my breathing. Well, that is the chi in you that gets working. It's a kind of moving energy that drives on the fluidity, that drives on the oscillation of your body movement. What pushes your breath? What pushes your blood? What pushes your liquid that goes around? There's a chi inside that pushes it. A latent chi inside that pushes it. The chi requires a lot of strength to push it. You'll notice it. When you are at ease and in quietude, you'll notice it more. It's just like when you listen to so many things, you don't know where to lend your ears to. There's so many distractions. When you do not have any distractions and you sit down, you start to notice, oh, John is speaking, Jeanette is speaking. You notice more when you're in quietude. You notice the moving when you're in meditation because you calm down, because you're more sensitive. You know yourself more. Imagine a gutter. You have a septic tank and you have a gutter. You have a pipe that leads to the septic tank and you have this toilet. And you continuously put dirt inside a toilet and you don't clean up your septic tank. You don't clean up your gutter. And it's a long gutter. It goes all the way to the field. You don't clear it. And now you're sitting on it and you flush the toilet. The pipe starts to move because it got clogged up in there. That's the phenomena that we have. You got clogged up in your movement. You don't realize it until you know about it. Poor guy. I try to focus, but my mind won't cooperate. How you do this? How do I know? It's your mind, not mine. If it is my mind, I'll tell your mind to do the same thing. If it is your mind, if I can order your mind, that will be fine. But I cannot. It's your mind. How do I know? Because your mind don't cooperate. If you yourself cannot tell your own mind to cooperate, you mean I can tell your mind to cooperate? No way. You have to learn how to cooperate with your own mind. Poor. You only started now. It's not too late. It's never too late to mend. You don't waste any more time. I would like to read out the first question. I come very often, but want to thank you and Lee for repeating the meditation instructions and find it helps to remind me how to do it. And I seem to pick up more tips that have allowed me to get better with my meditation practice. Yeah, it's worth repeating it again and again. Every morning before we start meditation in here on Saturday, we repeat very briefly the 3 A's of meditation. And I think it's easy to remember. If you remember the 3 A's of meditation, then it's easy to know how to do it. The 3 A's of meditation, you still remember the 3 A's of meditation? A stands for adjustments. How do you adjust yourself? Adjustment of your body, adjustment of the breath, and adjustment of mind. Why do we have to adjust the body? Because when we are in meditation, we have sitting meditation, we have walking meditation, and sometimes, in some circumstances, we also have reclining meditation. Do you see that reclining Buddha just next to you? That is reclining meditation. And some people call the sleeping Buddha. He's not sleeping. He's not dozing away in drowsiness. He's not dozing away in oblivion. When you're in oblivion, you're in a state of being torpor, feel sluggish, and you don't know what you're doing. You seem to be sleepy. But that reclining position is a meditative reclining position. So, it's worth repeating how you adjust your body, how you cross the leg, half lotus, full lotus, how do you adjust the shoulders, how do you relax yourself from the top to the bottom, from the top of your head, the crown chakra, they call it, to the very bottom of your feet. So it's good to mention that all the time. Adjustment of the body and adjustment of the breath. Breath is very important. But the breath comes to you so spontaneously that you don't realize its value. Actually, we humans, we sentient beings, do not realize our own values until we lose them. Do you realize your own value now? I still remember, and I like to repeat it again. Helen Keller said, he had a friend came back from the woods in the forest, and Helen asked, you know who Helen Keller is? Helen Keller was the lady who was blind, who was deaf, who was mute. No senses of seeing, no senses of listening, no senses of talking. Only sense of smell. If you are an individual living without these 3 senses, what would you do? That will bring up another question later. If you're a human being, if you are a being that is living without the sense of seeing, the sense of listening, the sense of talking, Is it worth? Some people may consider committing suicide because this world is without senses. But Helen Keller continued to survive through thick and thin, struggle, and she became one of the most successful writer, one of the most successful orator and philosopher, and I think is one of the creators of the Braille systems for the blind. She achieved a lot. She inspired a lot of people. And she lived up to more than 60 years old. And she wrote an article. The reason why I repeat it again, probably people will get bored by me repeating all these things. You get bored with repeating? No, not a bit bored. Helen Keller wrote an article. It's called "Give Me 3 Days of Light." If the providence somehow gave me the ability to see for 3 days, just for 3 days to see, I would do this in my first day, do this in my second day, do this in my third day. And getting back to this question, do you value what you've got? You got your eyesight, you got your listening faculties, you got your talking faculties. Have you ever attached any values to what you've got? And Helen Keller said, usually people don't realize the inherent values they have until they lose them. It will be too late. And he wrote an article to inspire people. He said, I had a friend coming back from the woods, getting a stroll in the wood in the spring rain, you know. And then I asked her, what do you see in the woods? And she said, well, nothing in particular. Nothing in particular, Helen Keller wrote. I could never imagine people with eyesight coming back from a scenic stroll of a nature trail, coming back with nothing in particular to say. Listen to the birds, the birch, the pine, the willows, the grass, the flowers, the petals, the bumblebees. Don't get stung by them though. Yeah. And all these and all these. How can you have walked into the woods and not appreciating all these values? How could you have done that? Because we don't appreciate them, we take them for granted. You got your eyesight, value your eyesight. You got your tongue, you can speak, you can talk. And what is the most important? You're in good health. When you're in good health, what should you do? When you're in good health, write out more invitation cards for partying, calling up on Thanksgiving Day, put your knife and fork in the poor turkey and cut, woo, 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 and cut it and put it in your mouth to get a delicious taste of the taste buds. When you have your senses, what would you do? When you're in good health, do you appreciate your good health and use your good health to achieve something, to learn something, to go on to this spiritual odyssey, this spiritual uplift, elevation? What was the Buddha talking about in the spiritual life? What was the Buddha talking about in uplifting a person's life in pursuit of enlightenment? How to enlighten oneself? Or how do you help others? How do you learn to be more compassionate? How do you be more creative? How do you be more creative to contribute to society? Or how do you better yourself to contribute more to the society? Not always looking about acquiring material, acquisitions, wealth, money, mention. Where do you use your value? How do you contribute your values for better ends? So value what you've got. When you're in good health, what do? You go partying. Write out more invitations to go to a party. You have dancing party, you have invitations on wedding nights, you have invitation on Thanksgiving party, you have invitation to go on tours, and Alaskan tours, Hawaiian tours, California. Oh, you get it. Oh, every time is sensual pleasure enjoyment. Essential pleasure of uplifting sensual pleasures. Have you ever thought of coming to the temple of meditation? Yes, you did that today. And in the morning, I always wanted to say something. I said, good morning, everybody. Today is raining on a Saturday morning before Thanksgiving. That's the reason why you come here? You have nothing else to do. That's why you come for meditation. Oh, you wake up in the morning and say, raining, raining, raining. Where would I go? I can't go to Starbucks, I can't go to White Spot, I can't visit any friends. Why don't I just come to that boring meditation and just sit in there and see what has to be done? What do they teach? Appreciate what you've got. You have good health and you don't appreciate it. You use your health for more partying, for more enjoyment. The time will come where you say it's too late. When you're lying on a hospital bed, paralyzed, and you have this dripping into your veins, you couldn't do anything. And we have seen patients who's hospitalized in a bed for years. Breakfast is a bottle of dripping, lunch is another bottle, and dinner is another bottle. Every breakfast, lunch, and dinner is liquid. What did they enjoy? What would he do had he realized the value when he was in good health to learn about how to get away from life and death, how to go to the spiritual level? But some people said, yeah, if I have to die, that's what I prefer, because you could die in an instant of a second. Boom, no more palpitation. And some may not be as fortunate. They struggle with the last breath for months in the hospital. You know, the feelings of the family members when they know one of the family members had a sickness that is incurable, and the months left is only about 2 months, 3 months. I don't know the feeling would be to lengthen those 3 months or to shorten those 3 months. Lengthening it would mean agony for the patients, and shortening it would mean sudden agony and grief for the families. Oh, it's a very difficult thing to deal with. Remember, when you are in good health, practice. Know more about the Buddha's teaching. Don't go into the next round of life and death anymore. Read that article, Give Me 3 Days of Light. If you read the article, you know what Helen Keller would like to see in those 3 days, the first day? She would like to go to the woods to see nature in the first day. In the second day, as far as I can remember, to go into a museum where you can touch all these sculptures and feel the silky feeling of all these embroideries. All this is just phenomena. Phenomena is temporal, is fleeting. Phenomena is fictitious. Get onto the reality. Get onto something real. Enlightenment, nirvana. Nirvana means no more, no more left. What is no more left? No more left of life and death. No more life and death. No more coming and going. No more mental afflictions. It's purity. It's up to that purity. We don't know how to call it. Extinction of mental afflictions. What are you watching in meditation? You're watching your own life. You're watching your own breath, because your own breath, your own life, you're inside. You're being an introvert, watching inside of you, your mind, a self-watching of your own mind. When you're watching a movie, you're watching extrovert. You're working in somebody else's creation. Why don't you watch your own movie created inside of you, your own script, not somebody else's script? It's completely joyful. As when you watch more and more, you'll find the joy of going into it, into your mind, and explore that and open that door of treasure of your own mind. You're watching the television, and after 2 hours, the television is watching you because you're sleeping. They, in the television, is watching you. It's just the opposite. What an irony. So, I guess that's it for the first question. No more rambling. Next question, what happens to your spirit if you take your own life? That means if you commit suicide, what happened to your spirit? If you're committing suicide, it's equivalent to killing, because you kill yourself. When you kill yourself, it's the same as killing a body. When you kill yourself, you committed killing, the sin or the wrongdoing of killing. You're not only killing yourself, you're adding a lot, you're involving in a lot of ignorance in the killing. Because I can see if you get mad at someone, you kill someone because of madness. But if you're killing yourself, that means you're mad at yourself. And when you're mad at yourself, then that madness is the inside of you. When that anger is expressed in murder, in homicide, you express the anger. And you can see that expression. When you're killing yourself with the hidden anger in you, that anger is multifold in you. Because that's all hidden in the seats of your memory. If you explore in the book, the Tibetan book of Dying and Living, you know more about the effect of taking your own life, the effect of committing suicide. Because you haven't ended your karma, you have to come back again to serve your karma. It's just like you serve a sentence and you haven't finished it, then you come back again to serve it. Because you haven't served your karma in this life and you ended it abruptly, then you have to come back to serve it again. Oh, actually, there's a question. What is nirvana? There's such a question, so I already answered it. Nirvana. Can you attain nirvana without first attaining prajnaparamita? You take nirvana and prajnaparamita as two different things. Remember, nirvana is not a location. Nirvana is not a place. I enter into nirvana. Some people's imagination is, oh, maybe it's a paradise, or maybe it's a cave in which the door is open for you, and doom, you enter into that cave, and that cave will lead you to happiness. It's not a location. Nirvana is not a location. Then what is nirvana? In order to answer that question, we have to know why we say that nirvana is not a location. Anything that has a location has a form, right? Anything that has a location, it must have a form. If you don't have a form, how can you have location? Where is that temple located? Oh, on Stevenston Highway, 9160, between number 3 and number 4, that temple is a form. It's made up of elements. When there's a location, there is a form. But all form is form on causality. All form is all causes to put together. All form does not have its own real nature. It's all put together and become a form. When it's integrated, there's no form. So that form has no nature of its own. It's impermanent. It's based on causations. So it's not permanently or realistically exist. It only exists in your imagination. It only exists in phenomena, not exist in form. So if nirvana is a form, nirvana is a location, then nirvana is not enlightenment because you still have a form. Nirvana is not a location. But you may ask, how about the Pure Land? Amitabha's Pure Land? That we can be reborn to, is that a location? Yes, it is a location. It's an intermediate state where Amitabha Buddha gave you a location to study. When you graduate from that location, you're in no form. You don't attach to form anymore. It only gives you an expedient university to study where you enter into nirvana. Nirvana is extinction. Can you attain nirvana without first attaining prajnaparamita? Nirvana and prajnaparamita is one and the same thing. Prajnaparamita in its higher form, in its ultimate form, is nirvana. And nirvana in its foundation, in its root, is prajnaparamita. I don't know if I can give you an example, but that example will not be the most appropriate, but I still can use it. If your destination, that's just an example. If the destination is Victoria, you take a Nanaimo cruise, boat to Victoria, and that boat, that route is prajnaparamita. It carries you, that boat carries you all the way. Prajnaparamita, that's the tool, that's the technique. Carry you all to nirvana. To nirvana is that dock in Victoria. When that dock is in Victoria, when that boat is in Victoria, that boat is Victoria, is in Victoria, is not in Nanaimo anymore. So that boat is there. So that boat arrives in there, and you say, okay, that boat, where is it? It's in Victoria. So prajna is that boat that arrives into nirvana, and they're the same thing. It's one and the same thing. It landed in Victoria. So what is prajna paramita? You probably have missed the first 5 lessons in our lecture. Pra means the utmost. Prajna is the utmost understanding, the most enlightened understanding. That's prajna. Or if you want to put it, wisdom, the utmost wisdom. And paramita is arriving at, from one shore to the other, arriving at that utmost complete understanding. So the method arriving from that shore of confusion to that shore of wisdom. This is the technique, this is the practice that will bring you from this shore of confusion, of suffering, to that shore of enlightenment and happiness. That's paramita, carrying you to that shore. And prajna is the wisdom involved in the process of carrying you over there. You have achieved that. You have that prajna to carry you from the shore of confusion, suffering, to the shore of nirvana, of enlightenment. Right. Yeah?
No question, just want to sincerely thank you for all the talks and lectures and advice you've given over the lunch.
Oh, you're welcome. That's what we should do in the practice of the Bodhisattva approach of enlightenment. And we learn compassion, and compassion is unconditional giving. We always give out unconditionally of what we know. We don't retain anything. We don't retain any magic or secret formulas. I always told the cook in the kitchen, Ming, I said, have you got a recipe for the dessert that you have finished? Oh, no. If I give it to, if I teach all these other people, then they will be a chef. So if everybody was a chef, then who will be the follower? Who's going to wash dishes? If everybody is a chef. So now he's educated and said, no, it's unconditional giving. The more, if you teach people more, then in the process of teaching, you're also teaching yourself. I always say that when I give a lecture, I learn a lot from my own lecture. And I'm actually lecturing to myself. I'm teaching myself at the same time. So being a teacher actually teaches the teacher, himself. And I find a lot of improvement in giving it out, because the more you give out, the more it bounces back. And our intention is not wanting the bounce back. The bounce back is spontaneous, it's natural. But you just give. You just give and give and give, and don't worry about whether it will bounce back to you or not. You just give it out. The more you give out, the more it would geometrically extends to all. When it extends to all, then the whole world will be in purity. In North America, we still have to learn how to give out more. I came from the East. I came from Hong Kong 40-something years ago. And I find that somehow, maybe it's because of Confucian moral code and the Buddhist teaching, and plus a lot of other teachings, the Asian culture, they particularly love to give. So in other words, they like to donate, they like to give. This temple has been donated by 95% by Asians. They just want to give unconditionally. They just want to donate. If it's for a good cause, they donate, and they donate. And that's the Eastern culture of giving. They like to give out. The North American culture are slowly picking it up. But still, it's a little slow. Saying this does not mean that I discriminate. This culture is better than that. There are a lot of good features in North American culture that the Eastern culture don't have. And sometimes I'm amazed at the disparity. For example, public courtesy. You will find that the North American culture has a high level of public courtesy than the East Asian culture. And that's the reason why when you were driving on the highway, on the road, and when you see this honking, do you know how to drive? That could be from an Eastern culture. Or if they bypass you without signaling, That could be from an Eastern culture. That could be. I said, not definitely. Yeah. Now, I'm not ruling out 100% of generous donors in North America. Look at Bill Gates. Donated tremendous amount of money. Warren Buffett, not Buffet. Warren Buffett. I always hesitate when I say Warren Buffett, not Buffet. Always giving. Bill Gates, Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs was ordained for a month as a monk in Thailand. Do you know that? He went to Thailand to become a monk for a month. He wanted to become a monk, but later he went back to do his computer. And there are many people like that. And if you go to Thailand, you can be a monk or a nun. I don't know if you can be a monk. But yeah, you still can be you can be a nun for a month, for a couple of months, to get into the forest tradition, how they go in arms around, how they meditate, how they got bitten by mosquitoes in the forest, and all that you can experience. How do they experience hardship in their practice? You can enjoy all that monastic life in a month, for a month, or for 2 months. So I don't mean that the Western, the North American culture is non-generous, but it appears so, that there's more giving. Remember, the more you give out, the more you get in return. Always give. When you die, what can you bring with you? You leave all your estates to your children? Why don't you leave all your estates for charity? There's no point in giving to your children, because if your children always depend and think about your estates, when you get your estate, he's going to squander it away. Use your estate, donate it for good causes, and dedicate back to the well-being of your own children. Don't leave money only to your children. Yes?
I was just going to say that a friend of mine once said to me about giving in a sense, but he said, do you want to be the richest man in the graveyard?
In the graveyard?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Because do you really want to leave it all and have it there at the end, or do you want to give it away while you're alive and make some goodness out of it rather than hoarding it yourself? Yeah,
nobody wants to be the richest man in the graveyard. Yeah, so the richest man in the graveyard enjoy nothing. Yeah. And what we also would... yeah, do you have a question there?
I'm just wondering, should you meditate when you're upset, or should you wait?
But if you are really angry, then you are the subjective, and you're being angry at an object, okay? And why don't you step back and say, I'm John, and I'm angry at John. You step back, you don't want to be John. Why is he angry? Where does the anger come from? Oh, the anger comes from jealousy. The anger comes from, you have a reason for it. No, he shouldn't be angry, because he shouldn't be influenced by jealousy. And don't get carried away by your emotion. It's difficult. It's extremely difficult not to be carried away by your interaction with the object. Your subject, not carried away by the object, but at least you hesitate and pause and start to contemplate and watch yourself. Because when you first interact, of course, you feel angry, you feel upset, you feel grief-stricken, you feel sorrowful. But then you can step back and say, where does the thought come from? How does it originate? And you analyze it and say, I shouldn't be like that. So you step back, and then you calm yourself down, and then you're actually doing meditation. You are doing the meditation when you step back. Meditation is not just in closing your eyes and cross your leg. Meditation on the spot right away, when you're not being carried away by that anger, by that jealousy, by that grief, you're already meditating. You're meditating with your eyes open, you're meditating with wisdom. And that's very important. Just don't get carried away. Be the mountain that is not movable, and let the clouds drift by. Don't get carried away by the clouds.
When coming here and learning Buddhism, it's given me tremendous skills to deal with the life issues.
Oh, that's good. So you're actually knowing how to step back and analyze it. That would be good. That's good. So that's what we're doing. I think that benefit is being enjoyed by all of us who come here. And we have, I think over the years, we have thousands of people, right? We have thousands of people coming. Unfortunately, some come and go. Some come for a few sessions, they are gone. But then they already have germinated some good seeds in their mind that would not be erasable. I mean, they would carry that good seeds and go on and on and on. But we want to do the spreading. We want to propagate these seeds so that everybody will enjoy purity and tranquility. We are spreading out these good seeds of compassion and enlightenment. And also the good thing about coming together to talk about these things is the way I'm talking, I'm giving it to you, and everybody know about these things, and you're giving it out to others, and others are giving it out. You're working in the geometrical dimensions, which is good. So you are coming as a group, your energy bounces back to me. Say, if you're standing up and telling us your feedback or your reaction, you're actually reinforcing everybody in here. You are giving the energy without you knowing it. You're giving the energy equivalent to what the Buddha is giving out. You're giving out with your wholehearted compassion, saying what you want to say, but actually you're radiating out your positive energy to everybody and encouraging everybody to learn. So you are actually teaching the Dharma right there at where you are standing. And if you are a supporter of all these, you're also teaching the Dharma. You're not supporting any other things now, you're supporting the Buddha's teaching. So energy is bouncing everywhere. If there's one thing that we learned today, if I summarize into just one sentence, is attach value to yourself and to now. Use that value properly, in the right way. Don't slipping away. Don't spend that valuable time into partying, into doing something that is not related to enlightenment. First question. Want to say thank you. Yeah, you appreciate it. And any comment on duality would be helpful. On duality. When anyone answers a question, it's very important that he has to define certain terms right, because the way you define duality could be completely different from my definition of duality. So assuming I'm using my definition of duality, which may be in congruence with yours, so duality, I think, if I put it very simply, say you have love and hatred, you're living in a world of love and hatred, rich and poor, and beautiful and ugly. You always want a contrast. Whenever we talk about a duality, we always have a conflict in conceptualization. That's the world we're living in. A dualistic conception of life. This guy is ugly. Oh, this woman is beautiful. That guy is rich. This guy is poor. I hate him, but I loved him. So you always live in a world of dualistic conceptualization of everything that your senses interact with. When I talk about senses, duality is created out of the senses. Your eyes, your ears, your nose, your tongue, your body, your touch. All these are the front-end salesmen that help you to be dualistic. When you have this biased salesman and sales ladies, all your senses, I call it the five senses are the biased salesmen of your body company. I always imagine my body as an organization, as a company. In my company, I always have salesmen at the front end. And then in my office, I always have a manager, And that manager manages all the salesmen. And that manager, I call it Mano. Mano is the manager, that control. And that Mano is the 6 senses. We have the 5 senses, right? With the 5 senses, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, 5 senses. And then there's another 6th sense, which is the Mano. We call him the Mano manager. He controls all the salesmen. He controls the existing salesmen. And whenever the salesmen are in contact with customers, they want to make sure that the salesmen know what to do. The salesmen, they don't have any time to dig into old files because they're so busy with their senses interacting with the outside world. They're always interacting, non-stop interacting. But they're biased though. They're interacting. And then they're waiting for Mano to make the decision. Mano always go back to the office and stick up the archive files. Whenever a customer comes up and the salesman talk about it, and this Mano is always digging from the old file to say, oh, this customer, Mr. A, oh yeah, he's the guy who can easily be cheated. And this is the guy who bought a certain number of things from me and he's continued to buy. Oh, maybe I'll treat him fair this time. This Mano is always making the decisions to manipulate all these salesmen. The salesmen can't make any decisions. They only promote, they only interact. Those are your eyes, your ears, your nose, your tongue, your body touch. But you've got that Mano in you that exercise all this judgment, that exercise all this dualistic conceptualization. This guy, yeah, we take him. This guy, we don't take him. Last time he didn't clear his bill yet, and he's coming for a second round of products from us. Let's get even with him. Okay, he ordered 100,000 units. We'll give him only 90,000. We'll get even with him, we cheat him 10,000. So this Mano is always because all this decision taken from the old files, because Mano has the right to go back to history. Mano has the right to analyze. Mano has the right to make all this judgment on people. And this Mano is nothing but yourself. That Mano is in you. You have that Mano in you that's making all this dualistic conceptualization. Mano is always biased, you know. Because Mano is always working for the company. His aim is to increase profit of the company so that he get the right bonus. So he only wants to increase the company's profit. He doesn't really care. He cares when the quality of the salesman is not good, and he raise the quality. He cares, but he only cares about making money for the company. Egoistic. He's always egoist, individualistic. So any comment on duality would be helpful. I don't know where should I stop on telling you this answer, because I can go on and on and on and on. But maybe we shouldn't stop at Mano. There's another controller in you, and that's called Manas. One is Mano and the other is Manas. Manas, it's the director. Manas, he doesn't really care about the routines. He don't care what kind of salesman and sales lady Mano hire. He just cared about, the directors only cared about the profit, whether his stock will go up. It's a publicly listed company. He want to make sure that the stock will go up all the time. He's the director of the company. He's very egoistic. So we also call Manas the ego. Do you have the ego in you? That's the Manas in you. The director. Manas is the director. You got that? He's even more dualistic because he only considers his own ego. He doesn't even care about the salesman because that's the job of the Mano. That's what we call the 7th consciousness. That's in you. We got the 6th, and now we got the 7th, which is Manas. Should we stop at that? No, we should carry on. So we got Mano and we got Manas. And then we still have the 8th consciousness in you. This 8th consciousness is very profound. He's with you since eons ago. Does not matter whether you change your form. You change your form in every life. You are Jack in this form, you're Jeanette in the next form, and you probably is Bill on your third reincarnation. We've been reincarnated. We've been changing forms. And this eighth consciousness is always with you. When you passed away, Mano is dead. The manager is dead. The sixth consciousness is dead. When you passed away, Manas, the director, shrink into that board of directors, hibernate. He's still the director. You can fire the sales manager anytime. But the director is always there. But when you die, the director just shrink into that board of directors and hide in there. That's your ego. And that whole board of director that contains all the directors, that contains on all the archives, that contains all the past history, get rolled into the next life. And that's your eighth consciousness. And there's a name for that thing. I don't know how you call it, because it's not a thing anymore. And we call it alaya consciousness. Alaya. What does alaya means? Alaya means storage, the banking consciousness. Because whatever, anything that is done in the company, it gets stored in there. Everything the salesmen do, everything the mano do, everything the manas do, it got stored into that alaya consciousness. It won't get away, it won't go away. Because it continues to receive. It does not discriminate. Whether the company lose, whether the company make profit, whatever, all this, the history of the company gets stored in that alaya consciousness. That's the reason why you've been keeping your karma all the way through. Where did you store your karma? In alaya consciousness. So when you passed away, when I passed away, everything is gone. No more salesmen, no more eyes. You still can keep your eyes when you passed away? You still can keep your ears when you passed away? Some people will say, my eyes are so beautiful, that's why my husband loved me. Only for this life. And when you pluck out your eyes and give it to your husband will say, yucky, throw it away. So that alaya consciousness has been reincarnating and reincarnating. I want to stop here because I only should comment on duality and not consciousness. But I would like to tell you that mano and that manas is always working on your duality. You're discriminating. You're always judging. You're always conceptualizing. How does meditation help you? Meditation helps you to put your mano in the right place, to put your manager in the right place, in the right position, to put your manas in the right place. You first learned how to control your salesman. The first step in meditation is to how you control your salesman. Because your salesmen are making all these problems for you. Your eyes love to see things. Your ears love to hear certain things. Your ears love to hear praises and not criticism. Your eyes love to see anything that is beautiful and sexy. Your eyes don't like to see ugly things. Your tongue always like to taste the flesh and blood of animals. Don't say yucky. That's what you've been doing. You've been cutting the sirloin steak, and then the barbecue pork, lobsters, crabs. You're killing animals for food. You don't know about it. Your taste like to taste the blood and flesh of the animals. It's just somebody else did it for you. Try to visit some of the slaughterhouses for the chicken. How do they treat the chickens in the poultry slaughterhouses? They threw these animals around. They step on them. Next question. How can I make the world around me better? Why don't you first learn how to make yourself better? I heard a very interesting story from Ajahn Brahm, which I think is very, very good story. He said he was living in a forest tradition, in a hut, meditating. And the monks were doing the construction themselves, so they built up huts so that they can meditate in those huts in the forest tradition. And the monks went around buying bricks, and they built up these walls. And Ajahn, according to the story that he told us, that he was told to build a wall, and he was building a wall. And being a non-professional in bricklaying, he couldn't do a good job. He tried his best to lay bricks around, and surprisingly, it was a pretty good job. He finished it, except for 2 bricks in the center where it was twisted and, oh, terrible. So he had been, every day when he was meditating, he felt proud because everybody said the wall is good. He felt proud. But when he looked at those 2 bricks, he felt disgusting about himself, not being able to do a good job. The 2 bricks spoiled everything. And then one day, his master came up to him. Probably his master knew how he felt inside. And his master started to talk to him. But he couldn't get it all right until one visitor one day came to visit the hut from a foreign country, a meditator. And the visitor praised the wall. Oh, it was so good, a wonderful wall. Are you a professional? No, I'm not a professional. And look at the center. There are 2 bricks there which were terrible. And that monk who was a visitor said, how come you always look at those 2 bricks and not the whole wall? You're always looking at the faulty things around you. The whole wall, 99% is almost perfect, and you didn't know about it. You didn't appreciate the value of that perfection. And you look at those 2 bricks which are faultily laid. Suddenly he got a realization. Yeah, how come I always look for faults? How come I always look for the whole world with faults? Be satisfied with yourself. Appreciate the value in yourself. Appreciate the value surrounding you. A lot of value surrounding you that you should appreciate. And not just finding faults around you, criticizing all the others. Everything is at war with you. Love your environment. And if you find fault with the environment, try to improve it by improving yourself. I have seen guys who came up to a room and say, how come this room is so smoky? And yet, he's a chain smoker himself. Next, what is nirvana? Can it be explained? Yeah, maybe half a semester. Yes. Yeah, it's nirvana. Usually it's 1 semester for nirvana. So I'm only up to the level of a tutor. 1 semester for nirvana. And if I can simplify it by saying nirvana means extinction. No more life and death. No more duality. No more this is right, this is wrong. No more of that. No more high, low, rich, poor, love, hatred. None of that exists anymore. You extinct all your mental afflictions. No more mental afflictions. Everything of those come to an end. No more. Nirvana is no more. Nothing. No more. Why don't we put it this way? Nirvana is no more. In you want to look for more. You have more and you want to look for more. The more you look for, the more freedom you lost, and the more mental afflictions you have. What happened to the person who tries their absolute best to understand the teaching of the Buddha and spend their life helping others, but is simply unable to have the teaching take root in their minds? I think what it says is, you try to help others, and how come you don't come to realization, or you help others, how come you meet difficulties? Is karma. The fact that you are practicing in this life, you try to improve this life, you still suffer from a bad life, you're burning away your old karma. I have seen people who have been very generous, and they get poorer and poorer and poorer. Don't think that, oh, I'm generous and I send that's the reason why I get poor. Because a lot of these things, the maturity of karmic energy depends on the timing. If this person in this life is so stingy, he's a miser, but he had a lot of money. He is so rich as a multi-billionaire, but he is not generous at all. He's always economical in everything. He's not doing any helpful generosity, helping others, but he's extremely rich. Probably in his previous life, he had been generously donating, germinating causes for being rich in this life. Whereas in this life, all the bad deeds they have done in not being generous, that will be realized in the next life. So the maturity of karmic energy has different timing. So whatever you have done right in this life, and yet misfortunes come up, don't get discouraged. It's just to burn away the old karma. Because everything comes in a certain timing. You're growing two trees. One is apple and the other is pear. Apple may mature in 2 years, pear may be in 5 years. Grapes may be in 2 years, whereas others mature in different time. Don't kill the apple tree yet. Oh, this apple I planted last year and I couldn't find any apples. I'm going to chop it off and I'm going to replace it with a grape tree. Then you're always chopping trees off because they mature at a different time. But you keep on trying. If your family members, no matter how you talk to him, he's still so obstinate in not believing in the Buddhist teaching. He's so obstinate in staying on his pursuit for sensual pleasures. He don't care. He said, I want to look for right now sensual pleasure, sense satisfaction. He couldn't change. Don't get discouraged. The timing has not yet come for him. Sometime in the future, the time will make sure that he may even be more fervent than you in following the Buddhist teaching. You just keep on trying. Keep on trying and trying and trying. Is the ultimate goal of meditation to empty the mind completely? It's not just to empty the mind. If you are trying to empty the mind, you still have something to look for. That is the emptiness of the mind. If you have something to look for, that's not the ultimate. The ultimate would gradually come when you have nothing to look for. Even the Buddha you have to throw away. No trace of anything. But you need it before you throw away everything. You need it, and when you come to the ultimate, you don't need it. We call it Buddhism, but when it comes to the ultimate perfect rounding, the round, perfection, you don't need Buddhism. When you arrive at Victoria, do you still hang on to the boat? I don't want to leave the boat. Now it's Victoria. I don't want to leave. Can you go to the Parliament building? Can you step ashore? You got to leave it. But you say, I don't leave the boat. Then how can you go? How can you sail?
The question I was actually asking was, if someone who dedicates their life to Buddhism, but they still can't seem to understand the teachings as well as, say, someone else, would you say that they're less accomplished than the person who understands the teachings but doesn't put in as much effort, or?
Well, you're comparing. I mean, everybody has a different karma. The fact that they understand it more, probably learned in their previous life, their latent energy is stronger in their previous life than the maturity of understanding it comes up now. But you haven't germinated, you haven't cultivated that kind of energy in the previous life. Now, then you started to cultivate it, and who knows, maybe after you cultivate it, after you found a path, you'll be able to walk faster than them. It depends on you. Don't discourage yourself. They already walk 1 mile, and you just start your first step. But after you stride out that first step, you continuously walking, and you could arrive at the destination much faster. So don't get discouraged and don't compare that. Just continue to walk and walk and walk. It's just the turtle and the rabbit. The rabbit goes much faster now. So don't judge on that kind of timing. As long as you can carry on. And Buddhism does not even help you in your spiritual life. It helps you in your present life. It gives you more focus, more confidence in yourself. Because Buddhism is the study of the mind. It reinforces and strengthens the mind. It tells you how strong your mind is. It tells you how to make your mind stronger in doing anything. So there's a saying in Zen Buddhism, whatever the mind can conceive, the mind can do. So if you conceive that you can be much faster, if you conceive that you can be now, I would say, I'm a dropped out at university. I'm good for nothing. Don't give it up. Bill Gates dropped out at second year. First year, second year. There's a lot of dropout from universities. Einstein is a dropped out and became one of the most famous scientists in the world. What's the purpose of studying Buddhism if we can use a modern approach to Buddhism? It contains at least two perspectives in time. The one is the present perspective, and the other is the future. Most motive study concerns with the present, or maybe, yes, a future of this life. But Buddhism concerns the future, timeless future. So the study of Buddhism in this present life is to improve your life, your present life. Make it more intelligent, make it more consistent, make it more confident. That's the present life. In the future, it helps you to get away from life and death. No more changing your form into another life, go another round of suffering. Get away, detach yourself, emancipate yourself from the cocoon of suffering. But we're now like a caterpillar with a cocoon. We spin our own thread around us. And Buddhism is to help you to bite out from the cocoon and fly. And don't be bound by whatever is in there. Right now, you could be bound in your world with threads of cocoon. But Buddhism helps you, not only the present caterpillar living a good life within the cocoon, it also helps you to bite out away a hole in the cocoon, to go into the Pure Land, to go into emancipation, to go into nirvana, we call it. We just have that question called nirvana. Okay, so don't worry about the chicken scroll. Okay, yeah?
We don't want to come back to life to suffer anymore. That's why we believe in Buddhism. Isn't that still a desire?
Yes, you got to have desire. Don't get me wrong. Depends on what kind of desire. There's two kinds of desire. Desire for material acquisition and desire to be a saint. Nobody can be successful without any desire. You got to have desire. Desire is a word, another definition for motive. If you don't have a destination, if you don't have an objective, how can you achieve anything? Why don't you turn that word desire into another word we call objective? Do you need an objective to study Buddhism? Right? You want to get away from life and death. That's a desire. Some people call it motive, some people call it intention, and some people call it desire. You desire to be a Buddha. You desire to get away from life and death. That's a good desire. That's a good motive. That's good intention. But there are others who have intentions like this. They desire to be famous. They desire to get more money. They desire to have a Shaughnessy house. They desire to have a Ferrari. They desire to have the richest and the most handsome husband. Or somebody desire to have the most beautiful wife. All those desires are acquisition of material satisfaction. But your desire is a saintly desire. You want to get away from those. You want to have that joy, that bliss that will be away from suffering. It's a different desire. You must have desire to be a Buddha. Don't eliminate desire. The elimination of desire is as bad as having desire. It has the wrong desires. All right, you get it right now? Okay, any question? No more question? All right, okay, let's end the day. I am a teacher. This teaching over the last 6 weeks has inspired me to teach a unit on suffering and compassion. Oh, you've come for 6 weeks already? Wow, that's good. Is it possible to have you or someone come to my classroom one day and discuss these topics? Of course. So if you feel that we can come to talk about this, sure, we're happy to come talk about it. And but you have to tell us that what grade the students are, in what grade, because talking to different grades, you have to use different communication of different level of communication. Talking to a grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, you cannot use high level words, especially in the terminology of Buddhism is so abundant, they may get lost in the ocean of terminology. However, we're talking to a higher level that we can use some of the terminology. So it depends. Number one, depends on, we have to know what grades, grade 1 to grade 12. If you have a unit that you would like to talk on suffering and compassion, I think it's a great idea, because every being has to learn something about suffering. When the being learns suffering, he would not be always looking for unending pleasures in the satisfaction of senses. What I mean is, you have to know that life is not just looking for pleasures to satisfy your senses. Life is to realize, in spite of sometimes happiness, you have to realize the sufferings around you or in you, and have to face up to it. Not just realize, you have to face up to every one of this suffering. Say, for example, if a teenager knows how to face, to confront the suffering, he will not commit suicide. He will not take to drugs. Say, a teenager, his mom and dad is having a divorce. They don't want them to be separated. And that's the reason why he's always in agony. But then, he does not know why. He may blame the dad or blame the mom. He does not know what arises from this, that the suffering inside of him mentally. He does not know. He just blames for what is going to him. So he's just taking a negative approach in realizing the suffering. But however, if we can realize the suffering and to a certain way identify the causes of suffering, you help him to think, why did my mom and dad now get into so bad conditions that they want a divorce? Look, my dad is always drinking, my mom always have to go out to work to make a living, and my mom is not too happy and all that. So he would be able to analyze the causes that lead to the suffering. And in the process of analyzing the causes, he would not commit the same thing again. But if he does not know the causes to it, he must just blame the society or blame the family, blame everything, everybody other than himself for receiving that kind of suffering. I'm just giving one example. So there's so much in suffering. And I haven't read anything or heard anything as abundant as the Buddha's teaching in the identification of suffering. The Buddha identified the causes in suffering, the kinds of suffering. Identify causes of suffering, not just of the present situation, not just of the lifetime's causes. It refers back to previous lifetime causes too. So the time horizon of a suffering is three-dimensional. The past, the present, and the future. Not just analyzing the present suffering. And some suffering cannot be explained just in the present time perspective, you know. What happened to a baby born with a certain sickness? Why am I? I'm a teenager, and why do I have to suffer from I'm a stutterer. I cannot talk properly. Why do I have to suffer this? I was born that way. And why God is so unfair to me? It's not God. It's not that God is unfair. God should be fair, right? If God is unfair, God is not God. Then you shouldn't be believing in God. It's not God. It's you created your own destiny. You could have done something that cost you to have what you have today. There's so many information in recognizing suffering, understanding suffering, and what is most important, how to face up to it. And what is even more important, how to help others to face up to it. And in the process of helping others, you're realizing more recognition. You're learning more and more in the process of teaching others to do it. So there's so much to talk about suffering. Fortunately, in these days, Google has everything. You just put in suffering and you got all the information in there. Particularly, you say, the Buddhist teaching on suffering is so abundant. That unit of suffering and compassion can go on for hours. And of course, you have to, it depends on what grade you're teaching, you have to introduce the interesting aspects in suffering by giving examples, practical examples at home, practical examples at school. There's suffering at school too. What kind of suffering at school? Right in the class, there is suffering. That is more immediate. Why do you suffer? At class, in the school. Suffering at the school. And compassion. How about compassion? We start compassion in the class. You'll be more compassionate to your fellow students. How to render your compassion. How not to hate each other. How to use compassion to improve the productivity in the classroom. In the classroom, we still can talk about productivity. It's not just on a profit and capitalistic perspective of productivity. The productivity of the teacher, of the students, the productivity at class. Utilize time productively. How do we use materials productively? How do we not to vandalize your student desk and write graffitis on washrooms, wall? So many things to talk about. We can talk about all these. Sufferings and passion. This is a very good topic. Because they seem to be opposites of each other. Actually, they go hand in hand. There is no suffering without compassion. There is no compassion without suffering. Something like that. So that's the reason why the Buddha said, thank you, beings, because of you I get enlightened. Another way of saying it is, thank you, students, it's because of you that I become a better teacher. Without you, I cannot be a good teacher. Without you, I don't have a chance to teach. If the teacher appreciates every class, every talk in such a way that what I'm giving out is, I already have received a lot. Without you, students, I cannot be a good teacher. If you think that way, I still remember that movie many, many years ago. When I was a teenager, I watched that movie. And I still remember it. It's by Sidney Poitier, it's To Serve with Love. Have you ever seen that movie? You ever seen that movie? That's an extremely good movie. And To Serve with Love. And they even have a song in it. I think every teacher should see that movie. And there's another movie. Oh, I shouldn't talk about movies all the time. Otherwise, they say, this monk is always watching movies. I watched those movies when I was very young, okay? A Bouquet for Charlie. Have you ever seen that movie? Charlie was a restaurant waiter. And he fell in love with a waitress. But he had this kind of sickness that he knew that he could only live with a normal mind for about 9 months. But he loved this lady so much that he fell in love. And he told this lady that after 9 months, I would be like out of my mind. He couldn't remember anything. He couldn't continue to love anymore. And the story developed expressing the meaning of unconditional compassion. A very simple movie, a very simple story, but it's so touching. Yes?
I just have a suggestion because I was a teacher too. The person may want to speak to the principal
Yeah.
first, and because the school board has a protocol.
Oh.
Sometimes check with the school board, as well.
When you mention that a monk will be going to a school, they will say, oh, you are using religious influence on the students. But I think what you have to tell the principal is, this monk has nothing to, is not talking religion. When he talks, he's never talk about believing in the Buddha. He may not use that term too. He may say, walk in the last room and say, throw away Buddha. Or don't think that I'm a monk. They just say I'm an average person.
The Dalai Lama was in town recently, and I went to see one of his sessions. And when I was teaching, actually Vancouver School Board implements his compassion program. It was funded by Goldie Hawn, the actress.
Yeah.
And she funded one elementary and one high school,
Yeah.
teaching compassion to the class. And I visited the elementary school class, and I spoke to the teacher there. It's an East Side school, and that class was very tough. Lots of misbehaved children, and she had to send some of them 3 or 4 times during the day to the principal's office. But after teaching the class, compassion, she no longer needed to send anybody to the principal's office, and they were all working hard.
Yeah,
and,
that's great. Yeah, that's good. So there's results in that, and maybe that should be documented. Yes. Yeah.
It was my question.
Oh, that was your question. It was your question. Oh.
Because I run a social development program for kids in need. They suffer with addiction, some of them. So I will talk to my principal. And
First of all, we have to respect the protocol of the school board, but we have to convince the school board that what we are talking about, at least I can't represent all the other monks. What we will be talking about has nothing to do with religion. It's regarding how to be a better person, not say, oh, believe in the Buddha and come to my temple and prostrate and say your prayers, nothing like that. Maybe you document the results, introducing that course, and document it and not let other teachers know about it. Most of the major religions talk about compassion too. But it would be surprising if the school board allowed you to talk about suffering, because it sounds negative, but it's not negative. Suffering is negative, but you can positively face it. You can positively resolve it. So, yeah.
Someone to come to our clinic
Yeah.
to start meditation class for our patient.
Oh.
Because some patient asked me to start for meditation class.
You might think, oh yes, why not? You've been here for a number of years, and you have been here for at least 5 years, I think, right? About 5 years?
8 years.
6 years? 8 years? Oh, you can start your meditation. You can, with what you know, you can start your meditation. But make sure that, this is just my comment. In any meditation you start, don't talk about money. Don't talk about you register and you pay how much. Don't talk about that, because that makes meditation at a lower level. We never talk about that. Okay, so it's good that you can teach meditation. What you know, you teach them what you know. Yeah, so that's the reason why we say meditation is a geometrical expansion. You are learning it in here, you're practicing in here, and if you geometrically expand it, it's good for everybody. Yeah, all right, yes?
One time I taught my grade 3 class meditation, because I asked them how many people cannot sleep at night, and most of them put up their hands. I was surprised.
They cannot sleep at night, they have insomnia at night.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. And then we talk about why they couldn't sleep, and then I finally decided to teach them,
Meditation at class?
meditation. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. So they don't have to cross-leg, they just sit on their chair and they meditate?
Some of them lie down on the carpet,
Yeah.
When I taught high school, I also taught my high school classes meditation as well.
Well, yeah, that's good. Teach them meditation and tell them the importance of the mind. And for those students who do not have confidence, many students have a confidence problem. They always think that they're inferior, they're not as good, or they are not achieving as much as they want. They don't recognize their own values. You have to tell the students to have to recognize the values. Why people commit suicide, why people can't do as good as others, because some are confident in themselves and some are losing confidence day after day. And if they also have to encounter problems at home, that would further aggravate the problem. Remember back there we say Prajnaparamita, one of it is Viraya. Viraya is talking about confidence, how to increase your confidence in achieving what you want. So that's important too. Yeah. Next question. When entering that next body at rebirth, is there any fight going on with other energies that want to eat in earlier the same body? Well, you're talking about two spirits entering a body? It's not like that. Reincarnation is not. Reincarnation is not a body there and you want to enter that body. Body suggests it's a material. When a person dies, within 49 days, he may be still roaming around. And that's what we call Bardo stage. That stage is body. The Bardo stage is not a body, it's not a material. It's like an energy. I can use the word energy. Sometimes the word energy is not even appropriate for it, but assuming it's energy. So that Bardo stage of you is roaming around. And the feeling of that Bardo stage, some of them do not want to leave. They're still wandering around, and they wander around their families. They don't want to leave. They're reluctant to leave, and sometimes they're sad. They don't want to leave. And some, they're not like that. They know I'm dead already, so they're more free. They don't attach, no more attachment as far as their own body is concerned, and somehow they free themselves and they reincarnate according to their own karma to where they should go. So if a roaming Bardo stage energy roaming around, there's a man and a woman making love, and it sparkles certain light. And that Bardo stage person see the light, because a Bardo stage person is in a gloomy situation. They're quite dark. When he see a light, he will go into the light, and when he reaches the light, he already entered into that light. And why did they enter that light? There's so many causes for it. Maybe they know the husband and wife, they know the men and the ladies, they know, and there are many, many reasons for it. It dates back to previous lives. And then they entered that consciousness, energy, enters that body. When an ovum and a sperm fuse, then at the same time that energy zoom into it, the energy and this material of fusion would boom, form an embryo, form the seed in there. It is formed at the same time. When that is formed in there, that is him already. That is that energy already in that stage, in that body. It's like that in your body, you have your spiritual and your body. When you already occupy that, and you're slowly growing and growing and growing, you're already there. But there are situations like it enters the body, and somehow, because of other causes that we don't identify, it does not want to be there, or somehow there is another energy that could be simultaneously enter that body too, because that light, that sparkle, attracts not only that Bardo stage person, it could be attracting other Bardo stage person, which is related to this man and woman too, not just you, because everybody is so related to many, many parties, many, many people. So maybe at the same time, it depends on who is faster, who is more mature in the relationship and enter that body. So there shouldn't be any conflict. If the probability of that conflict is very, very slim, if there's such a probability, then maybe there's a twin. Unless that Bardo stage, in that state of embryo, is destined to, because when you are in the mom's body, you suffer as if you're a prisoner. You can't move. And that is a kind of suffering too. When certain body stage, because of causes that are unknown, they always have to go through that kind of suffering. In other words, they get into a human body, stay there for a month, they enter into another body, stay for a month, and they continue all the time suffering from the imprisonment of an embryo from life after life after life because of certain conditions, right? And in that situation, when he suffers 1 month and is doomed to die, a premature baby, then he leaves the body. And then another body will come into that mature body to form another body. That's possible. There's so many possibilities. And is there any fight going on? I don't think there's a fight going on. It depends on the maturity. There's no fight going. You cannot just fight something to get in. I don't think there's any. It's all karma. Maybe the fight depends on the maturity of the karma. And you call it a fight. Some is more mature than the other, and that mature one would get in more, faster. And you call that a fight, but that's just a word. I mean, a fight is not a proper description for such a situation. Final question. Can one attain Buddhahood or Nirvana without having Prajnaparamita? You cannot attain a Buddhahood if you are unenlightened, if you still have imperfections, if you still have mental afflictions, jealousy, hatred, ignorance, you have all that kind of thing, you cannot enter into Buddhahood. So you must get rid of all those things. In other words, when you have impurities, you cannot call yourself pure. You have impurities. And you have to be free of all this. You have to learn how to get rid of all these. So when you ask me, do we have to get rid of these impurities? Yes. If you don't get rid of these impurities, how can you be a Buddhahood? So Prajnaparamita is not a holy grail. You have to get rid of all your problems before you become a Buddhahood. Okay? Next question. Last time it was mentioned by you that Nirvana is not a physical place, location, but the Western Pure Land is. So where is the Western Pure Land, physical location, with respect to the planet Earth? Buddha South community introduced the Western Pure Land to us, and he said it's to the west of us as a location. Nirvana is not a location. Whatever is still a location is illusory. It's just like a caravan of people. They haven't reached the oasis yet. They have come to a city when they take a break, where they have water and all that. You could just go under there before you starve yourself to death. You go into that city. That city is a mirage. It's not real, but there's still a city that you replenish all your food, your drink, and after you rest properly there, and then you go on your way to oasis, to that Shangri-La. But you need some place as an intermediate place before you go there. And that Western Pure Land was Amitabha's Pure Land, where he constructed that university to teach you to go to Nirvana. But that place is just a created place. And after you've gone there, then you learn, you become the Buddha, you don't need that place anymore. It's just an intermediate place for you to learn. It's not a final destination. It's a physical location, but it's not a final Nirvana state. Well, it's to the west of the planet Earth, very, very far away to the west, where Amitabha constructed the land. And also, in order to go to that land, you need certain method to go there. You need to link up with that. You need to register. You need the qualifications to go there. But Amitabha reduced his qualifications quite low so that he would accept everybody. And his qualification is, as long as at the juncture of death, you're not so confused that your mental frequency is linked with his mental frequency. And he told you, now, my frequency is this. Now here is a device. And this device would link up with my frequency. You have to keep this in good shape. You have to use this device properly in order that you are linked in there. And that device is always concentrate in chanting his name, because most people are confused at the juncture of death. So you have to link your frequency with that frequency so that you go over there. It's scientific. 300 years ago, nobody would discover that certain station can receive human voice within thousands of miles away. But now, if a frequency matches, he can receive you and you can receive him. It's that frequency that matches. Without that frequency, you cannot match. But 300 years ago, you won't imagine that you can use a frequency to link your communication with the central communication. It's out of your imagination. But it is now. It is now. So it's not unlikely that that frequency will link you up to that Pure Land. Very scientific. The first question, I have heard from some practitioners, Buddhists, that when we die, the king of hell, Yama, will come and ask 3 questions. What are these 3 questions? Why 3 questions? Can I have 4 questions? 5 questions? I've never heard that the Yama will ask only 3 questions. So the Yama is only interested in asking 3 questions and not 1 and 2 and 4 and 6? It doesn't make any sense to me. I think I would like to let my imagination go wild. Maybe the first question is, what do you do when you are alive? Simple question, right? If you do something wrong when you are alive, you reincarnate into the animal kingdom. What do you do when you are alive? Can you get yourself prepared? When the time comes when Yama asks the question, you say, oh, I have been so compassionate to my folks. I've been a philanthropist. I've helped many people. I was a responsible father, a responsible mom. I have 6 kids and I raised all these kids with my love and my compassion. I help all of my colleagues and I've done a lot of charity work. So the Yama will be happy about it. But are you in that position that you can explain yourself, telling Yama that you have done a good job in your life? What did you do in your life? Did you do a good job in your life? The job of living, or somebody call it the art of living. Have you done a good job of living? What do you do? Yama said, what do you do? Well, I'm sorry, Yama. I've been drinking and I died after being intoxicated. And I'm sorry I killed 2 people and I raped 5, but I won't do it again. And Yama said, no, it's too late. So ask that question to yourself. You can almost ask the same question to yourself. What do you do when you are alive? Isn't that the most important question? What do you do when you are alive? Well, responsible. I'm a responsible father. I'm a responsible mom. I raise all my kids. I have no regret. Maybe that's the time I used to be saying my way. The curtain is down. And you have a case to tell. What do? You do it your way. What is your way? Your way of responsibility or your way of irresponsibility? Let's carry on. Who will be the next enlightened Buddha? Maitreya come to human realm? You said it. The next Buddha will be Maitreya Buddha. Maitreya is a Sanskrit word. It means giving out compassion, giving out mercifulness, giving out kindness, benevolence. So that's the next Buddha coming to this world. Spoken by a prediction of the historical Buddha that we have, Buddha Sakyamuni, and he said the next Buddha will be Maitreya Buddha coming to this world. Where is he now? Where is Maitreya? Maitreya now is in Tushita heaven. That's the world where all the angels are. So that's very complicated. Just to give a simple answer to your questions, which may require a lot of details, Maitreya Buddha is the next Buddha to come. Next question. What do you suggest for addiction problems? I can answer your question from a perspective of a monk. The addiction is in your mind. You are your own master. You are addicted because you want to be addicted. You habitually get addicted to it. You cannot change your addiction by just going to see a doctor, by just taking some medicine. You have to change by improving your mind, by changing your mind. Don't depend on an external party to heal you. You got to save yourself. Change your mind. Why do you get addicted to it? Because you like it. Because you're not strong in your confidence of changing it. Build up your confidence in you. Build up that confidence in you that you can do it. There's nothing that you cannot do as long as you're determined to do it. Realize your value. Addiction eradicates your perception of value. You know you're useless because of addiction. You know that you shouldn't be addicted to it. You know that your value is being jeopardized. Why do you give yourself value, give yourself the confidence to improve? Everything is in your mind. Work your mind first. Nobody can change it for you. Not Buddha. Buddha cannot change your mind. Buddha can only tell you how to change your mind. Nobody would put you in Nanaimo. He can only tell you the map going to Horseshoe Bay to take that Nanaimo trip. He can only give you the map, the guidance to go there. He cannot take you and throw you over there. You got to walk your own path. You got to climb every mountain, cross every stream. Do you hear that song? Climb every mountain, cross every stream. Do it. Nothing you cannot do. Well, if you really want to strengthen your mind, do a mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. In every mantra, you're thinking, my mind is strong. I want to change my addiction problem. I want to be better. I want to improve. Use Om Mani Padme Hum as the spiritual medicine to strengthen your confidence in changing yourself to be a different person. Realize your value. You've got that value in you. That value of strength and confidence. As I said, just as a wave disturbs the stillness of an ocean, every addiction thought in your mind disturbs the peacefulness and tranquility of your mind. Changed it. Next question. Can you talk about the symbolism to the meditation room and the meaning, for example? Why are there 100 seats? Next time I'll make it 101. So that you don't have to ask question again. If I put 90 seats in there, why are there 90 seats? If I don't put any seats in there, so why aren't there any seats? You can win with people like that. They always stick to a number. They always think of a magical number. They're looking for magic. They're like they're magic lovers. There's always 100 or 99 or 99.5. Well, if I say there should be a 99.5 seats in there, what do you think? So there's no such thing as a magic number. It just happened that there are 100 seats. Next time probably we'll take another seat to Bowen Island and make it 99. So that you don't have to ask the same question again. Next, why that amount of doors? I told you already. There are reasons to build so many doors. At the beginning of each, I used to do that in my first 5 years. When we first started, I said, everybody, please put out your hand. So every meditator put out their hand. I said, close your eyes. And everybody closed his eyes. I said, visualize that here, this monk give you a garbage bag. And have you grabbed that garbage bag in you? Who is missing a garbage bag? No one raised his hand. So everybody take out a hand and take that garbage bag. I said, dump all your emotional afflictions in that garbage bag. What are these emotional afflictions? Jealousy, hatred, disappointment, worry, depression, inferiority complex, superiority complex. Dump all this garbage into that bag and seal it up. Tie it with a knot, throw it out that door. I got 24 doors for you. You know why I built these 24 doors for you? Just for you to throw out those bags. There must be a reason for building so many doors. You really take a look at the doors we built. Why? There's a reason for building so many doors. There's so many people. One door is not enough. That's the reason. We have so many doors, 12 doors altogether for you. So that's the reason why we have so many doors. Why 3 Buddha statues and why those hand gestures? Well, there are millions of Buddhas. We want to put 3 in there because our shrine is not big enough. We would like to put 20, 30, 60, 50, 1 million. But how can we put so many? People believe in a number of 3, so we say we put 3 in there. And people sometimes they like to think about what are the most important. Let's count 3 most important things I have to do before I died. They always like to count 3. So what do I want in my life? I want longevity. And we have a longevity Buddha in there. The Buddha of medicine is the Buddha of longevity. So that's when I'm living, I want to be healthy. I want to live long to 100 years. So we have the Buddha of longevity, which is the Buddha of medicine, by Sajya Guru Vaiduraya. Remember what Cheng? By Sajya Guru Vaiduraya Prabharajaya Daragataya Rahate Samya Sambuddhaya. So that's the Buddha of longevity. So that's regarding living. We want to live long. And how about when we die? When we die, we don't want to go to hell. We don't want to go to animal kingdoms. A dog, a pig, a cow. I don't want that. A chicken, a duck. But interestingly, once I have a question, and I gave a lecture. I talk about reincarnation. There's a lady who raises her hand and says, "There's no problem with reincarnation. I want to be a butterfly in my next life." She wanted to be a butterfly. Well, I said, "Yeah, some kids would tie your back to a string and let you fly, and you will be a butterfly that is suffering." Some people want to reincarnate into a butterfly. Do you want to reincarnate into a butterfly? So there are people who are like that. So why 3 Buddhas? The center Buddha is the historical Buddha, Buddha Sakyamuni. That is the actual existing Buddha in the history of civilization. That is such a Buddha. According to history of mankind, in India 2,600 years ago, there was such a Buddha. 2,600 years ago, there was such a person by the name Prince Gautama. He became an ascetic. He went into the woods and started to meditate, and after 8 years, he got enlightened and became the Buddha. And since then, Buddhism has descended life year after year up to now. Why 2 dragons at the entrance? Don't attach too much importance to the numbers. Why 2? Why? Ask yourself, why do I have 10 fingers? That's an easy question to ask. Ask yourself, why do you have 10 fingers? Why do you have 1 nose and not 2? Why do you have 1 mouth and not 2 mouths? 2 eyes? 1 head? But there are beings who have 2 heads. Words are not important. So when we talk about religion, we say, I'm a Christian, I'm a Roman Catholic, I am a Hindu. It does not matter. You have that nature in you, that enlightened nature in you. You can become enlightened. Don't attach to language, numbers. Next question. What do you think of yogic flying? What is the art of defying gravity as a result of advanced meditation? Yogic flying, I believe in it. Many years ago, when I was about 20, in my age from 23 to 25, in those 2 years, I have been meditating with so much time, almost like 5 hours per day at least meditating. I found that my body was getting lighter and lighter. And actually, when my experiences is that one night I meditated, and I meditated for 3 hours, and I started at about 5 o'clock, so 6, 7, 8. I usually have dinner at 7 o'clock. At that time, I was studying at University of Toronto, and we used to cook our own dinner. We rented a house somewhere in the basement of Darcy Road, which is close to the campus, St. George campus at University of Toronto. And we used to cook our own food at dinner. So I planned to get up at about 7 o'clock from meditation and started to cook for myself. But I started to meditate until 8 o'clock. And I got into a deep meditative state, and I felt as if I was a cloud in the air. And I felt as if I was able to fly out from the window. I feel so light, so delightfully light. People usually feel very heavy, heavily, walking heavily. In those 2 years, I feel that I had a spring in every step. Every step I have, it seems that I had a spring underneath my soul that I can walk very, very fast. And at that particular night, I felt as if I could fly. And I believe in flying out of the window. But I had to control myself. But still, my body, poop, goes up, poop, comes down again. So in other words, there's a lot of, you know what I mean? Up, down, up, down, up, down. In a very fast mode. Whoop, the whole body up and then down again. And up and down and up and down in a vibrating movement about 6 inches from my mat. If you can elevate yourself 6 inches from your seat, if you don't call that flying, I don't know what you call it. It's up from the air, in the air. And I felt as if I was able to fly over from that window. So when you're in a meditative state, I think the cells of your body start to change. The cells of your body, well, we are made up of body cells. The cells of your body, the structure is the structure that is so heavy, but when you reach in your meditative state, maybe, I don't know, maybe your cells in that particular moment is not a normal human cell. So you were able to fly. And according to histories of mankind, there were gravitation in the ancient days, that people actually gravitate. Not just of Buddhism, not just related to religion. They just know how, they just could fly. And there are living beings in another dimension that can fly. E.T. can fly. Have you heard of E.T.? Would fly from his place somewhere in the universe, and it became so heavy that he couldn't fly back. Eventually, he was able to fly back. But his heart is still pointed. It's still linked up with that boy. Their compassion were linked together with that little finger. So there are beings in another dimension who can fly. I believe in anything could happen. If you practice 6 hours per day in your meditation, rightfully, in the right way, I believe that you can fly. Because your body cells start to change. Not only can you fly, everything in you seems to be a little different. During those 2 years in my meditation, when I was able to meditate at least 3-4 hours per day, when I wrote my examination, my mind could think 10 times faster than I write. When I answer a question, well, I was sitting in the examination room with those questions confronting me. When I perceive that question, my mind is already working, but my pen, my fingers cannot move as fast, already fast, 2 times faster than normal, but still my mind is much faster. Because as I said, just as every wave disturbs the stillness of the ocean, every thought in you, polluted, disturbs the diligence and the wisdom of your mind. If you get rid of those thoughts, you are a saint. Talking about answering questions, my experience is this. Sometimes a question is difficult to answer if the person who asked the question already has a bias in it. I can see which question is initially biased and which question is more objective and looking for more enlightenment. I'll give you an example. If I come across a question like this, there's a question written more or less like this. He says, we believe in Jesus, and Jesus I believe in God, and God is God, you know. But your Buddha is from a human. It's better to believe in a God than in a human. You know what kind of bias is already contained in there? Because he's assuming that his God is God. You can't argue because he bases his question on an invincible truth that's stationed in his mind that he don't want to change, that God is God. God is God, and I believe in God. I'm more superior. He's God, you know. And you believe in a human. According to the history, there's such a Buddha. You believe in a human, and how come you're so not clever as to believe in a human? I believe in a God. So how come you people believe in a human? So that kind of question, it looks very simple. Sometimes it may look naive, but that's more difficult to answer. You know why? Because you have to convince him that he's making assumption in his question. He's assuming something that I haven't agreed on. I don't agree on God is God. I don't agree on God is creating you. I don't agree on God is the creator. You're making the assumption and ask me the question and want me to answer. That's a difficult question to answer. It's not so difficult that you don't know how to answer it. But the person who asked the question, he's not only biased, is also not logical. You talk about that thought defines personality, and personality defines destiny. But where do thoughts come from? It comes from you. Don't you agree that that thought comes from you? So you ask me, where does that thought come from? And I say it's from you. And how can we improve on thought process in our daily lives? Maybe the question should be rephrased in this way. Where do thoughts come from? I say, the thought comes from the mind. Not my mind, your mind. A thought comes from your mind. And then you ask further a question, what is my mind? What is mind? And I say, mind is consciousness. If I have consciousness, I must have a mind. If I don't have a mind, but like a piece of stone, I don't have consciousness. Mind is consciousness. And then you ask further a question, where does this consciousness come from? And how come I think in this way? How come I have to learn all these things? And I react in a certain way. Because I react in a certain way, then a lot of these things happen to me. And that means in my interaction with the outside world, this consciousness is the origin of all this interaction. And this kind of interaction sometimes gives me happiness, sometimes gives me suffering, sometimes I cry, I laugh, I do all kinds of emotional expressions. And why does it all affect me? That's exactly what the Buddhist teaching is all about. I can't tell you in just one sitting like this. It's a study of your consciousness. And in the Buddhist philosophy, in the Buddhist teaching, it's called Mujnanamatrada in the Sanskrit language. In the Chinese language, it's Wei Xi. Wei is mere, Xi is consciousness. Mere consciousness only. In other words, you are nothing but consciousness. Nothing exists but consciousness. And every consciousness, how come it's not the same? Because your karma is not the same. So there's a lot to think about in the Buddhist language. That's a good question. But that's a question that triggers many, many thoughts. First of all, you have to be shown the map to your destination. You have to be shown like that. And then you have to point your fingers and analyze your map. And then you have to put your knapsack on and put all your belongings and all that, and your cane and your stick and your everything ready for yourself, and walk that path. It's not enough just to have a map or just to know of a destination. You want to go to heaven, right? You're talking about heaven. You can't just say, oh, give me the heaven when I died. You've been paving your way to hell, and you're looking for heaven. How can that happen? You want to go to Horseshoe Bay to get to Nanaimo. You're driving further and further and further away from Horseshoe Bay. You can never get there. You have to drive closer and closer and closer until you got to Horseshoe Bay, and then you cross to Nanaimo. You have to walk it. So many things you have to prepare yourself to get enlightenment. And nobody can do it for you. Not God, not Buddha. Buddha only gives you a map. You have to walk your path. You don't walk your path, you can't get there. Don't be a high-sounding philosopher. Oh, I can give you all kinds of high-sounding terms and terminology and all that, and I'm not practicing it. Practice, practice, and practice. That's the most important. And what's the most important word in doing a successful business?
Honesty.
Huh?
Honesty.
Honesty. Honesty, honesty, honesty. Honesty is just the best policy. But just honesty is not enough. 6 words. To be very successful in whatever you do, 6 words. And we call it the 6 paramita. 六度波罗蜜. The 6 paramitas. 六度波罗蜜. That's in the Heart Sutra, something. What are these 6 facets of life that will lead you to happiness, that will lead you to success? Generosity, discipline, patience, diligence, or hardworking, concentration. That's 5, right? The last one is what? You know it. Wisdom. So of these 6 factors, which the Buddha told us, the 6 paramitas, you'll be successful in whatever you do. A company, for example. You want to be successful in your company? Let's apply these 6 paramitas. What's the first one? Generosity. How do we practice generosity in getting to be a successful business? What is generosity? Generosity, in a broad category, means what? Giving. What can you give to the consumers? What kind of service you give to your consumers, your customers? If you're thinking always of ripping off your customers, what you can benefit from the customers, and not giving about a service, a satisfactory service to your customers, you can never win. You don't think about, I always want to rip off and make profit from my customers and not to render him or her the best service. You have to give. Same being a teacher, for example. If you always have that idea of generosity, you always walk that extra mile to make your students improve better and better. I always get the example of that movies To Serve with Love. Sidney Poitier. His extra time is dealing with students. His extra time is mixing with students and talking to students. His whole life is in teaching, not just in the classrooms. The 6 paramitas, the first one is giving, and you got to give. Don't think about what you can get from the society, what you can give. If you're a responsible husband, what can I do to improve my kids' education? What would I contribute to the family? What would I give to the family? If you're being selfish, you're just thinking about yourself. You're not a responsible father. Certainly, you're not a responsible mom if you're always egoistic. Discipline. How does it apply to a company? A company has no discipline in it. How can that company be successful? The board of directors has to have discipline of meetings, of making the proper minutes, of introducing everything, exchange of information to make that company better. The managers always have to think about how to discipline himself. The workers have to work in a certain time. You've got to have discipline in your company to be better and better and better. The 6th paramita. Para, what is para? Getting on shore. Getting from this shore of failure to that shore of success. Paramita. Parama is perfection, a broad perfection. That's how where we derive that word panorama. Panorama is unlimited view of success. Second question. We will always experience pain, but the suffering from it is optional, right? We can choose not to suffer. What it says is, we can choose not to suffer. You have a choice, but can I exercise that choice? If you are sick, can you exercise that choice of not being sick? If you are dying, can you exercise the option of not dying? Can you exercise that option of not being born in a poor family? You want to be born in the family of a tycoon who has billions of dollars. Do you have that option? Do you have the option of not getting aging? Do you have the option of, when you were born, you have a handsome face? You have no option. Basically, you don't have an option of not born in this world. You say, when you're in the mother's womb, you say, I don't want to be born. I know this is a poor family by the kind of food my mother tastes. It's not good food. I'm not going to come out. Can you say that? Do you have an option of not coming out from your mother's belly? You have no option at all. Why didn't you have no option? You tell me. Your question should be, why didn't I have no option? Why? Because you created that yourself. You created the kind of karma that pull you to where your suffering is. And if you're not suffering, if you're being born in a rich family where you can enjoy, as a teenager, you will enjoy driving a Ferrari and all that. I still remember the couple of young students sitting in there. When I talk about suffering, he rose up and he left. Before he left, he said, I didn't see any suffering. The life is happy. And later, some friends around said, you know why? She was driving a Ferrari in a parking lot, and her parents, it's high officials in China, making billions of dollars, and they were sent to study in here. You can choose not to suffer, you cannot, because you created your own karma, which pull you to where you are. You have cultivated the causes of who you are. Why are people different? Some are handsome, some are beautiful, some are ugly, some are slim, some are healthy, some are unhealthy, some have broken marriages. Why some people have a long-term relationship with husband and wife until they die, and even when they die, they will bury in the same grave with intimacy. You go to the graveyard and you see some of those, occasionally there were some graves that the husband and wife buried together. And there were some couples who didn't want to see each other. They hate each other so much. Why? Not because of God, not because of Buddha, because of your own creation. All right? Okay, so you have no option. But, that being said, you can create your option. For the options that have come to you, whatever you suffer, you cannot change them. You cannot change your past, that is to say. Because the past you created causes that lead you to who you are today. How can you change causes of the past? You can only change now for the future. You are the master of your own fate. If you want to exercise those options that you want, be your own master now. Create only roles for good options, not for bad options. Next question. Dear Albert, I read that sleep is something we should control to attain enlightenment. Does this mean we shouldn't sleep? How is this possible? I don't know which book would tell you to control your sleep. You really have to have good sleep in order to have good meditation. Remember, meditation cannot replace your sleep. I don't want to go to sleep, I just want to sleep in a meditation. You cannot. Because every meditation, you have to apply efforts to it. You have to work to it. It's like you're a soldier defending in all these outer environments that attract you, that entice you, that allure you to thinking in a bad way. In other words, every meditation is like you are on guard. You have to be on guard. Don't let your thought be carried away. So how can you say you can replace meditation with sleep. Don't control your sleep, but have sufficient sleep, not oversleeping. If you're oversleeping, that's really not right. I think what is said about control is make sure you have the right sleep, because you have to have the right health to meditate well. In talking about the preliminaries in preparing for meditation, one of the items is have proper sleep and have proper health. If you are unhealthy, you cannot meditate well. So while you are healthy doing your meditation, appreciate what you've got. You've got health. Now, you must cultivate your spiritual way to enlightenment. Don't wait until your health fails you. A lot of people just wait. A lot of people don't have this urgency about this spiritual striving. They always think, I can wait until one day, bang, there's an accident, you're dead. You're waiting until you retire. Some people say, I'm only 35, I want to wait until I'm 65 to practice really well. I can wait. Time and tide wait for no humans, no beings. I started this temple 32 years ago. I started with people, not one single person left. All those volunteers who volunteered to work 32 years ago, I couldn't see any one of them now. They're all gone. The last one passed away in here, in peace, in the temple. And he passed away within a couple of hours, no struggling. He just kicked on the chair and he got bleeding, she got bleeding, and she just passed out and passed away. No pain at all. She passed away very quickly. The last one here, 92 years old. So all those who helped me, who helped us in this temple, to build this temple, all the volunteers, none of them left. Oh, there's one more. There's one at the corner, right at the gracious hall there. The old lady, the senior lady, she started 30 years ago. And no one is getting any younger. When I started this temple, I was relatively young, and now I'm getting to be no man myself. Time and tide waits for no man. Start now, don't wait. While you're in good health, you walk that path. Not when you are limping, not when you suffer from illness. Too late. Not until you were sent to old-age homes with Alzheimer's disease. Stop your worry. In the Chinese language, there was a saying, living with your children up to 100 years, 90 years is your worry about them. You always worry about the younger generation. I don't know, the Chinese family particularly, they're very family-tied, family-oriented. They always worry of, even if their children are grown up, 30, 40, 50 years old, they still worry about their health, or what they're doing. So old people, they have a lot of worries. And then I always tell the old people, yes, you live up to 100 years, you worry for them for 90 years. And some people ask, why? Why 90 years? It's not 100 years? Well, yes, the last 10 years you were suffering from Alzheimer's disease and you couldn't think. How can you get any worry? No worry, because you're in an old-age home. You have to be fat, you don't know how to think, you don't recognize them anymore. You don't recognize them anymore. Hi grandma, hi grandpa, they don't know you anymore. Do guardian angels exist? Yes. Guardian angels do exist. Not only guardian angels, there's so many other sentient beings living in other dimensions that we can see, we can hear, we can feel, but they exist. But how do you know? You always tell me, how do you know? You can see them, you can touch them. To explain this, we need some logical thinking. How do you believe in something? You believe in something basically because from logical argument, another it's from what you see, what you feel, what you can touch. Others is from history, from what the ancient saints say, and some is from your induction or deduction. That's involved with logical thinking. For example, if there's a distant mountain, Mount Baker, if you see some smoke going in Mount Baker, you know there's fire. You don't actually have to see that there's a fire in there. You can conjecture. You know there's no smoke without fire. So you know that as a smoke coming up, there must be some fire over there. You don't necessarily have to see that there's a fire. You believe in something by deduction, sometimes by induction, by postulation, by conjecture, because you don't have to see. Some people say, you don't see a guardian angel, how can you believe in it? You don't hear a guardian angel, how do you believe in it? Remember, humans' senses are so limited. Your hearing instinct is not as good as dogs. Dog can hear 2 miles away, 3 miles away. When the siren is going, the dogs can hear it and start to bark, and only after 5 minutes when the siren bus driving by, then you start to hear it. So our senses are so limited, are so restricted. Don't just believe in your own senses. Sometimes they mislead you too. They're not capable of seeing, listening, and feeling so many things in this world. Whale under the ocean can hear his partner 20 miles away. Whales can you hear under the water 20 miles away? You can't. An eagle up on the treetop can see a seat on the ground from a treetop. Their eyesight is very acute. And some people have special eyes that they can see them. And even if you don't have special eyes, sometimes after meditation or during meditation, when you are so clear in your mind, you may be able to witness some of them. I have this experience that I still can't prove it 100%. When the temple was first constructed upstairs, the Buddha statue was not the same. It's a smaller 3 Buddha statues. Those Buddha statues are now at meditation hall. They originally were accommodated in here, were put in here, but now they were moved to the back side. When we obtained occupancy permit in here, nobody is around. It's still very crude, no furniture, nothing. And since I was one of the pioneers in this project, I was worrying that if we put the statues there, some people can intrude and break them and, somehow stealing them. So I was afraid, so I spent my few first nights in here guarding the statues. So I was meditating by the side of the Buddha statue, and with a clear mind, with tranquility inside of me. Now, I don't even know, up to now I can't prove it. I don't want to mislead you. It may be because of my illusion, or because of my, I don't know. It could be real. So I was meditating, and after an hour and a half of meditation, I was in tranquility, and I opened my eyes, and I saw a guardian angel right at the very top corner, at that corner. It was a lying down, like the reclining Buddha's position, with flowery, with something flowing by the side, and about 8-10 feet in length, about the size of this Buddha, about that size, not a human size. Very bright, very good looking. And I always thought it's a she. I may be wrong. She said, "Do you still remember me? Do you still remember?" I said, "Oh." And then I did a lot of conversation. She pointed her finger at me, and I forgot everything. I didn't know what we were talking about. But I still have that first 1 minute clear that it's a flying object in there. Right now, I'm not quite sure, because I forgot everything we were talking about. But I still remember the first question that she asked me. And she asked me, it's not in language form. It's not a, "Do you know me? Do you still remember?" It's not that. It's a mind. It's not a language anymore. It's just a mind, a mindful transmission. Language is just happening here in this world, not in many other worlds. In many other worlds, they don't use language. In some worlds, they use what? Frequency as a media of communication. And in another world, they use light. In other words, they communicate in light. certain light intensity, like they communicate. Not communication in language, it's crude. In this world, a man and a woman's relationship have to have a body touch. In other words, there must be a body touch to it. But in a higher level of that kind of man and woman relationship, it's a transmission of a smile. It's a shake of hand. A shake of hand is already have that transmitted. The lower level is by body touch. The higher level, they don't have to touch each other. It's just transmission, not in body, So since communication is communication in a mindful communication. You asked about guardian angel. I believe in it because quote and unquote, my own experiences, which may not be right. It could be my illusion. I don't want to claim that I have supernatural power. I don't have. It's my feeling that I have that kind of experience, which has to be proven that I know guardian angels exist. Last question. During meditation, my mind becomes clearer and produces many solutions for ideas for my everyday job, so I feel reluctant to bring that monkey mind back to breathing. Please advise. When in meditation, your mind gets very clear and better. You know why your mind is getting clearer and better during meditation? Because you were able to pull that monkey, to get that monkey into control. That monkey is not too active. You still have that monkey. You think you're so fortunate that you don't have that monkeying mind? You still have that monkeying mind. That monkeying mind has become so tame that you become clearer and clearer. It's just like a pool, an ocean. Just every wave disturbs the tranquility of that ocean. Every thought disturbs the stillness of your mind. So if that monkey sits still and stay put, that's because of meditation helping it. But he's still a monkeying mind. He still wants to move around. So don't think that you want to get rid of that monkey. To bring that monkey back, you are actually bringing it back without you knowing it. Is you just put that monkey under bed in better control until that monkey one day disappears and is complete tranquility and stillness. That's where your pearl of wisdom, your pearl of nature, has no more dust and dirt on it. And your one brightness, tranquility. So it's a good sign that you get clearer and clearer, but because you were in better control of that monkey, it's still a monkey, but that monkey is so tame, it's under your control. First question, how we apply emptiness into action. How about participating in community events and services, for example, elections, etc.? That's a broad subject that requires a PhD thesis to cover. But just to summarize it, of course, we all have to define what is emptiness first. Emptiness, as we said, have a few characteristics. One, everything is dependent arising. In other words, everything arises because of conditional causation. Nothing can arise by itself. It depends on many conditions. There must be causes, and there must be effect. Causes lead to effect. There's no effect without causes. And every cause will come to an effect finally. So in between causes and effect, what do we have? We have conditions. Why would conditions come into play in this situation of causes and effect? Conditions hasten up the causes into action, into results. In other words, I have this cause that I want to go to that temple on Saturday morning. I want to experience a meditation. I have that cause in my mind. I'm determined to go. Now it's Friday night, and tomorrow the prediction is the weather is going to be rainy, and I have nowhere else to go to, and why not just spend a boring day in the temple? nowhere to go, nowhere else to go to. So you are determined. You have that cause, and assuming that if we cut the whole series and say the effect is coming for meditation, and then the next morning you wake up, oh, it's still raining. Yeah, my prediction is right. So is the forecast. So nothing else to do. So you go to the garage and you start your car. You forgot to turn on the light last night. Your battery died, failed. You couldn't start your car. And you get annoyed and you said, oh, maybe I should jump start my car. I don't want to wake up my neighbor. I don't want to call my friend. I can't jump start anything. I've got only one car. So I'll forget it. Next time maybe. So you have a cause and you want to produce that effect, but you don't have conditions. So you need conditions to make your cause into an effect. You have to have its conditions. The fact that you are eating in here, assuming that is the effect of eating in here, then you have cause and conditions to make that come true. Any disagreement, raise your hand. So you all agree. You all agree. Okay. So one of the definitions of emptiness is conditional causation. Everything has conditional causation. Everything is dependent arising. Nothing comes by its own. Nothing comes with own reason. The second is nothing is permanent, which means that there's always changes. There's change every second. There's change in not just every second, every 100th of a second. You see how these molecules move around? How these atoms move around? They're changing all the time. Nothing is stagnant. Everything is changing. Now these are the two obvious ones. Of course, still other characteristics, but just for the purpose of explaining it in the most simple terms possible. So impermanent and conditional causation, that's emptiness. How do I put my understanding of this into action? And people say, how does it benefit me? I want to get benefit. I want to satisfy myself. And I come here, what do I learn? What do I learn? What kind of benefit do I have? That's another way of asking, how do I put this empty sound of emptiness into something useful to me? How do I put it into action? I just grab something from my imagination. I say, you're a student at school, or maybe you're a worker at work. Now you got a new job. You started about a month ago, and you've been working at it. And if you know emptiness, you know that the fact that you got that job is conditional causation. It's not easy to get that job. Now in this job, you say, I want to be a successful worker. Now my employee only giving me $13 an hour, a little bit above minimum wage. And it's not that much, but I'm able to survive. $13 an hour. The national average is $11.50, and I got 13. And okay, so you work, and you say everything is conditional. I want to make $30 an hour. And you start, should I look for another job? No, I want to get it right here. I already got that job. Why do I have to look for another job? I spend months looking for a job. Now I have this job. I want to make it right here. I want to make $30 an hour and not 13. And then you start to ask yourself, hey, that monk in the temple, he's talking about effect. How can I get the effect of the result of getting $30 an hour? How do I get $30 an hour? I don't want $13 an hour. Then what do? Any response at all? No response? Yes, of course.
More valuable to the company.
Right. That's prajna. That's understanding, that's putting karma into action. You want to add value to what you are doing, and if you're adding value to what you're doing, you're adding value to what the company is getting. On the other hand, if you say, I'm working, he's paying me $13 an hour, I just stop at $13 an hour. Why should I do more? Why should I contribute? I'm being foolish if I work so hard because that guy is only giving me $13 an hour. But on the other hand, if you say, no, I want to add more value to this $13 an hour. He paid me $13, but my value is worth right now 16, at least 16. So you work hard to add value to what you're doing. So you work harder, you're more punctual, you're more responsible. You are being a responsible, punctual, conscientious worker, adding value to that $13 by $3. And this supervisor seeing you, oh, this guy is pretty good. And he's talking to his boy, hey, that guy who showed up 1 month ago, he looks like a pretty good employee, I mean. So the employer started to look at, oh yeah, that guy is good. And then you keep on trying, adding value and value and value until you come to $25 an hour. And one day your boss look at you and say, this guy is staying overtime and is really trying his best. I can't let him go in any circumstances. I want to keep him. So he's going to raise you. So you are the master. You add value to yourself. You're not waiting other people to get value, to add value to you. You are the master of your own destiny. You build up conditions for your causation. You do everything, you're trying your best to add your value. Not just in terms of monetary value. You want to add non-monetary value to your work. What is non-monetary value to your work? Your attitude. Your smile to other colleagues in the morning. Hi Jack, how are you? How are you going? How are you doing? You give smile. You give courtesy. You give words of comfort. Money is not everything. Happiness. Happiness not just to you, to everybody surrounding you. You want to add value to your family life? The first thing you learn to do is be a responsible family member. Don't just depend on your mom to clean up the toilet for you, and don't depend on your mom to clean up your laundry for you. You comfort your mom. You tell your mom how great she's been. That's how you do it. You're adding value to your life. You're putting emptiness into action. I've just mentioned 1 out of a million way of showing emptiness into action. How about participating in community events and services, for example, elections? Of course. Are you adding value to your life by participating in elections? But watch it. Are you adding value or disvalue? The choice is in you. You walk your own way. Not God. Even up to your age, you still believe in God determining your destiny? You still believe in God creating your destiny? You blame God for what you've suffered and you praise God for what you've got? You are the master of your own fate. If I want to say, I would give more value to my father or my mom than God. They nurture me. They give everything to me. My dad, my mom, my brothers, my sisters, my teachers, they are all my gods. The God is in them, the God is in me, in everybody. Don't look for it outside, it's inside. Oh, where's God? Where's God? You've got that already. Why are you still looking? Join the elections, participate in the elections, but watch what you're doing. You got to have wisdom to participate in that election. You got to study prajna. What did the Buddha say? You got to have wisdom in everything. You have to understand the truth. And what is wisdom? There's a lot more to learn about it. Rome is not built in a day. Wisdom has to be piled up gradually through your conscientiousness, through your efforts, through your maintenance of your morality, through your conscientious approach to understanding it, not just through getting in the internet and what's the definition of emptiness, what's the definition of God, what's the definition of Buddha. Don't just get into the language. You're exploring a lot of internet about things and you never get enlightened. Next question. Thank you so much for teaching emptiness. I've been trying to learn it over the last 2 years. I've been over the 40 years learning it, and I'm still learning it. What is the tantric method of practicing Buddhism? Tantric method is also known as the exoteric method. Exoteric means it looks very mysterious. It looks very mystical. It looks quite abstruse in such a way that how can chanting a mantra be purifying to you? So it looks very mystical. It put on the coat of secrecy, put on the coat of mystery, put on the coat of mystics of the Orient or something like that. But you have to understand the idea behind it. The idea behind it is purifications of the mouth, the mind, and the action. In other words, purification of your mind, of your speech, and of your action. The three purifications. They emphasize in using the sound as a tool to first pacify and then to purify. And when the sound works, then it goes to your mind. When the mind works as a purification, it goes to your action. So by doing a sound purification, a mental purification, by sound purification, then it leads to action purification, then it leads to mind purification. When your mind is absolutely pure, you're enlightened. Is our mind pure? No, not pure. Is our action pure? Not pure. How come our actions, how come everybody's action now and here is not pure? How come? Because you have been killing, you have been lying, you have been committing sexual misconduct, you have been involving in a lot of impure actions. Those are the crude ones. How about the minute ones? You have been jealous, mad, emotional affliction of inferiority complex, depression, disappointment, worries. All these things are impurities. The Buddha wanted to teach us purification by chanting, by gesticulation, and by thinking. To put tantric Buddhism in a very simple way, it's purification through the sound, through action, and through mind. Nothing about God, nothing about, oh Buddha, give me purity. That's blind request. If Buddha can have the ability to give you purity, then there's no one suffering. Because the Buddha will be so kind that he has already have given out. If he is a Buddha and he is not with his utmost ability, has given out all kind of compassion for everybody, to purify everybody, he's not a Buddha. He teaches everybody methods. But he's not the savior per se. I mean, you still have to walk the path. If he can walk the path for you, he would have done so. If your teacher can write the examination for you, then you don't have to go through the course. Your teacher can do it for you. You have to write the examination yourself. You have to walk that path yourself. What is the tantric method of practicing Buddhism? I already told you. Is it more effective than other methods? The effectiveness only happens in your own mind, or in one and one in all. Assuming the roles, assuming Sunshine Coast is your final destination, and you say, I'm flying there, that is the fastest method. And some people say boat, some people say swim. There's so many different ways going to Sunshine Coast. And you're flying the fast method, maybe in the future it's just a bullet, boom, you'll be next there. And mindful travel is even more than space travel. You want your body to be in Sunshine Coast? I can at the shore of Sunshine Coast right now. I can be in the Parliament building of Victoria right now by closing my eyes and imagine that's the Parliament building. That's where I have my high noon tea. I don't have to go there. When I close my eyes, my thought is faster than your space travel. You can only travel there in half an hour, but I travel there right now. Next question. Which karma is greatest demerit? Conscious wrongdoing or unconscious wrongdoing? Demerit, that means it's really bad, right? It doesn't have any merit at all. So one is intentionally doing something and one is unintentional doing something. Intentional is terrible. Unintentional still is an error, but it's not as serious as intentional. If in one life you're up in the hill meditating, up on the cliff, almost like a cliff, meditating, and then underneath your seat you got a rock a small little rock underneath your knees. So, this rock is disturbing me. It is hurting me in my meditation. It hurts into my knee, this rock. So you throw it down the cliff. As it rolls down, it accelerates the speed. And when anything rolling down, the speed is slower and then get faster and faster and faster. If you're talking about 100 feet, 200 feet, when it gets to the bottom, bang, it produces very, very powerful force, and it hits the head of a peasant, plowing the land underneath it. Bang, he smashes his skull and he dies instantly on the spot. So what is this action? Do you intentionally kill the farmer? No, you didn't know there was a farmer underneath you. So the killing is unintentional, right? You didn't intend to kill the farmer. If you intentionally kill someone, it's going to be very serious. But even if it's unintentional because of a carelessness, you still carry the cause and effect. There is still a conditional causation in whatever minute your action is, whatever minute your cause is, whatever minute your carelessness is, it's still carelessness. And in many, many lives later, that meditator, and he was walking in the market, that monk who meditated, who kicked down that piece of rock, he was walking in the market, and then there was one guy, a peddler, with a stick and with 2 baskets on both sides, carrying heavy stuff. On both sides, maybe 100 pounds in each, or 200 pounds, and all of a sudden, that stick broke. When it broke, boom, it hit the meditator's head, that monk's head, and he died instantly. The farmer didn't intentionally kill him, but cause and effect comes true that that monk was also unintentionally killed. So be very careful. You don't say, I'm careful, so if I kill somebody, it doesn't really matter. It matters. If you carelessly kill someone, that someone will carelessly kill you. 1 for 1. Very fair. So be very careful. If you think that you hit someone on the road and it doesn't really matter, the police won't get you because it's unintentional, you will be unintentionally killed too. So watch the karma. Karma is very minute, fine karma. Be very careful. You can't say, as long as it's unintentional, after eating a banana, you throw the skin of the banana on the floor, and then the senior stab on it, and bang, he died because of this skidding on a banana skin. So you cannot be careless because you don't care about an intentional negligence. A negligence is a negligence. Very scientific. You think you can get away from a good judge, an impartial judge decision by saying, I don't know the law. No. You have the negligence of not knowing the law. You understand what I mean? Any lawyer in here? Yeah? You're a lawyer? Is that right?
Ignorance of the law is no defense.
Yeah, that's right. Ignorance of the law is no defense. So I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just going by prajna. You see the importance of prajna? When you know prajna, it looks as if you almost know. I don't claim myself to know everything, but if you know prajna, you are a more clever person than not knowing it. So why don't you all be more... Can you turn yourself into a more clever, intelligent person by studying the Buddha's teaching? What is the name of meditation practice we did this morning? That's what we call anapanasati, in and out breath. In and out breath. Anapanasati, mahasatipatthana. What are the characteristics of any meditation practices? Characteristics, there's so many characteristics. One of the characteristics is to gain wisdom, to gain concentration, to gain focus. It's one of the many characteristics. In a meditation, it's about focusing. If you can focus, you can do anything. Whatever your mind can focus on, your mind can do. A lot of positive thinkers already have told us. They learn from the Buddha's teaching. Whatever you set your mind to do anything, you can do anything. You set your mind to be like President Lincoln, you emancipated the slaves. You set your mind to be Mother Teresa, you save a lot of helpless people in the streets of India. You have that choice. Which choice do you exercise? Do you want to exercise? Okay, we have a few questions in here. The first question, Buddhists should be vegetarian, shouldn't they? Yes, by precept, by morality. No, because of skillful means, expediency, convenience. Say, if a person become a Buddhist, what does that mean? It does not mean that he stigmatized himself to be a little different. It's just he say that I take the three precepts under the Buddha. I'm very interested in the Buddhist teaching. I would like to explore more into it, and I want to walk my first step. That's the reason why you're taking your three precepts. If someone wants to be a Buddhist and you have to impose on him that he has to be a vegetarian, it will scare them away, and that's not right, because there's so many reasons for someone to be a vegetarian. So to be a Buddhist, you don't have to be a vegetarian. And a vegetarian is not necessarily a Buddhist. So saying that, if you're a Buddhist, you're not a vegetarian yet, and you study more and more into the Buddhist teaching, gradually you'll become very compassionate. You don't want to kill animals for food. You don't want to kill animals for the leather. You don't want to kill animals for the fur. Certainly, you don't want to kill animals for pleasure. But that's not what a lot of people are doing. A lot of people are actually doing it. They're killing animals for food, for fur, for many, many things, for many, many reasons. Whatever you do, as we explained in causation, whatever you do, every thought has a seed of karma in it. If you kill animals for food, what's the effect? The effect is somehow you suffer from sickness. You will suffer from a short lifespan. You will suffer from a lot of mishaps that happen to animals, which will happen to you again. If you don't want certain things to be done to you, you don't do to the others. Why would you kill the seal for the fur? You kill minks for the fur, and the fur is just a fashionable scarf to put on your shoulders, and you walk in your catwalk and you're showing your $50,000 of fur, and that's all cruel killing. There's blood and killing on the fur, and this lady is walking as if he's very stylish on the catwalk, and he carries with herself a lot of blood on the shoulder, a lot of killing, a lot of cruelty. When minks are being smoked to death, they don't kill minks, they just smoke them to death. Buddhists, they should be vegetarian. Buddhists will become, when they start, they don't have to be vegetarian. And in Bangkok, in Thailand, when the monks go out for alms round, people gave them all kinds of food, fish, chicken, and they accept them, and they eat them. They don't have to be vegetarian. Monks in Thailand, in Burma, they don't have to be vegetarian. They just accept whatever food given to them in the alms round. That's the Theravada school of teaching. Even at the times of the Buddha, the monks just accept whatever is given to them. But they themselves, they don't kill. They don't kill, they just accept whatever food is given to them. Of course, as time goes on, any kind of rule could be abused and misused. And because they are allowed to eat meat, then gradually maybe they would forget about the original concept of not eating meat, and they enjoy eating meat, and somehow they may be greedy in eating meat, and they will pick and choose the best meat to eat. I mean, that's a sidetrack from the Buddhist teaching. In the Mahayana school, in the northern school, in China, in Korea, Monks, they don't eat meat. If a monk eat meat, he broke his precept. He cannot eat meat. So we, the Chinese monks, are all vegetarian. They're not supposed to, and they should not eat meat. So if you see any Chinese monks eat meat, those are not real monks. Should Buddhists be a vegetarian? You don't have to be a vegetarian, but you should be. Why should you kill animals for food? I read the Tibetan Book of the Dead. What is your view on life and death? That really hits into something I think about last week. What is life and death? In causation, we said, because everything is from causation. Everything is empty because it does not have its inherent existence. And then we can say, there's no life and death. Nothing can be born. Why does nothing can be born? Because birth itself is not an inherent, in and of itself is not effective. It's causation. There's no birth of something. You cannot create something that is not there before from something. You can make something, but that something is from other things. A birth is a dependent birth. It's not a birth that can come out by itself. Nothing can be born, and also nothing can die. To die, what does die mean? To die means that from something you become nothing. From something, it becomes nothing, then that's dying, right? We cannot make something to be nothing. Something becomes nothing with changing its form only. A leaf has never been born and will never die. It can take on other forms of being. Everything is like that, even you and me. I'm figuratively thinking in my mind, a falling leaf from a tree or a fallen flower from a tree. And then the flower said, I'm not afraid of death because I contain the tree. In the springtime, the sap in the tree gives bud, and I extend all my radiance to the whole world, my beauty to the whole world, give compassion to the whole world. And now I wither away, I drop, but I contain the whole tree. I, one, this little flower, is in the tree. The tree is me, and the me is the tree. And more than that, when I fall to the soil, I nourish back the tree. So I've never left the tree. I'm not leaving the tree. I come from the tree. I'm not leaving the tree. I go back to the tree. I'm always one with the tree. You think I'm different? I'm not afraid of death, because death is only a change of form, a continuation of my changing. Being born again is a continuation of this changing process. So I'll give you an example of the wave and the water. Emptiness is wave. Form is the water. If a wave only sees its form, wave is rising. The wave says, oh, I'm born, I'm being born, I'm rising, I'm happy, I'm being born. If the wave is like that, I'm arising, I'm being born. When I'm falling down, oh, poor me, I'm dying, I'm falling down. I'm appearing, I'm glad, I'm disappearing, I'm not glad, I'm unhappy. Then the wave is afraid of life and death. But if the wave sees that it is the water and identify itself with the water, then it will be emancipated from the notion of life and death. Each wave is born and is going to die in the temporal sense. But the water is free from life and death. If the wave knows and identifies, I don't have life and death, I'm water. What is life and death? It never has happened. It will never happen. I'm not dying. It's a continuation of me going back to the water. And then I come up again. The wave will say, oh, I'm born. No, I'm not born. I identify myself with water. So why should you be afraid of death? But we still are. I am afraid of death. Why? Because I'm habitually thinking about life and death. Because why? I like everything to stay. And that notion of wanting everything to stay stays with me for millions of years in my reincarnation. I never think otherwise. Not just in my life and death, everything I wanted to stay. My estate will stay, my husband will stay, my wife will stay, my children will stay, my money will stay in my pocket all the time, my account will always be $500,000. I want everything to stay. I have my car, I bought a Volkswagen. I don't want to break down because I want it to stay. If I break down, I've got to pay and repair it. I don't like that. So you always have this staying concept. And habitually we're thinking like that. So whenever we're thinking about, talking about not staying, you get scared. There was a philosopher after the Buddha, a monk, Nagarjuna. He says, thanks to happiness, it makes everything possible. Why? Emptiness is causation. Because of causation, it makes everything possible. Without causation, say if this clock comes out, boom, from nothing it comes out, so that means it can come out again and again, it would not disappear, it would have died, then this whole world will be full of this, which is not possible. So when we die, it does not mean that we, no more us, no more we. Birth is really a continuation, and death is a change in form in this process of continuation. And death, in the process of continuation, is a change in form. It's causation. Nothing can be born, and also nothing can die. So don't be afraid of it. But you will. We will. Who likes death? An enlightened monk would not be afraid of death. An enlightened person would think death is just a continuation. And some enlightened monk, in the process of dying, if they know that they're changing their form, they may even know where they go to. And he may, in some situation, talk to his disciples. I'll be in New York. Look for me and bring me back and educate me according to the Buddha's teaching. Don't let me go astray. I haven't been completely enlightened yet. I still have the karmic energy of going through 5 or 6 rounds of reincarnation, become a Buddha. In my next life, I'll be in New York. Get me there. And that's the movie. That's why they have the movie. What do you call that movie? The Little Buddha. Have you seen that movie? They found a boy. It's a family who gave birth to a boy. The boy never want to eat any meat. And whenever he look at a Buddha, he becomes very delightful. I have a teenager who wrote to me in an email. He's about 11 years, 9 years old. He said, I've been listening to your lectures on YouTube. I like it. And I started to worship the Buddha. I have my Buddha in my closet. My family is Roman Catholic. They don't like it. So I hide my Buddha in the closet. So every morning, I went into the closet and I kneel and prostrate and chant the Heart Sutra. Oh, I said, that's interesting. And probably it's from, I don't know, his last reincarnation could have been a Buddhist. So there are people who are like that. There's another teenager, 11 years old, and he came here and say, oh, you are Reverend Guan. Very articulate 11-year-old. Very articulate. He would be extremely articulate. And he said, I listened to your YouTubes and I learned Prajnaparamita. Oh, see, Prajnaparamita. Did you learn at school? No. I also learned the Nirvana Sutra. I said, Nagarjuna says something like this, and Prajnaparamita says something like this. Wow, he knows everything. 11 years old. But the mom get very worried. The first time I saw his mom was very happy because he wanted to bring the child to the temple, because the child always requests the mom to bring to the temple and look at all around. The child felt at home in the temple. The next time he came around, I saw mother have knitted brows and get worrying. So I started to talk to the mother. Don't worry, your son will not become a monk as yet. Oh no, I think one day a monastery would take him away from me. No, don't worry about it. He may not be. And if he becomes a monk, it could be even better to become a bad guy in the streets. He could become a very enlightened monk, and because of his enlightenment, he would bring joy and happiness and compassion and to the whole community, to society. And it's not easy to become a monk. Last night when I calculated the statistics, Hong Kong has 7 million people, And every year, last year, 2014, they didn't have 70 monks get ordained. So 7 million people, they have less than 20 people get ordained. So in other words, I'm thinking if 1 in every 100,000 people wanted to become a monk, then you have 70 monks in that year. But you don't get one person out of 100,000 people who are enlightened enough, who know enough, who could forsake the materialistic lifestyle and pursue this spiritual enlightened lifestyle. Who would do that? Who would become a hermit in the mountain meditating? Who would stay away from meat? Who would stay away from drinking? Who would stay away from men and women relationship? They all like that. They won't stay away from that kind of lifestyle. So I couldn't find one person in 100,000 people who like to be ordained. Maybe 1 in every 500,000 people. So this year we have 3 people ordained in here. But as far as I know, they don't have 70 people ordained in Hong Kong. So they are rare species on earth. Can you speak a bit on compassion, on loving kindness meditation? Yes, you meditate in many ways. You meditate, you're radiating out your light to, maybe first of all, to your family members. You start to visualize the face of every family member. My mom and dad, my brothers and my sisters, and I want to talk to them with loving kindness. I want to care for them, to work with them. You like to help them. Oh, here's my mom working at household chores. I love my mom. I want to help him out. So I like to extend my love to my mom, to my dad. So you visualize that you're extending this in the form of light first. And when you visualize a lot about this, you start to love your mom. And then you extend that love to your company, everybody in the company, all my colleagues in the company. I like to be courteous to them. I like to help them out. I like to be considerate to them. So you extend your love, kindness to everybody. And in the 6 parameters, what do we have? A Bodhisattva should learn the 6 parameters, right? The first one is to give, precepts, generosity, morality, diligence, tolerance, meditation, which is concentration, and then wisdom, right? Actually, the growing process of a single flower contains the 6 parameters. We're learning generosity, to give. We're learning concentration, meditation. We're learning tolerance. We're learning diligence. A flower is already in the process of learning all that. I'll give you an example. In the wintertime, the sap of the tree climbs up to the branches, and the sap of the tree pushes it into a little bud, and that little flower is hiding in there, waiting. In the middle of a storm, in the middle of winter, all the snow fell, the wind and the snow covering it, but it's still hiding there as a bud inside the branches. If you don't call that tolerance and endurance, what do you call it? That little bud in there is going through the snowstorm with tolerance, with endurance. So it's practicing tolerance and endurance in the wintertime. Oh, here comes springtime. The bud sprouts out. Here comes a beautiful flower, a rhododendron, extending its radiance and beauty to the whole world to entertain all those people who watch a tree. It's giving out to the whole world. Its fragrance, its beauty, its color, its shape. Isn't it giving? It's giving to the whole universe. That's the practice of generosity, of giving. So, autumn comes. All the flowers, the leaves falling down, flower falls down. The withered flower falls down to the ground. It continues to nourish the soil. It's giving back. It's giving back to the tree. And when it's hiding in the roots, it's doing meditation. It's doing concentration and focus. Waiting for the next round of nourishment. Waiting for the next round of giving, of compassion, of practicing tolerance. Flower is practicing generosity, morality, tolerance. And it's a system, a process of rejuvenation, a process of growth. It has a system of its own. And if you don't call that wisdom, what do you call it? It has a system of going back and forth to serve the universe. So that's wisdom. And it works extremely hard to achieve its ends. It never gives up. It will continue and continue. And that's what we call diligence. So a flower's growth contains all the 6 parameters. Why are not we doing it? Why are we working in the opposite way? Even the flower knows how to give. Even the flower knows how to tolerate. Even the flower knows how to be diligent. How come we're not? You think about it. Maybe I should think about it too. The first question, in Buddhism, do you have to listen to your parents, even if they do not practice the teaching of Buddhism? How could I deal with feelings of guilt? I think when you say feelings of guilt, it's the feelings of guilt of not listening to your parents. And you know what happens? Some parents yell at their children and say, "Go to hell." Do you go to hell? When your parents say, "Hit the road," and never come back. Do you hit the road actually and never come back? You have to have your own judgment, your own wisdom. Parents are not 100% right. Parents are the same as everybody. They could exercise the wrong judgment. They could be biased. And I'm sure you're intelligent enough to know what is biased and what is not biased. And you may not, but then most people do. I have 2 scenarios of parents who are biased. There are parents who advise their daughter and say, "I saw you going with that Caucasian boy. I don't like Caucasian. I'm Chinese. When you get married, I like you to marry to a Chinese. I don't want you to marry to a white guy. No, I can't stand that." The people, their parents are like that. It does not matter whether that person is good or bad morally, or it's just he's white. He's not yellow. So are you going to listen to him? And if you don't do that, you'll be guilty? There's one scenario. Another scenario is there's a white family saying that don't mix up with the Chinese guys. Don't marry a Chinese girl. That's bias. There are bad guys in the Chinese and there are bad guys in the Caucasian. We're all the same. Culturally, we may be a little different, but everybody is as different as everybody else. Why do you bias? So are you going to listen to parents who are biased in that way? You should have your own judgment. Don't make assumptions either. The other day there was an argument between 2 people right in front. And the argument, if I can summarize, is something like this. How can you believe in someone who is not a God? Buddha is only a teacher. He's only human. He's not God. I believe in God. So why would you believe in a human and not in a God? My God is a God and your Buddha is only a human. You should believe in God and not in a human. He's making an assumption. He's assuming that God is God. His God is God. So he based everything on an assumption that may be erroneous. He already assumed that his God is the real God. In the meaning of the English language, God is better than human. When you explain to people like that, they're not logically sound. You really have to apply a lot of efforts to explain things, to explain yourself. And sometimes you say, "Reverend, can you explain it to him?" I said, "No. If I find that it's difficult to deal with, I just walk away. I'm not going to continue the explanation." Sometimes you cannot continue the conversation because if you know that person is biased, you better walk away first. cool it down and show it by your own conduct, show it by many other ways. Don't try to win others in a heated conversation. If you're a Buddhist, if you believe in any other religion, don't involve in a religious dispute, in argument. No one is going to win. Don't talk about politics, don't talk about religion. No one is going to win. You can only show, most of the time you show it by your conduct. If you see you as a Roman Catholic, as someone who cares, who's compassionate, who's considerate, you're charismatic and you are really good, he believes in that religion. By your conduct, not by your words. A trace of conduct speaks 10,000 words. You can never win in words. You can never win the heart in words, by your conduct. So I'm not saying that always don't listen to your parents. No. Your parents could be biased. And sometimes your parents could be right and you are biased. Your question is, in Buddhism, do you have to listen to your parents? Period. We can answer questions like that. I can say, in Buddhism, you do not have to listen to your parents, no? There's no such thing as, in Buddhism, you should do this and you should do that, no. Second question is a long question. Very good handwriting. I have a good friend who, in her childhood, experienced a tragedy that affected her. Since high school, she has been very depressed. Now, 15 years later, she lives her life saying there is no point to anything, and she is very negative. She is intelligent and able-bodied, so it is hard to watch her let her life pass by in this way. From a Buddhist perspective, what advice can I give to help her find peace and positivity? It's a tough job to do. First of all, you have to equip yourself with sufficient Buddhist teaching to substantiate how you're going to talk to her. Now, let's analyze her situation. She experienced a tragedy that affected her in childhood. It could be many things. Abusive childhood, many things could happen. Why are some children abused? And why some are not? It's all conditional causality. It's all karma. I'm giving probable scenarios to explain this. It could be that that lady, I say, well, for the sake of talking about it, say Mary. Mary had a tragic childhood because in her previous life, she did something wrong to her mom or to her dad. Her dad was her daughter, and she was the mother of her daughter. So in other words, there are some unfinished business in previous life. And she, Mary, abused the parent before, when the parent was in another form, with a relative, family members, and now she or he is just coming back to get even. He's just claiming whatever you have neglected. She's just claiming the debt that you owe her. It's just getting the credit and the debit's balance. There's a lot of liability you owe her. You owe her, for example, emotional liability. You've been abusing her. You have been, you're beating her up. You were not responsible. You were alcoholic, and you did that, and she had a miserable life. And now she's coming back to get you, to do the same thing to you. So you are the creator of your own fate. Now, in that situation, what do? You must willingly pay up the debt. You owe the money, you should pay the debt, emotionally or monetarily, because you've done that to her, to him. And now you're just paying it off. And once that is paid off, it's good. You pay off the debt. But to some people, if they didn't understand the Buddhist teaching about this balancing, he still hang on to the agonizing past. She still lives in the past. What a pity. The past is gone. It will never come back again. Why is she still involved in not letting go of the agonizing past? It will never come back again. It's gone. But she liked to hang on to it, never let it go. There's an agony that she always wanted to remember, and every time when she remembered, she had hatred, anger. She wanted the revenge. She became negative. The past is already gone, but to her, it's still there. She had to learn to let go of the past. Why do we meditate here and now? What is here? Here is concerning space. What is now? Now is concerning time. We say, don't hang on to a thought, a notion of the agonizing past. Use the method of that object only. You concentrate not in the past, abusive childhood. You concentrate right here, right now, at that present moment, on your object of focus. Because you make a big mistake of always focusing on the past, which will never come back again. Why are we still agonizing on it? Poor, poor, poor. You're torturing yourself. You told me your girlfriend is intelligent. If she's intelligent, she wouldn't have hang on to something that would never come back again. Would you? If you're intelligent, would you still hang on to your miserable past? For that reason, if you're intelligent, would you still hang on to your joyous past? Some people say, oh, I'm poor now. I used to be rich. I used to have $1 billion. Now, because of gambling, I squandered it away. I had an enjoyable past. You hang on to your past. You thought the past was enjoyable. The past is gone. Whether it's miserable or pleasurable or neutral, it's gone. So that's the reason why we're practicing right here and right now. If you're intelligent, don't attach to that miserable past. Carry on. Go forward. Proceed. Put your knapsack on your back and march. Don't go back. You stumble and fall. We're still crying over the stumbling. Oh, I'm falling. I got my knees broken. Oh, I'm crying. You wipe your blood, your sweat, put it in your knapsack, and you keep on going. You're just a fool if you're still sitting there and crying. Are you intelligent? Are you telling me she's intelligent? She's not. She likes to hang on. She likes to attach. She'll never let go. Can you tell her that? Letting it go? And there's so many reasons. The reason why your dad treated you that way is because you treated her in your previous life the same. Or maybe even worse. Now you're just playing it off. Why did your husband divorce you? Why did your girlfriend let go of you? You did the same thing to him. The other day there was a lady, 35 years old, and he came up to me miserably with tears in his eyes, and she said, my husband wanted a divorce. And we finished the paper yesterday. I signed. I said, congratulations. You're now free. You don't have any human bondage anymore. You're free. You lost your girlfriend, you don't have a boyfriend, you are free. We're talking about titles of a land title. We're talking about if you have a big piece of art, there's no title to the big piece of art. When you're talking about land, there's a land register, they register that title. But if we're talking about a masterpiece of art, you don't have title to it. But I thought of another thing that has a title to it. That's that marriage certificate. You owe each other with ownership. You don't have to own it. That blind ownership is what we call marriage. Some people say marriage is the ending grave of love. Yeah. So congratulations if you're divorced. If you don't have a husband, that's good. You don't have a wife, that's good. You are free. You're free to practice. You're not free to do relationship. You're free to practice. talk to her regarding karma. Talk to her saying that if you did something bad to your mom in your previous life, of course she treated you like that, to your dad, and treat you like that, because nobody can get away with karma. Can you escape from karma? What is karma anyway? What is karma? Karma is action and doing. Every thought, every action, every speech generates karma from you. And that karmic energy would lead you with conditional causality to where you will be going. What you are suffering now is because of your own karma. What you are enjoying is also because of your own karma. So you are the master of your own karma, your faith, your own fate. And Dhammapada, a very famous sutra, says, what did it say about escaping from karma? Some people ask the Buddha, what's the best way to escape from a karma, from karmic energy? How can I escape? And it says, not in the sky, nor in mid-ocean, or entering a mountain cave is found that place on earth where one can escape from the consequence of an evil deed. You can't get away. You can run, you can't get away. You can't get away from karma. Be careful of every action you did. Every thought generates from your mind. Every speech. You can't get away with it. Nobody can. Not even the Buddha. Only when you are free and pure of karma can you become the Buddha. Your actions, speeches, and thinking of the past and the present life have become latent energies for reincarnation. And that's the reason why we reincarnate in the 6 paths of reincarnations. The 3 vicious paths and the 3 virtuous paths. The 3 vicious paths being hell, hungry ghosts, and animals. Those are the 3 vicious paths. There's 3 virtuous realms. It's humans, heavenly beings, and asuras. Who determine where you should go? Not God. Certainly not Buddha. You dictate your own future. You determine where you're going. Nobody can go for you. Nobody can not going for you. It's scary that you've been creating a lot of karma in your life and you don't know about it. You can't get away with it. You've been doing all these foolish relationships between men and women. You can get away with that? No. The only way you can do is repent. I don't want to do those things again. And not again. That was slowly putting you on the right track. So repentance is the way to go. I've been stealing, I've been killing, I've been greedy, and I've created all this karma. You can't get away with it. There's a saying in Chinese, only when our time is up do we realize that we've been living in a dream. When we're dying, we know, oh, everything is but a dream. You know, all this number of years, I live up to, now I'm 80 or 90 or 100. It's just a longer dream than others. It's a dream. And there's nothing I can bring with me. I'm coming to the end of a dream. I can bring nothing with me except what? My own karma. My own karma I can bring. I still remember that movie, Ghosts. Have you seen that movie? Patrick Swayze say to Molly in the movie. He says, Molly, I feel wonderful. I can bring the love with me. On the other hand, everybody bring karma with him. He's bringing all this love. So love is still something that we shouldn't have brought, we shouldn't bring. But love, it's still an attachment, but that's better than evil deeds. When your time is up, nothing you can bring with you. Not your bank account, not your Shaughnessy home, not your boat, not your car, not your diamond ring, not your bank book. Only your own karma. So why didn't you spend the money on charity and build up some good karma? You've been spending money just what, on drinks, on food, on fooling around, on holidays, and you don't want to spend money to build good karma. You only want to better yourself, using the money for your own enjoyment. You don't want to render good karma. You don't want to build up good karma. That's the reason why people become very generous, because they understand the logic, the concept behind karmic energy. What is good bouncing out, bounce back to you as good. What is bad going out, bounce back as bad. You know why some people are penniless? They don't want to give in their previous lifetime. They are misers. They have $1 million in their account. They don't even give out 10,000. Too much. But 10,000 to buy a boat, a car, 35,000, 60,000 to buy a BMW, Mercedes, you name them. He liked enjoying that, but he would never like to give money to the poor. So build up good karma. Even as long as, in some sutras, even as long as thousands of years, some sutra says, your karmic energy will not vanish. When conditions are ripe, you realize the effect. You think you've rendered something good to a person, you help a person out, and that is wasted, that energy is wasted, it bounces back good energy to you. So always be compassionate. It bounces back to you. The whole world is, you should live in a world of joy if you're giving out joy. Why are you living in a world of misery? You're living in a world where you're always considering, oh, I've been abused, I have a terrible childhood, I have a tragedy, because you never bounced out. I had a lady many years ago when I was in that shrine, talking about abusive childhood. I talked to her about karmic energy, and she started to cry. She said, I bottled that up. And there was a lady, I think she was a real estate, quite a successful real estate agent, very young, about 31, 32. And she came over in the shrine there, Bodhisattva Siddhigapa shrine, and she started to cry when she entered the room. And I wanted to find out why she was crying, to explain to me about a childhood that was tragedy. Of course, I didn't want to ask private things about how tragedy it is. I don't have to ask. I don't want to intrude into privacy of other affairs, but I know there's a tragedy of the childhood. So I explained to her about karma, causal relationship and all that. After she listened to it, she said, I feel relieved. She started to cry. Maybe I did the same thing to my dad before. And now she's just taking it back. That's good. That's the good point of being a monk on site. You're always ready to help. I got 5 questions in here. My first question, if one is in all and all is in one, then how do we continue to draw distinct boundaries between opposition, ray, gores, like good or bad, or happiness and suffering? The two are not conflicting each other. Let's talk about all in one and one in all. Remember we talked about emptiness? Everything comes into being because of conditional causation. Everything does not have its inherent nature, which means that everything is not permanent. Everything cannot arise by itself. Nobody can make something that has no conditions immediately happen. Some people say, yes, God can, but you make the assumption that God is doing that. We have never taken that assumption on your argument. You can assume whatever you want. But based on that assumption, then we can carry on. But if we don't agree on that assumption, how can you carry on and convince me? All in one and one in all. We always use the water and the wave as an example. But let's take oneself as an example. Let's take ourselves. All in one and one in all. I have a piece of hair in here, right? The existence of that single tiny hair, that's one hair. That hair cannot exist without the body. And the body contains of skin, bone, liquid, fluid, liver, heart. You know who you are and what you consist of. My whole body, biological appearance, inside and out, contributes to that existence of that hair. So that one hair cannot exist without this all body. You see, one is in all. And all is in one. That hair does not come about without any reason. That hair comes about because there's circulation, because that body exists, that body lives, that body breathes, that body circulates, that body has all the metabolism it requires to make that hair to be hair. Otherwise, that hair is not hair anymore. Look at a dead corpse, a dead person. After a while, there isn't any hair in that dead corpse. There's only bones. And after a while, not bones, ashes. After ashes, no more molecules, atoms, protons. Oh, it gets back to the cosmos again. So that one existence of hair is in all the body, and all the body contribute to the existence of that hair. Agree? Raise your hand if you don't agree. Come on. You mean the body, it can exist without any hair?
He's saying that.
Yeah.
I think he's saying that instead of putting a multiplicity to it, in a sense, you're saying one and all. He's saying that when you're looking at all, there are many of the one. In other words, there's a lot of hairs there.
Oh, of course.
They're all there. So
Yeah.
he's talking about multiplicity of things.
Oh, of
That's
course.
what he's trying to get
So when we give an example, we look for perspective of that one hair. I'm one hair, and there's another one here, there's another one. There's multiplicity of hair. It's just like in the water and waves. There's so many waves. The wave itself, it's the water. There's no one without all. There's no all without one. Right? You agree? Yeah. There's no up without down. There's no happiness without suffering. Because how can you say something, you're happy, if there's no feeling of suffering? Because suffering and happiness, they're living in a dualistic perspective. Is that what you mean? Yeah. When we talk about, for example, conditional arising, it's not just for bad things. It's for good things too. If you want to be a good student, you have to build all the conditions to be an A student. Then you have to study hard. Or if you want to have a good family, then you have to respect your parents. You have to get good conditions in your parents. Well, not just suffering, it's happiness too. And karma, remember I said about there's wholesome karma, unwholesome karma, and neutral karma. That means there is bad karma, good karma, not just bad karma, and neutral karma. We never talk about just bad things. We also talk about happy things. To be nirvana, to be enlightened, to be peaceful, to be at equanimity is always good. Don't you agree that peace is good? But it's good that you brought it up because you want to know more about it. Yeah. And this is your first time coming here, right? This is your first time coming here? So you want to know about how come we're always talking about suffering and not happiness. But I can tell you right now, not only do we recognize suffering, we highly recognize happiness. We know that we can build up a happy life. You know what the objective of Buddhism is? Put two perspectives. One is from a present life perspective, and the other is from the future life perspective. At the present life, we want to build a happy life through purification of the mind, through caring for others, through contributions to the society, through the socializing with people around you, through having a good family relations, with the human societal relations. A lot of happiness will arise because of your understanding. Then how do we continue to draw distinct boundaries between good and bad? So if all is in one, one is in all, then you cannot differentiate what is good and what is bad. It's two distinct perspectives. Your mono manager will still determine what is bad and what is good. And sometimes what is bad and what is good is your own criteria. What is good to me may not be good to you. What is bad to me may not be bad to you. So good and bad, dualistic thinking only works in individual's mind. Everybody is a little different in good and bad. However, there are common morality that we have to recognize. There are common things like if you're hurting others, that would be considered as bad from a morality point of view. But one in all does not mean that we don't make a difference between good and bad. There's still a good body. All in one, I'm just with a hair in that one body. And sometimes this body is good because it's healthy. And when that body is not good, it is in poor health, I suffer too, because you know why? I have eczema around me. My little hair, I'm a little hair, but I have all kinds of eczema around me. I'm not happy because the body, the one, that big one is not doing well. So I'm not happy too. But all of a sudden the eczema is gone and I'm that little hair and I felt the breeze around me and I feel I'm very active, then I'm happy. So that little hair is subject to emotion. Happiness, sadness, subject to emotion, subject to sensual feeling. Like you and me, yes?
Ultimately, good and bad, me from you, all is delusion, all is empty.
Yes?
It's just a perception.
Whether it's good or bad, you and me,
Yeah.
if you're saying, oh, well, something is good and something is bad, who is feeling the good and who is feeling the bad? Can you tell me? It's you, right? You are feeling it, right? You are feeling, oh, this is good, this is bad. This is happy. This is sad. Oh, this is fantastic. This is poor. Nobody else. You feel it. Let me ask you a question. Who am I? Oh, I'm the body and mind. I have a body. I have a mind. I can say I'm Jackson. I'm John. Well, that's too superficial. Go into inside as to who you are. Who are you? I am the body and the mind. And then you ask the question, what is this body made up of? What is this mind made up of? Oh, my body, biologically, I have all this inside of me, all this material. I'm made up of cells, molecules, protons, electrons, biologically and chemically, right? But then I say, am I just a biological process and I'm just a biological structure? No, I also have a mentality. And what is this mentality make up of? I say, yeah, I have feelings. I have conceptualization in my mind. I have memory. I have bias in a certain case. I have discrimination. I have thinking. And then you say, I have thinking, I have volitional speeches, and where does this mind store? How do I understand it better? When I die, do I have this body and mind anymore? Or, okay, when I die, I'm sure that I don't have this body anymore. Right? You agree? That you won't disagree, I'm sure. When you die, you don't have this body because your body decomposes into chemicals. But when I die, I don't have this body anymore. What is my mind then? All in one and one in all, which is good. You trigger out something that we all have to think about. And you spoke about our individual karma, and there are no forces that operate beyond the individual level. Organization improve natural conditions. I think you only have listened to half of what I said. In addition to individual karma, there is also the very important collective karma. Collective karma is all the individuals. They may have thought in more or less the same way. They have acted in more or less the same way. They have spoken in more or less the same way. With the same effect, they suffer or they felt happy, not just suffering, in the same way. Let me give you an example. 5 million people in my country. And I like to kill whales. And the way we kill whales, all of us went out to kill whales. And when I kill whales, I utilize the sympathy of the whales for their comrades to attract all the comrades to one location. So in other words, when this country is killing whale, they would kill all the, say, 1,000 whales. And they would gather the whales in one net and try to hit their back and make sure the blood comes out, and they will be yelling out. When the whales yell out in suffering, all the companions miles away would listen, and they will come to save. They will come to rescue. They will come to see what's going on. And when all the companions come, they would net them in. So at one time, they could net in 20,000 whales, 30,000 whales. They utilized the compassion of the whales for their fellows to catch them. And there's a very big karma in doing that. And according to the sutra, if everybody is doing that karma, people will suffer from that karma. If everybody is killing, like in Nazi Germany, that everybody, all these Nazi soldiers were killing the Jews, 6 million Jews, they have that common individual karma in trying to kill them, they would suffer from the collective karma of being killed or suffering from that. So not just individual karma. Natural disasters could be a common karma because they have done too much killing, massively. Collective killing. Collective karma collects collective fruits, collective effects. Not only do we suffer from collective karma, bad karma, we also enjoy collective good karma. In some country where the social system is good, hospital care is good. When I first came to Canada about 30, 40 years ago, the country where I came from, they don't actually have any social hospitalization system. You get sick, you pay your own doctor's fee. If you can't pay for it, you just die. But in here, when I first came, we are enjoying a collective karma of the best hospitalization scheme in the world. And when it comes to Safeway, when it comes to SuperValue, or everybody is going to shop in the same supermarket, enjoying the same benefit of choosing their own food. In some countries, don't even have that opportunity. So we are enjoying good karma. We're enjoying good hospital care. We're enjoying democracy. We're enjoying politeness of all our fellow citizens. In Canada, we're enjoying collective karma of a good country. Or we could be enjoying a bad karma of a poor country. So when you talk about individual karma, you only understand half of it. There's collective karma too. And karma works so intricately that sometimes it's difficult to differentiate. Say a family of 6 members, for example, husband and wife and children and all that, everybody's future is different. Everybody's health is different. Everybody's face is different. Everybody's personality is different. It's collective karma in the sense in the same family. They are living in the same house. They're enjoying the same dishwasher. They're enjoying maybe the same bathroom. They're enjoying the same luxury sauna home. They're enjoying the same backyard. That's collective karma. They're enjoying the same location, but they have different health. They have different problems. There's individual karma. So there's individuality in collectivity. There is collectivity in individuality. We cannot identify it. It's so abstruse that it's beyond my imagination. Sometimes it's good to clarify. It's good to clarify it, and it's good to challenge it, because that's how we learned. Next question. If you become aware of bad karma and did not realize you have created bad karma, can you repent and change and have the bad karma not affecting you in a bad way? Yes, you can certainly change. If you have done bad karma and you were afraid that bad effect would come out, because you were afraid that your bad karma would get into maturity. I've done this wrong, and it would come to me. But then, suddenly I say, I know I'm wrong. I don't want to do it again. So I would not go into another cycle of such a bad karma. On the other hand, I want to change it for the better. I know that I have the lazy karma. I don't study that well. I always get a C or a C minus. And the bad karma is I can't go to university. And now I'm in grade 10 or grade 11. One more year I will be going to university. And I always get this bad grade. And the bad karma I know that's come to me will be I can't further my study anymore. That bad karma that you expect. But then you say, no, I'm not allowing this bad karma to come to me so early. If I don't do anything, the bad karma will come to me. Then from tomorrow on, I will be a different student. I may try my best. I want to put in 10 hours per day to catch up on what I have lost, what I haven't studied from tomorrow on. So you acknowledge that you're not right in the past, being lazy. Now you want to change it to be more diligent. You want to work better now. You want to change it now. And that changing force is so powerful that you delay that bad karma coming up. You will stop it. And you may stop it for a very, very long time. Maybe that bad karma won't get to you in this lifetime. So it depends on the force, the magnitude of that karma. Your happiness is in your hands. Your suffering is in your hands. You can change it. I repeat again, you can change your life into a happier state. And you can lead your life into a poor state. Which one will you want? You are the master of yourself. Venerable, does repentance lessen the effect of bad karma, or does it delay the effect? I think it delays more than lessen it. Because it may change its course. If I have a ball and you are the receiver, I'm the thrower, I throw that ball in that direction, the force is so strong, you're bound to receive it. That cause and that effect, that ball is thrown in that direction, you're bound to receive it because the gravity is working in that direction. However, if somebody on the side is banging at it, push it out of the course, then he won't receive it. It would turn, it would divert into a different way. But it will still go. You can say the force is applied and the ball never moves. It's impossible. The ball still moves, the gravity still gets it, but it changes course. It lessens its strength. But it still goes. You see what I mean? It still goes. The karma still goes, but it diverts its force away. That's how you should do it. That's the reason why a Buddhist is very active, very positive, very optimistic. He always wants to change for the better. Nobody wants to change for the worse. Maybe unnoticingly they change to be worse and worse. But nobody, I don't want to be happy. So there are people who have self, what do you call that? Modification? Is it called self-modification? That you want to be poor, you want to suffer. That's an erotic behavior. That's because of certain bad karma in you. But you still can improve it. All right, next question. Any suggestions to deal with the traumatic experiences and how to avoid hating a person who has done harm to you repeatedly? If he has done harm to you repeatedly in the past and it didn't happen again, then that's great. Whatever in the past that has been done, let it go. Give your forgiveness. Try to improve him. But don't allow that to carry on. If that person has been repeatedly doing the same thing even up to now and will continue to do it, you leave him. Get away from him or her. Don't let it happen again and again and again. But it has already happened. The atrocities have been done. Whatever happened in the past, you can't change it. Whatever happened in the past is not just because of that single phenomenon in the past. So in other words, if your girlfriend deserted you, for example, you lost your confidence. You thought that you're not worth anything because your girlfriend deserted you. That is a bad experience. Then you don't identify that phenomena to be this lifetime. Maybe in your previous life, you have deserted her. And it's only come back to get payment, to get even, to get repaid, to get reward, to get even with you. I'm repaying. You're letting it go. You don't let your traumatic experiences affect you. You leave it. Don't let it attach to you. You let go of it. That's how we let go. You have to learn to let go of it. It's difficult, but you can do it. Don't think about it. Let go of it. Something is very happy about it, and you lost that happy time. You think that you're not going to have that happy time again, and you cherish that happy time so much that you always think about it, and you feel sorry that happiness is gone. Don't attach to the happiness anymore. Let it go. Don't cherish it anymore. Don't bring it back and agonize on it. Don't bring back your traumatic experiences and agonize yourself on it. Don't bring back a happy moment to yourself and cherishing about it so that you feel sorrow, you feel regretful. How do you avoid hating a person who has done harm to you? Get away from that person. That's the first step. Forgive. Because you have done the same thing to her or him, probably. Just forgive him. Don't revenge. Carry on your life actively, positively. Your life is still in your hand. Don't let that agonize you anymore. Don't take out that archive file and agonize it all the time. Throw it away. Lock it up. Don't ever open that archive files of atrocities. Don't open that file anymore. It's gone. Next question. How can I reconcile my desire to be a good daughter towards my parents in China who want to get rich by any means, including criminal behavior? They are not poor. I have tried to change their ways without any effect. I'm fearful to contact them as they would drag me and my family down. My younger brother, who was living with them now, is in jail and faces the death penalty. What should I do? Well, at the moment, I don't think there's anything else you can do. And somebody asked another monk the same question. And that monk discussed with me. And sometimes when you answer a question, you have to consider the political situation of where the question is asked. Say in this case, it's a whole family, a family-related relationship. The daughter, the brothers, the parents, and they were involved in, say, bribery, for example, corruption. Fathers went to jail, or brothers went to jail, and caught already. Don't you ever call them up again, because you could be intricate into the affair. If you call them, they want to identify who you are and get you. So my advice to you is, there's nothing else you can do. Try to do for them more charity work. Try to turn the bad forces of the karma into improved, better karma by doing more about charity, about practicing morality, by being good. Don't commit the same mistakes again. I don't think you can change anything. That whatever has happened in the past, the judgment has been passed on a jail sentence. And some of them, you said on a death sentence too? Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. Karma, that's all karma. That's all karmic force. You can't get away with it. So you better be watchful in every thought, every word you speak, everything you do. In your job, you can be a bodhisattva. If you're a nurse, you'll be a better nurse tomorrow. You care for every patient. You become more patient in looking after your patients. You render your compassion. If you're a teacher, every word you say, I want to give the best to my student. I want to use my time to create a whole group of best students in the school so that they can benefit the whole society. If I'm working as a car salesman in a car, I want to render my best service. I want to make people happy by being a good salesman. I want to make sure that I don't rip them off by telling them intentional lies. I want to be honest. I want to tell them the defects in this car. I want them to consider everything. I want to be happy. You can change tomorrow. Don't wait. You can change it now. Okay, we have a few questions in here. When we were away and missed your lesson, can we get it in a library like we do at the university? Yeah, if you want to listen to most of my lectures, you can get onto YouTube. YouTube has many of them. You can get into YouTube. And also, if you get onto the temple's website, you can also get a lot of Dharma talks on there. My Dharma talks on there is www.buddhisttemple.ca. Sometimes it's encouraging to put on YouTube because you can see a response from YouTube. It's been quite good lately. A lot of people listen. There's a lot of material on YouTube these days. I think mass communication has a lot of pros and cons in it. The pros is, of course, we can learn almost anything. So it's been very helpful. But on the other hand, there are also cons about the internet. Buddhist lectures or any lectures about spirituality, the clicks maybe 10,000, 100,000, 200,000. But something, a song or something, I don't know, 20 million, 30 million. People like sensual pleasures. Not a lot of people like to get into the spiritual approach of life. They just want to get senses satisfaction, instantaneous sensual satisfaction. The more you get into those sensual pleasures, the more you get into it. It's an intoxication. You think that, oh, I can click into it and I see it and I have the choice of not seeing it. But I can tell you, you don't have a choice, actually. Because if you don't have sensual pleasures seeds in us, you wouldn't be born in the desire realm, the world of desire now. And this is not just Buddhism. Hinduism, Jainism, Taoism, they all have the same understanding regarding existence like that. Talking about sensual pleasures, 2,600 years ago, there was a prince by the name Siddhartha Gautama in India. He enjoyed the most luxurious things in the world. He had a lot of concubines, a lot of materialistic enjoyment. He enjoyed himself in the palace and nothing but riches. But after a long time, after a while, he wanted to abandon those because he knew that he couldn't get. He was not happy, even though living in luxuries, living in sensual pleasures. A lot of dancers and concubines and ladies were dancing, artisans were dancing around her, beautifully dressed and perfume and dances and drums and music. At that time, maybe it's enjoyable at that time. Then after a while, they were so tired that everybody went to sleep on the floor. And one was snoring, the other was saliva coming down from the mouth, and another one. So they were sleeping in such an awkward way that it's not beautiful anymore. It's ugly. It's human flesh, not movable. It's a human skin that's put on cosmetics. It's a human skin that's so oily, but it was covered by perfume. It's all an illusion. And he quickly realized that this is not what I want. He wanted to abandon all these desires, abandon all these things, and going to look for something. Plus, he knew that all these things are going to end. Aging, sickness, life and death, all this is going to end. He wanted to look for something that we can avoid suffering, that we can avoid life and death, not only for himself, for all his subjects, for all the other people. He wanted to look for something that would go beyond life and death, that would go beyond suffering, that would go beyond sensual pleasures, that would go beyond sadness. He was in pursuit of such thing. He abandoned all this and become an ascetic. Next question. What are the purposes and benefits of meditation? Thank you. Oh, it takes 1 year. We have taken how many years? I think you have taken 10 years, so you should tell us about what the purpose and benefits of meditation. I'm sure you can say about it.
I would quote the Buddha.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you going to gain from meditation? Nothing.
Nothing.
In fact, you're going to lose some things. Anxiety, depression, jealousy, hate, anger. You're going to lose that if you meditate.
So you're not gaining. If you're looking for the purpose and benefits of meditation, you still have a purpose and benefit in mind. You want to get, how did it benefit me? What did I get? I want to get things. That's the problem. You want to get things. You want to acquire it. That's the problem. You point out not the purpose and benefits of meditation. You point out all our problems. If you study Diamond Sutra, you know that there's nothing to be obtained. In nothing to be obtained, there's no thought to come out. Nothing. No thought. When there's not a single thought, something arises. It just arises. When there's nothing, 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 something arises. Not something that you want, just something naturally and spontaneous arises. What is that? Wisdom. Wisdom arises. And this is the wisdom to lead you to enlightenment. You're not looking for it. When we look for it, it's nowhere to be found. When you're not looking for it, when you're not attaching to it, it's there. Isn't that funny? It says, seek and thou shalt find. Well, seek and thou shalt lose. You lose and lose and lose. There's nothing else to lose. Something comes up. So Lao Chi in Tao Te Ching says, the ultimate purpose of learning is to lose. When you lose and lose and lose and you lose everything, oh, something comes up. What you gain is only knowledge. What comes up is wisdom. Knowledge can be gained, but wisdom has to be nurtured. Wisdom has to come when you free yourself from knowledge, when you free yourself from bias, when you free yourself from all these impurities and mental afflictions. The purpose of meditation is just like a mirror. The mirror is covered with dust and dirt. Meditation is to erase it, and erase it until there's none left, losing the dust and dirt, losing, until it's one all shining brightness. There was a monk in the Chinese language, Da Zhu He Shang. He'd been meditating for many years, and one day he woke up and he got enlightened. And what did he say? My mind has to say it in Chinese first. 我有明珠一颗. I have a big pearl, bright pearl inside of me. 久被尘劳封锁. It has long been locked up by dust and dirt. 如今沉浸光生. Now all the dust is gone and the brightness revealed. 照见山河万朵. It is one brightness, radiance. You're illuminating the whole universe. That is your own universe. That universe is within you. All right, next question. What is Dharma? That took 10 years at least. What is Dharma? Dharma is nothing. Dharma is nothing. Dharma is nothing. But Dharma is everything. And Dharma is to free yourself from everything. If Dharma is to free ourselves from everything, then how can we talk of Dharma having a thing? But then Dharma originates all things. Then how can you say that Dharma is nothing? Dharma is everything and Dharma is nothing. One of the Dharma masters that I listened to said the whole of the Buddha's teaching are, number one, 50% half is about really understanding the cause and effect. And another 50% half is once you understood, cultivating oneself to break free from a cycle of birth and death, trying to attain nirvana. Is it correct? It is correct, but it's also incorrect. Because the Buddha talked about not only of cause and effect, many things. Cause and effect is one of the natural laws of the universe. And by understanding the cause and effect, yeah, I understand cause and effect. Whatever I sow good seeds, I got good karma, I got good results. When I have bad, then I have bad results. So does that mean that I always have to do good, then I get good results? Okay, if I do good, if I have good results, then I go to heaven. So I go to heaven, then I enjoy all the pleasures and happiness of heaven. And then what? And then after you enjoy the happiness of heaven, then you still have to get into the path of reincarnation. Even the good is bad. Even the good has to get rid of. Get rid of the good. Of course, you learn to get rid of the bad things and learn the good things. But once you get rid of the bad things, you still carry the burden of good things. Even good should be got rid of. Not to say the bad things. The good is polluted. That's what we mean by purity. Of course, the good things will entitle you to go to heaven. To be rich, to be beautiful, to be handsome, to be healthy, to enjoy the luxuries of life. Because you have germinated good causes, of course you are entitled to good effects. But if you attach to good effects, if you attach to karma, if you attach to good, there's no. The poor guy who was penniless, after struggling for 30 years, became a multi-billionaire. And he was up in the higher echelon of the society. And he was living in his own $100 million house with a lot of people and with a lot of luxuries. And he was looking out into the ocean and say, I'm not happy. I got all the money. I got all the materials. How come I'm still not happy? Bad things is unhappy. Good things is also unhappy. She's not happy with good things. It is when you're free, when you are free, then you are emancipated. When would you be free? No more good, no more bad, no more neutral. All that drops. When all that drops, I guess for the sake of talking about it, something comes up. Many, many names for it. The Buddha nature comes up, wisdom comes up, prajna comes up. Why do we have all these names? Because you discriminate, we have all these names. If you don't discriminate, we don't have these names. We don't need these names. These names are there for you to mean it. Once you know, you don't need those names. I can answer your question. If it is that simple, I think many people would have become Buddhas already, enlightened already. 50% is this, 50% is that, so you gotta have a balance of 50-50. How about 49? 49-61? Maybe 40-60? Maybe 70-30? How do you weight mechanically? Is that weight accurate? You're still living in dualistic 50%, 60%, number one, number two, number three. You're still living in conceptualization. When you're living in conceptualization, that is illusory. That's not it. That's not it. There were two monks traveling to another temple, walking in a forest. One is a very enlightened, experienced monk. The other is, of course, a novice monk. And all of a sudden, they heard whack, whack, whack in the sky, like Canadian geese, big birds flying by, producing sounds, whack, 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 whack sounds on the sky. And the novice monk said, "Oh, look at that sound, look at that birds." And then the old monk said, "Knit your nose. Oh, painful. Get back to where you are. Don't get carried away." When he was meditating on the road, he was carried away by the birds of the sound. This is good, this is bad, this is beautiful. This is 50%, that is 60%. You don't need that. You're being carried away by the numbers, by the sound, by the sight, by the frequency. You're being carried away by environments. You're being carried away by figures. You're being carried away by correct, not correct. Anyway, next question. If wisdom is something we learn through walking our own path in the process of learning, we might have done wrong, bad things in order to learn what is good. That means if we always worry about the bad karma that we might have planted along the way when we learn, then we become paralyzed. The Buddha said, don't worry about it. Worry comes from the mind. Worry comes from the mind because you have the seeds of worry in you, which The reason why we come here, because we have all kinds of seeds in our, when we say seeds, it not really means a planting seeds, it's an example. Hidden energy. We have the hidden energy of worry in our mind that's been built up from generations, from many, many reincarnations. When you think of something uncertain coming up, you always worry about it. That is in our seeds. When you worry all the time, that means your seeds of worrying have been quite significant. Try to build up all the good causes and just work accordingly. Don't worry. But it's easy to say don't worry. We still worry. But this is something that we should train ourselves. Sometimes a worry will come up, and later you find out that worry, you should not be worrying about that worry. So you're wasting your energy in worrying about it. Whatever good comes up, it would come. Whatever bad comes up, it would come. Whatever will come is because of certain causes. You already have sowed those causes, then you will get this bad results, or good results, we don't know. You can't change the past. Worry comes from something happening in the past, and you worry about, oh, it may similarly happen in the future. Something already happened that contribute to whatever bad things come up or whatever good things come up. Something already happened. You can't change the past, but you still can change the present. The present, you can work at the present. Usually, some people say when a worry comes up, don't continue the worrying. Just drop it. Drop it as if it is something that you don't need. In the Chinese ancient stories, there was a village in which there's a family, an old man had their only son in the family. They had a horse ranch, and his son was training horses, and one day he was tossed down by a horse, and he broke his leg, and he was limping. So the old man said, "Oh, we're very unfortunate. You know, my son is very active and lively, and now he's crippled, couldn't walk properly. It's a tragedy." So the old man wasn't very happy about it. And then a few months later, 2 or 3 of his horses actually got out and ran away. We didn't know where the horses are. "Oh, I lost my herds of horses. It's another terrible thing happened to me. And I don't know why these things keep on happening to me. I don't like that." And then half a year later, the nation wanted to draft young men for the war. And officers locked at the door. "We need to draft your son." And so the son came up when he was limping. "Oh, your son is limping, so he's crippled. Oh, you're free. We don't need a cripple as a soldier marching onto war. So, we don't need to draft him." So his son didn't have to die. But most people die in a war, but his son, because of broken leg, didn't have to die. And then about a month later, the 2 horses that he lost, had a whole 100 and 200 horses back. "Oh, my horses went away, and then the whole herd of horses back." So all these bad things that happen actually contribute to good things that will happen later. So you saw something wrong now. It may not be really bad. It may cause you to have something better to happen. So don't worry about it now. And one of the techniques of not worrying about it is just to drop it. Drop it as if you don't need it. It's an intoxication. I don't need these drugs. This is worrying about it is my mental drug. And because my seed of worrying is agitating in me, I got to stop this. That is because of what happened in the past. I can't change my past, but I can change for the future. How can we find a balance between trying, learning, and not doing any bad karma? A lot of time we not intend to do, we don't intend to do. In the process of doing good things, you may have done some wrong things unintentionally. And if unintentional wrong karma is not full karma, there are 4 conditions to have a very strong karma. Say the karma of death, the karma of something really atrocious coming up to you. Really strong karma, what happened only based on 4 conditions. The first one is intention, preparation, performance, and finality, final. And what do I mean by that? you have strong intention. For example, I intended to kill a certain person. He had very strong intention. Preparation, he prepared for it. He prepared the drugs, he prepared the knife, prepared the gun, prepared all this in big preparation, plan on when is he coming back to work, well, where he lived, he planned on it, prepared for it. And then actually he performed the killing. And finally, that person is dead, was killed. You see this process? Now, if that person is not killed, for example, in the final stage, then that karma is not strong because these 4 conditions not fulfilled. The last conditions, finality, not fulfilled. So it's not a completely strong karma. A completely strong karma is only happen when these 4 conditions fulfill. Now, if you accidentally run down a cat on the road, the cat was rushing on the road and you couldn't stop the car. So when you look at this karma, you kill the cat, the karma is produced, but then you look, do I have the intention? No, I don't intend to kill. So the karma itself is not as strong. You have no intention of killing the cat. Have I prepared myself to kill the cat? No, I haven't prepared anything to kill the cat. No preparation. Third, performance. Yes, I killed the cat, but I don't intend to do it. I have no preparation to do it. Finally, the cat is dead. Even though the cat is dead, my karma is not strong, but I don't have intention. I don't have preparation. It's just the cat rushed out and I killed him. Now, if the cat is not dead, for example, it's not dead. So the finality is not dead. Even the karma is weak. So it all depends. Say if you were walking on a cliff one day and you were enjoying the blue sky and accidentally you kick a rock and that rock fell down the cliff and hit somebody's head. And that man, it hit somebody's head. Do you have the intention of doing it? No intention. Are you prepared to do it? I didn't prepare to do it. Perform it? Yes. Accidentally I kicked the rock. Finality, the man is not dead. He just got hurt. So the karma is very weak. So for a strong karma to come true, it has all these 4 criteria. If you really have these 4 criteria, the bad effect will come to you real quick. Karma is working within the law. It's just like in any contract. In any contract, you really have to have consideration for it. You really have both parties, a negligence or a breach of contract. In karma, who is the judge? Nobody. It itself is a natural law. It would just carry that way. It's naturally carrying out that way. So if you have no intention of doing it, don't worry about it. You haven't prepared for it, don't worry about it. But you intentionally do it, really strong karma. Yes?
Just a question, the one who's killed,
Yeah?
is it possible that he's paying for the past karma?
It could be. The one who's being killed because he killed him before. So it's burning off a bad karma, but then you also consider which one is stronger. Say, if he was killed accidentally, there is no intention in it, but it's still being killed. But this time, this man, because of his background, he killed him intentionally. That means his karma is stronger than that karma. Then maybe he has to be killed again in the next life. He may be, it's very difficult to find that balance. Maybe the whole law is working towards that equilibrium, which can never be reached. Maybe it can be reached. I don't know. Equilibrium, who knows? Maybe only the person who fully enlightened would know the equilibrium of all these things, the past karma. So watch what you do. So if you accidentally kill it, with those 4 criteria are not satisfied, it's not a very strong karma. So don't worry about it. It all depends on many things. Okay, next question now. May we not burn incense, but have a heart-to-heart conversation with Buddha? You mean you can converse with Buddha? Can you tell me how? You have a heart-to-heart conversation with Buddha. Because the smoke polluted the environment and increased the chance of causing lung cancer. Yes, certainly smoke would pollute the environment and cause cancer. Some people have controversial arguments about that, because some smoke may be producing a medicine effect rather than causing lung cancer. It depends on what kind of smoke. If you're burning incense that is made up of chemical stuff, it may be quite dangerous. But if you are burning natural incense, like, I don't know, there's so many medicinal herbs. So if you're burning certain herbs, and it's been proven by Chinese sutras in Chinese medicines, that kind of smoke would cause you to heal. So there's certain things like smoke healing, because that kind of smoke itself carries frequencies that are molecules inside, and they get into your respiratory system, and it has a soothing effect. It has a soothing effect not only on your respiratory system, but also on your mentality system. That's the reason why some people get more calm when they sniff in something. All in all, it depends on what kind of smoke. And of course, if you want to choose not burning it and burning it, what's the options? Burning chemicals, producing smoke, and not burning it. Of course, everybody will vote for not burning it because chemicals will be bad for your body. But if it's burning something that is producing medicine effect, they're producing calm effect, and one single incense, I don't think it would cause you harm. It won't cause you lung cancer with just one incense. And we have meditators in many monasteries that they have been burning incense for years, and I haven't heard the one who was close to the incense burner had lung cancer. It's proven that cigarette smokes produce lung cancer clinically, but I have to wait and see reports on certain medicines burning would produce cancers. But if you are at home, it's okay. You don't have to burn any incense. The reason why certain incense is being burned, there are many reasons for it. One of the reasons is everybody has different body odors around yourself, and different people wearing perfume and sweating and all that. One of the objectives is to use a strong natural incense to cover all this different variety of smells. Talking about producing lung cancer, I think if you are applying bad perfume onto you, it produces cancer too. Not only to you, to your neighbors, to people who are nearby. So it's not just one reason for everything. That's the reason why I always mention in meditation classes, when you have jogged for a long time, don't come for meditation, because we can't stand your sweat. It's terrible. I'm meditating by the side of someone who's been sweating in jogging. Some people like to jog for half an hour. Oh, after jogging and exercising for 1 hour, I go into meditation for half an hour. Yeah, but we can't stand your sweat. You've been producing all this sweat we can't stand. And some people, the night before, they put on shampoo that is so pungent that you can't stand it. There's so many problems with body smell. Your shampoo, your perfume, your body sweat. I think that's more even serious than burning a single incense. What do you think? I may be wrong. I won't argue on just putting one incense. I would argue if everybody wear different perfumes, it's become a world of not meditators, a world of different brands of perfume. Shampoo, yes? Oh, aromatic perfume. Yeah, oh, smell. Yeah, aromatic. Yeah, yeah. It's in the ancient times they burn natural products to get into, because it's very difficult to get into the respiratory organ. Only through air carrying the molecules inside and stick into your lung wall and all that. That's how they, very clever, they carry the smoke inside the lung to heal. So it all depends. Don't buy any cheap products. I sometimes come across some incense burner. It's terrible. Some bad merchants, they manufacture bad incense that is terrible. It kills your nose immediately. Okay, so just watched it. Next question. As a causation example of suffering in the human realm, do higher realms experience causation? Causation is a universal law experienced by all beings. It's not something induced by God. Conditional causation just happened that way. Does not matter where the realm is, higher realm, lower realm, you still have conditional causation as a natural law. Is it producing suffering? It itself is not producing suffering, but it's the sentient beings who act on it produce suffering. Winter itself is not guilty. It's only the person who suffers from the winter storm, winter snow, feels the guiltiness of winter. Winter itself is so free from guilt feeling. Spring itself is spring, but you attach happiness to spring. Winter itself is winter, but you attach your emotions to it. That becomes the problem. The problem is not with nature, with you. I have a few questions in here. First question, when we see the poor, homeless, beggars on the street, are we as Buddhists obliged to give them money? If you want to. It's not an obligation. If you want to do it, then you can do it. But then I think what we're thinking of is, should we do it? Out of compassion, you want to help out the poor, the homeless, then maybe you do it. But you have to exercise your wisdom when you're doing it. You don't give your money to the wrong person or the person who may be cheating you. So you got to exercise your wisdom in doing any kind of charitable work. There could be people who pretend to be poor, and there could be people who are professional beggars who just dress a shabby set of clothes and standing on the streets and waiting for you to give them the money so that they don't have to work. Maybe it's out of laziness that they become a beggar. So you really have to exercise your judgment in doing it. Should we do it as Buddhists to give them money? As long as you exercise the right judgment. There are people who, after you give them some money, you've given them some money, he may use the money to buy drugs, to buy liquor. So I remember a friend told me that he gave some money to someone who requested for it, a poor guy, and out of curiosity, he followed that guy. And he gave him the money, and he followed that guy from a distance and found out that he was walking into a liquor store. That's the first thing he did. He walked into a liquor store and tried to get some liquor. And I'm sure there are people who are really beggars who need the money. And also there may be beggars who are also compassionate to others. Once they got the money, they may use the money to help others too. So many varieties of happenings on the streets. So exercise the right judgment. Try using the weight and water example. Are you saying that see things, people, situations as they really are, or the truth, and not what they appear to be? Well, that applies not only to Buddhism. Whenever you see things, you have to see things as they truly are. Don't get cheated by appearance. Appearances sometimes is delusory. It may not appear to what it actually is. So, not just Buddhism. Many many people who have experiences to see things, they won't see things with just the appearance. See, when a young man is dating a young woman, I guess if they just see the appearance, it wouldn't be a clever move. Because appearance can be pretended. Both sides in a dating, in courtship, we put on the best show on earth. Using whatever is, using all kinds of things. They even use paint, which is cosmetic, to paint up the face and put illusory and deceptive eyelashes. What do you call that? Oh, everything. They would do everything to look nice. They even put things underneath their clothes. You know what I mean? To make sure, to make sure that they look the best. They put on a wig. I still remember this very humorous commercial from India that I saw, and a young man and a young woman. They were dating, courtship, and they love each other, and they wanted to get married. And so they met each other in the restaurants, candlelights, a romantic dinner. And then the man said, I really want to tell you something that is in my heart. Now, we're getting married. I want to show you what I'm actually look like. Oh, you look like what you are now. No, he take away this wig. It's bald-headed. And they've been putting on the wig since first dating. No hair on the top. And we call it the Mediterranean Sea head. So the young girl was all amazed. Oh, but after a while, maybe a few seconds, she wasn't amazed. And then she said, oh, you should look what I actually look like. So she took down the contact lenses and put a thick glasses in here. Nearsighted. Couldn't look terrible with the thick glasses. So they are different, but they pretended to put in courtship you put on a good show. And then afterwards, of course, they reveal their real self. They may not like each other and they may have a divorce after 1 month. I yet have to see what's the fastest divorce. I think the fastest is they intended to get married, they make preparation for it, and didn't even go ahead with the ceremony. That's the fastest. In Hong Kong, it happened many, many times. The parents of both families argue on who should pay for the parties, expenses on the parties. And then they say, you pay 50%, I pay 50%. And then, no, can you pay for all of it? I don't know what happened in Canada. They started to be calculative even in the first date when they started to talk about marrying, the wedding. So some people come to conclusions is marriage is the grave of love. You have to understand insightfully what it is. I've been told by a professor, I think the course name is called unionism or collective bargaining or negotiation, something like that. And he said, you ask a question and somebody gave you a reason. There's always an underlying reason that they didn't tell you. Don't listen to the reason on the surface. Oh, I did that because of this and this and this. Actually, there's another reason behind, usually. And he didn't want to tell you that reason. Maybe it's not convenient to tell you that reason. So even words, don't take words. Don't take explanation as truth. So everything is quite conditional causation. You have to watch out. This is a society with so much intricacies. Hello, can you please describe the meaning of the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum? Oh yes, we can. I've explained it many times and I don't mind giving you a brief explanation. Om is the mother of all sound. Om also means listen very carefully. This is very important. Here is the message, Om. In the study of mystic words, there are 3 mystic words sounding words that are so important. Om, ah, hom. Om, ah, hom. Very mystic. Om is the first word. The mother of all sound, Om. Mani is a simile. The most precious jewel. You have that most precious treasure in you, in your heart. You have that treasure. Listen very carefully. You have that treasure in you. You don't have to look for it. You have that God in you, if somebody call it God. You have that Buddha in you, if somebody call it Buddha. You have that, I don't know what. There's something very valuable in you. So for the sake of calling it something, they call it Mani. Padme is lotus flower. Lotus flowers grows from the mud. Mud is very dirty. But the lotus flower stands aloof from the mud. It's pure from the world. So that's also a simile. If you want to find that most precious nature in you, you have to be like a lotus flower that is so purifying. You have to purify yourself in order to reveal, in order to see that nature, that Buddha nature, that God nature, whatever you want to call it, in you. So you have to purify yourself. What do you have to purify? Are you purifying your appearance only? You have to purify your action, purify your speech, purify your mind. You have good and bad actions, right? Good actions is just the opposite of bad actions. You have to purify something that is bad. If it's good enough, you still have to purify the good, but that's for the sake of just understanding it initially. You have to purify and get away from the bad things. So you abstain from killing, abstain from sexual misconduct, abstain from stealing. Those are the actions, right? How about speech? You abstain from double-tonguing, from cursing, from lying, from flattery. All these things are delusory. So abstain from all these bad deeds. So if you purify your body, which is your actions, you purify your mouth, you're not bad-mouthing other people. You purify your mouth. What is the most important? Purifying your mind. You're not greedy, you don't have hatred, disappointment, fears, worries, jealousy. You're free from all those. You purify all those. Then you become a good lotus. Then you see your real nature in you. So in other words, if you want to reveal that good nature in you, you have to purify yourself. There was a monk, and he arrived at an enlightenment. And after the enlightenment, he uttered a poem, and he said, I have the most precious jewel in me. It has been covered up by dirt and dust. Now I purified it. It's one shining bright. It brightened the whole world. That pearl in you, that's the precious jewel in you. That's been covered up by your greediness, your hatred, your anger, your bad deeds. Eradicate all this. Wipe off all this by being good. Then that brightness will be revealed. So that's the mantra. That mantra includes a concept. It includes a training process for you too. You have to purify yourself. How? Well, study the Buddha's teaching. It tells you how. Om, what is Om? Om Mani Padme Hum. What is Hum? It's not Om Mani Padme Om. It's Om Mani Padme Hum. The first one is O-M, Om. The last one is H-U-M, Home. What does home means? Home means a Buddhist seed. Every time when you utter that mantra, a Buddhist seed is planted in your consciousness. In other words, then you remind yourself, I have to purify myself. I have to be good. I have to do good deeds. I have that nature in me that is all-powerful. I have that nature in me that is supernatural. I don't have to look for it. I have that God in me. I don't have to look for a God. The God is already inside me. Why do I have to look for it? It's inside me. Don't look for it. It's inside already. Next question. Wave is no other than water, and water is no other than waves. So what is the difference between nomina and phenomena? How do you define the two? Is one ultimate truth, the other is conventional truth? Yeah, if you want to fall into the labyrinth of words, whatever you want to call it, conventional truth is habitually you're thinking that way, then it's all phenomena. Ultimate truth then it's something that is above the extraordinary. You call it ultimate truth. I guess we can't fall into the trap of language. Language itself has a limitation, but without language, we cannot express ourselves. So we have to explore more into it. What is nomina? You can read up on a German philosopher, Kant, and he has a very good explanations on the two words. The Buddha already explained it 2,600 years ago on the meaning. But if you want to use modern language, research into Kant's philosophy of nomina and phenomena. For beginners to follow the teaching of the Buddha, one of the essential things that they need to practice, the essential things are so many. But if we can put it simply, very simply, what is Buddhism? All the bad deeds, stay away from them. Don't do the bad deeds. And more than not doing them, you should also encourage, for example, apart from not killing, which is negative, you also encourage protection of animals. Encourage people not to kill animals for fur, not to kill animals for pleasure. Other than negatively or inactively not killing them yourself, you encourage others not to do so. The activists who aim at protecting animals. You know, bears, black bear, grizzly bears in certain country will kill for the gallbladder because they believe the gallbladder is good as medicine. And so it's not gallbladder, it's certain liquid excretion from bile liquid. The bile. So bile liquid from the bile of a bear is very good medicine for certain things. That's what they believe. They catch the bears, cage them, and make a hole in their body. And every day or once in a while, they excrete by using equipment bile liquid from the bear. So they cut the bear open. Imagine the bear was there, you cut it, maybe you tranquilize the bear or you apply some drugs to the bear and then cut it open, and the bear will be suffering. The bear suffers so much that the bear want to commit suicide by ripping his own bowels and committing suicide. Bears have animal instinct, they don't want to suffer too. It's talking about suffering. The being who's being imprisoned, and every time they take out something from you, you have to live. You live like that. You can't stand it, then the bear commits suicide. Then these people, these hunters, they tie the bear's hands to the cage so that the bears can't move. The bears can't commit suicide. And they, every once in a week, they extract bile from the bear. So much suffering in it. And then there was a lady, a North American lady, who went into the country and talked to these people who gave all the commercials and to stop that kind of killing. She tried everything, and she has been called the Bodhisattvas of the bears, the saviors of the bears. There are people who are activists in saving. The people who are activists in saving the seal, not the king's seal, not to kill minks for the fur. There are people like that, very compassionate people, who will be leading the class when you're away. I don't know, maybe you should be. You've been here for a long time. So there will be a day when when I'm not in this world anymore. There are other people. The show will always go on. The show will always go on. No one is indispensable. I'm just a transient person coming in here and talking about it. Everything is conditional causation. It happened today that I'm talking to you. We value the opportunity. We take the chance that we're talking to each other. You look at me and I look at you. And I'm only communicating what I learned from the Buddha's teaching. All this conditional causation. When the time is up, then I'm gone. When the time is up, you may be gone too. 30 years ago when I started the Buddhist temple, I have a lot of supporters also. Lunchtime, they were listening, and I didn't see even one devotees who helped us to build a temple who are still present today. Not even one. Did you come here 30 years ago? Raise your hand. See? Did you come here 28 years ago? Raise your hand. 25 years ago? 20 years ago? 15 years ago? Last call, there must be someone. 10 years ago? Yes? So there's only 1 or 2 persons coming 10 years ago. This is a transient world. Nobody stays, nothing stays. And because of its transiencies, we call it suffering, impermanent. And this is the time to get away from this impermanent world to go into nirvana.
Okay, so we have quite a few questions here today. I wasn't expecting this much. I thought you guys were going to go easy on the new guy. But anyhow, I should probably put a disclaimer. Don't expect Venerable Guan-like answers. But I'll certainly do my best. And if I don't answer some of these questions well, I will look into it, and I won't give up until I get a good answer. Thank you so much for today's wonderful Dharma talk. You made something so deep, very simple and practical for us to understand. Much appreciated. Okay, well, much appreciated as well. Okay, so the next question is, Venerable, does it matter the order of forgiveness, yourself and others, to conquer suffering? Well, I would say that it's very difficult to forgive the other person who has caused you harm if you don't first do something to relieve the suffering that you feel. So if you don't try to ameliorate your suffering, then you'll always be stuck on the idea that that person hurt you and that you're suffering now. So the first thing that you have to do is you have to forgive yourself. And that comes with accepting your suffering. You have to come to terms with that suffering before you can forgive the other person for doing that to you. And as I said earlier, if you want to forgive yourself, then you have to embrace and care for your sufferings. You have to understand that it's perfectly fine to suffer. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a natural process. When you can start to do that, your suffering will naturally subside. And when it subsides, then you don't feel that hatred or animosity towards the person who did that harm to you. Because you see everything as just being coming together of certain causes and conditions. Does it matter the order of forgiveness? It probably is a lot easier if you forgive yourself first, and that will naturally lead for you to forgive other people. Believing that the truest wisdom and answers are within, why does the world encourage us to seek externally? In our society, everything that we do, we have to understand that what we are, we're essentially organisms in an environment. Organisms that react to stimulus from external objects in the outside world. And so if we react to external objects, then that's when we start creating stress in ourselves. And so if you want to better deal with what's out there externally, all the external objects in your environment, you first need to focus on what kind of reaction you're having towards those circumstances, towards those objects. And so it first starts with looking within. you look within and you deal with the problems within so that you can deal better with what's out there in the world. If you're conscious of what's going on in your mind, then naturally you'll be conscious of what's going on in the outside world, because it's your mind that perceives everything. Wisdom can only be found within. What happens when we look for answers outside of us? Well, we're looking in the wrong place, because everything begins with how you perceive. And it's an activity of the mind. So if you want to understand everything that's out there externally, you have to first understand yourself. When our suffering is due to what others do and say, do we confront our suffering? Do we confront the other person, or do we work with ourselves? Well, when other people say something that you don't like, that you feel hurt about, actually there's nothing wrong with what that person has said, but it's just you have attached to the words of criticism. So the problem doesn't lie with the person. The problem lies with yourself, with your reaction. And so, do you confront the person? No, because when you confront the person, you're not using rationality, you're not using wisdom to confront that person. You're using your emotion. And so you have to first confront yourself. You have to build the awareness that you're clinging on to those words of criticism, and that's what's making you unhappy. When you have built that awareness, then you realize that those words carry no weight, but it's you who've added meaning to those words. You need to first confront yourself, and when you can confront yourself and come to terms with that suffering, and you're able to overcome it, then naturally you'll confront the other person with understanding and wisdom. To end suffering is to stop wanting things other than the way they truly are. Does it make it less desired for improvements to become better? I think we have to understand that if you admit that you're suffering and you want things other than the way they are, that's coming to terms with what you're experiencing. And that doesn't say anything about desiring for improvements. I think we should separate those into two separate topics. The fact that you're able to accept your current condition will give you better understanding of what you're capable of doing. And that will create the foundation for you to make more improvements in your life. I think we have to understand the difference between being passive and being accepting and understanding. Being passive doesn't mean that you necessarily accept what you're experiencing. Some people can be very indifferent to things, to be very apathetic about things, but that's simply because they don't care about it. They don't want to do anything about it. They don't want to do anything to make their condition better. But actually, when you're accepting your suffering, you're actually doing something that takes a lot of courage. You're confronting your suffering. If you're passive and apathetic, you don't confront anything. You just bury your head in the sand. But when you start confronting your suffering, that is an active effort to reduce the suffering that you feel. And so, in fact, you are making a desire to improve yourself. By accepting your suffering, you are desiring to improve yourself. And thereby, you will be able to, at some point, overcome those sufferings because you have made that noble desire. This is the first time here, upon listening to the teaching on suffering, it seems to me that there is little difference between letting go and being complacent. Should we not desire in life? If not, what is the goal and purpose? Okay, well, I briefly talked about that in my last question. The thing about desire is that you need to have desire to do something. If you don't have the desire, then nothing can be accomplished. If I don't have the desire to want to practice Buddhism, to want to reduce the suffering that I feel, to want to achieve enlightenment, then I will never achieve enlightenment. So you need that desire. But the important thing is you don't cling to that desire. You don't attach to it. There's a story about someone who went to the supermarket to buy some coconuts. They bought the coconuts, they came out, and someone asked them what they had just purchased. And that person told them, I just purchased some coconuts for myself. And then that person asked, you purchased the coconuts, the coconut has a coconut shell. Are you going to eat the coconut shell as well? The person replied, well, obviously not. I won't be eating the coconut shell. And then the person then asked, well, I don't believe you. I don't believe that you're not eating the coconut shell. And basically what this story is trying to say is that when we desire for something, like eating coconuts, we desire the coconut water. We don't need the shell. But when we purchase the coconut, it comes with the shell. And once we drink the coconut water, then we can dispense away with the coconut shell. And it's just the same for your Dharma practice. You need to have a desire to drink that coconut water. But once the coconut water is finished, then you dispense away with it. You throw the coconut shell away. So you don't attach to it. So there's little difference between letting go and being complacent. Letting go, like I said earlier, takes courage. Being complacent is just being passive. You need to have desire in your life, because if you don't have a desire, you'll never make improvements. But you can't attach to that desire. Because as soon as you attach to that desire, then you give rise to three mental poisons: desire, hatred, and ignorance. Thank you for your talk on suffering. I am about to start a career in counseling. Do you have any advice on how to remain happy amidst so much suffering so that I can better help my patients? Regardless of what happens during your day-to-day experiences, happiness first starts with not wanting things to be different. And so in order to come to terms with what you're experiencing, I think you have to start building awareness of yourself. You need to practice mindfulness. When you have developed mindfulness, then you can use that mindfulness to better understand yourself and overcome some of your sufferings. To accept everything as it is, wouldn't it be conformism? For example, I am in sales, so I always have to look for more. So you're in sales, so it's your job to try to make as many successful sales as possible, to make as much money as possible. So you're saying that if I practice self-acceptance, self-compassion, all I'm doing is just accepting things the way they are, so how can I make improvements? Like I said earlier, you have to first accept the circumstances of your condition before you can do anything to improve on it. If you want to do a better job at work, if you want to make more sales, then you need to first understand the situation, how the operation is run, what things I can do to get more sales. That takes an understanding of your strengths and weaknesses. You have to first accept what those weaknesses are, and you build on them. We don't let emotions take the best out of us and affect our ability to transform that into sales. So we need to first relieve some of the negative emotions that we feel during the workplace to be able to better deal with the different things that come our way during the course of our work. So by accepting your current condition, you're not really, I would say, in the way that this is written, conforming with your condition, because you accept it so that you can make it better. Can you please explain in more practical detail self-compassion, how to apply it? When I'm thinking of it, what comes on my mind is that I'll feel pity for myself and start crying. Well, I think we should differentiate between self-pity and self-compassion. Self-pity is just feeling miserable for yourself and wallowing in the depths of despair, not wanting to do anything to improve your condition. Self-compassion is recognizing that you are suffering right now, but that this suffering is also very temporary. And when it goes away, you will be better. So you should be showing care and love for yourself. It's something that comes out of an active effort to want to increase your well-being. Whereas self-pity is something that comes out of despair. When you're pitying yourself, you're not at peace with who you are. When you have self-compassion for yourself, you are completely at peace. You can accept yourself for who you are, and you are willing to be with that suffering until it leaves, and you're not going to fight it. Well, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of times the circumstances that we experience in our life, we can't control them. We can only change how we look at them. If you don't start accepting things as they are, then that will cause you a lot of suffering and disturbance in your life. The only thing that you can do to make your life better is to change the way you look at things. I've answered quite a few questions. I'm not sure if I answered all of them to your liking, but certainly I think there's a lot of things that I can touch upon again in a future lecture. Maybe some of the questions here will serve as a good topic for another lecture that I give. Regardless of whether or not I answered some of these questions to your liking, really the whole point of me coming up today to answer some of these questions is to show that regardless of whether or not I answer some of these questions well or not, I will give myself self-compassion. So it's not really a question. It's not really a question of how well I answer them, or whether or not it's something that you find acceptable, because we all will have successes and failures in our life. We all make mistakes, and the key to finding happiness is to start coming to terms and making peace with those mistakes, to embrace it. And so the important thing was not to answer those questions well. The important thing was just to come up here and answer those questions.
By the way, I've been away for 3 weeks, and in Hong Kong, I have given. But there's no question here as to what happened to you when you were away. But I'm sure some people would say, "What happened to you? Do you want to say something about during your absence? What did you do in Hong Kong?" Usually, I commute between Hong Kong and Canada. I gave a lecture on the Heart Sutra in Cantonese, which I haven't given before. I spent 6 days in it, every day talking about for 2.5 hours, 6 days. And then I put another 2 days to it for 8 days. I've been counting those days. 8 days I gave lectures. And giving lectures like that for 2.5 hours is not just go there without preparation. Although we've been talking about Buddhism for a long time, but we still have to prepare. There's a saying in the Chinese language, whatever you see on stage for 1 minute, people on stage have been practicing for 1 year. So, you know what I mean? Maybe you see someone performing on the TV and you thought, oh, that's just a minute. They could have take 1, take 2, take 10, they could have spent, a few hours on it. So even we've been talking for a long time on the Buddhist teaching, we still have to prepare for it. And for every morning I went into the computer and actually look at all the PowerPoint and all that. So very, very busy for 8 days. And then for 3 days, I went to release of sea animals, of fish in the Guangdong province, Sunde. We went to a private fish swamp, a huge acreage of tank, and we took all the fish out and released them back to the freshwater huge lake. So that's what we've been doing. And then we also went to tree planting ceremony for a new temple. So I occupy all my days for the 20 days. And here I am back again. But I have to go again sometime in June. I met something unusual in my last trip. There was a man, 23 years old. He graduated from Cambridge, a law degree. He apprenticed as a lawyer for 1 year. So he became a lawyer, actually a lawyer. And then he returned back. He went back to University of Hong Kong for a master's degree in law. A brilliant student, summa cum laude, first class honors in law in Cambridge. Cambridge is a very famous university in England, Cambridge and Oxford. So he graduated and he spent his final year in his master's degree at Hong Kong University. And somehow, one morning, he went up to the 5th floor and jumped down. Landed, boom, fifth floor, and jumped down. The spine hit the ground, broken spine. 23, 24 years old, and raised up by single mom, the only son. So the mom had been doing hard work to raise her son, and now her son, broken spine, rushed to emergency to a hospital, and a few doctors went to see him, check him out. They are of the common idea, the common opinion that even an operation has to be performed within 2 days. Otherwise, he'll be dead. And even after the operation is performed, he will be paralyzed for the rest of his life because the nerves were severed in a lot of places. And no hope for survival to be a normal person. Will be sleeping on bed for the rest of his life. So I heard about that story and from his classmate, and I really was quite sad about it. Of course, his mom would be grief-stricken, and the man said he wanted to die immediately, and the mom didn't know what to do. So after I listened to this, we immediately chant for him. We chant the Siddhikapa Sutra, 6 of us in our lecture hall in Hong Kong. And I personally went to pray for him in front of Siddhikapa Bodhisattva, praising for him to recover. So and then, next day, we have to rush next day to China for the release of sea fish. And then when I came back, his classmate told me, he had a miracle. What happened? A few doctors tried to clean up all the broken bones and all that. And he was not paralyzed. He could feel toes moving. The toes were moving. And the doctor said if the toes were moving, he had a chance that he would be normally walking with up to 5 or 6 months. So we were all very surprised. And he was actually moving, but he couldn't control his bowel movement yet. So I went to visit him in the hospital, and a lot of legal students were by the bedside, his classmates. And he was so happy because it was a miracle. How come the doctor said that he's not going to survive? He will be paralyzed for the rest of his life. The doctor said, I didn't know. We don't know. According to the scan, according to everything, all the information, he wouldn't survive a normal life. He survived when I went to visit him in the hospital and talked to him. And he seemed okay. The only thing he worried about is his bowel movement. He said he hadn't had any bowel movement, and he was worrying that for the rest of his life, he may not be able to control his bowel movement. But I said, you have your life back. And it was already a miracle. Spiritually, and I would say the Siddhagarbha Bodhisattva must have saved him. Non-spiritually, I don't know, it could be a coincidence, I don't know, but all this doctor said it's not going to survive. But how come the miracle worked out? So I gave him all my lectures, and I told him about Siddhagarbha Sutra, and he told me that his mom every year usually go to the temple of Siddhagarbha right in the beginning of the street where he lived, to say prayers every year. So there must be some relationship. So I pray for him too. So we were quite happy for him, and he looked very happy because a miracle came to him. So chant your Siddhagarbha Sutra. Miracle could come to you. We don't know. There's so many things that we cannot explain. So let's go into the questions now. What books or lectures would you recommend for people just beginning? There are so many books, so many lectures on YouTube. If you really want, on YouTube I have so many lectures. Many, maybe 100 of them, so many of them. Anybody have access my lectures on YouTube yet? So I have a lot of lectures. All the lectures that I produce in here, that I produce in there is on YouTube.
We'd rather listen
yeah?
We'd rather listen to you in person.
Oh, in person, yes. More intimate, close relationship. Close up is a little better, yeah. But there are a lot of good lectures on the YouTube, and not just my lectures. Take a look at Ajahn Brahm's lectures, an excellent lecturer of Buddhism, more experienced than me, actually, in giving lectures. Another one, another monk educated in Sri Lanka by Bhatan Punnaji. Excellent lectures. He has a PhD in psychology and in philosophy. Is 85 years old, and excellent lectures. And listen to these two monks' lectures, and you get a lot from them. But the more important is not just listening to knowledge that you acquire outside. Reflect within. Practice. Practice what you preach. It's easy to say words, but practice what you preach. You don't have to listen to a lot. You listen to some, you get the main idea, and you start to practice it. So there's a lot of books for beginners. Next question. What is karma, and does it transfer to your next life? Of course it does. It will transfer to your next life. And it has been transferred from the previous lives too. All this karmic energy. What is karma? An accumulation of your volitional action and speeches and thoughts. Every thought produces energy. Every thought produces karma, not just action. That's karmic, because you have that thought in you that taints your consciousness, that pollutes your consciousness. Does it transfer from your next life? It's going to transfer to your next life, and it's been passed from your previous life to this life. Whatever you encounter, you experience in this life, is a result of the karmic energy you built from your previous life, whatever you encounter in this life. So in this life, how come I was born in a poor family? How come John was born with a gold key? He was born in a multi-billion dollar home. And I was born in a dilapidated Coca-Cola cane roof house with a lot of heaps of garbage surrounding me. And why? Isn't God unfair to me? If there's really a God, God wouldn't be unfair, would he? Think about this. If there's really a God, would God put me in a situation like this and put him into a situation better than me? No, if that is a God, he would have put you in the best position, if that is a God, quote unquote God. The God is nowhere to be found. The God is in you. That God in you, you have to review it. You don't have to find it anywhere else. Don't look for a God outside. Oh God, help me God. No. Look for it inside. It's in you. Everybody has that God. When the time comes, it will give you what you want. Is that God in your flesh and blood? that God is in your mind. And because of that God is in your mind is never away, it's not apart from your body, that God is also in your body. Because that God is actually in your mind. And that God is polluted now by you. You have to clear all the pollutants. And one of the many methods to clear your pollutants is by meditation. So many ways to clear your pollutants, but you haven't been interested in it. You're not interested in it until maybe lately, when you suffer, when you find out more wide about things, when you find out more about inequalities of life, when you have a divorce, or when I don't know, when something happened to you that is not pleasurable, and you cannot find pleasures anywhere else, you're looking for something spiritual. You come to a temple, you look for it. Don't have to look for it. I tell you, it's in you. Discover that. That treasure in you. Whatever you experience now is what you have done in your previous life. Don't blame anybody for it. Don't blame your parents for it. Your parents is only a contributing factor to you being born. Because they come together in a location where an ovary and the semen match together and produces you. Don't say, how come you bring me to this world? I'm so ugly. I'm ugly and you bring me to this world. You should be responsible. They didn't bring you to this world. They do that kind of thing and you mix into that kind of thing and you come to the world. They won't say, I want John, then I do this kind of thing. They didn't even have John, the name John happened to them when you're doing that kind of thing, right? When they're having a fusion, they don't say, I have a fusion to get John. John comes to that fusion because of karmic energy that pull you to that fusion. I can go on with karma, but that's it. Because it's a subject that is so involved. There's so much to talk about it. That is reproductive karma. That is unchangeable karma. There's changeable karma. There's immediate karma. And karma, of course, is involved with 4 aspects. The cause of the karma, the performance of the karma, the intention of the karma, and the finality of the karma. So we can talk about, get onto YouTube, karma. It tells you a lot. Nowadays, you can get a lot of education from YouTube. Utilize it to your benefit. What is the school of Buddhism here at this temple? There's so many schools in the Buddhist teaching. When the Buddha was teaching, he didn't say, this is this school. This is my second school of thought. This is my third, fourth, 5. The Buddha never differentiate, never tell you what school of thought. It's the later generations, because the Buddha talked about so many things that the later generation, the later philosophers and practitioners, they try to research and analyze it and break it down into school. This is the school of the Tantric school. This is the meditation school. This is the Tiantai school. This is the Pure Land school. So it's the human mind that discriminates and finds out all these schools. The Buddhist teaching is one. The Buddhist teaching does not say, I have so many schools for you. Which one do you want? Why did the later philosophers or practitioners try to divide it into school? Because everyone's karma is different. Everyone's conditional causation is different. You may like certain school and he may dislike certain school. So it depends on what school that fits your circumstances and your knowledge, your education. For people who are highly educated and they like psychology and philosophy, they may like the consciousness only school, which is not about in school. Studying the consciousness of human. So it depends on what schools that you like. The school in this temple, if you really want me to say what school, maybe it's a combination of meditation, Zen, and chanting. A very common school. But I tell you, meditation and chanting also includes Tantric school, because we're chanting mantra. So it's a combination, actually. Next question. If a negative thought arises, is it best to let it pass through and investigate where it came from or block it out? If a negative thought arises, you can let it pass. If you have the ability, a negative thought comes and you let it pass immediately, instantly, then you don't need to investigate where it comes from because you have that ability to let it pass. If you do not have that ability to let it pass, you still hang on to that negative thought until you really have to spend time to it. Then you have to analyze it. The second method, if it doesn't immediately pass along without attaching to it, then you really have to look at it. You look at that negative thought. Where it comes from? Oh, it comes from my greediness. It comes from my desire for sensual pleasure. It comes from my ego feeling. Then you analyze it. Once you analyze it, you want to discard it. You think it is garbage. This is garbage to me. I'm going to garbage it. Then if you really need work to work at it, then you can investigate it if it's a negative thought. But in the investigation, make sure that you don't fall into the trap of, oh, it's a negative thought. Maybe I should pursue that negative thought after the investigation. Then you're not investigating it from the good side. You are trying to investigate, but you perpetuate that negative thought. First thought comes, it runs into the second thought, then you're not letting it through. When the first thought comes, you let it flow through, then it doesn't go into the second thought. It has no continuation. If it has a continuation, then you analyze it and say, I want to discard it. It's a negative thought. It's a thought of selfishness. It's a thought of anger, a thought of jealousy, a thought of hatred. You just let it go. If you can let it go, you're not an average individual. Maybe one out of thousands of individuals that they let thought pass by them, negative thought. They analyze the thought and don't let the negative thought influence them. That means you are pretty well in control. The more instant you are in letting it wash through without hanging to it, the more intelligent, the more wisdom you have. It depends on you. By definition, you let it pass, how can you block it out? If you have blocked it out, it won't pass to you. So blocking it out, that means letting it pass. But you can scold at that thought. That's the method I use. Say when I'm walking or thinking, all of a sudden that a negative thought comes to me, I scold at it. Initially, I just spit at it. Too. Really. That's one way of showing it. That negative thought comes to my mind, I spit at it. Of course, that's not the right way to do. Don't spit on the street. And as time goes on, you don't need to spit it out. It just comes out from you. But you really have to try to get it out. Sometimes you hang on to it, you attach to it without you knowing it, and you carry on. You perpetuate that negative thought until the thought gets into volitional action. There's so many negative thoughts. You have a choice whether you want to continue the negative thought to carry into action or you want to let it pass. The choice is in you. And most people didn't make the right choice. That's why they kill, they steal, they lie, they get angry, they're uncontrollable, they have anxiety, they have depression, they have hatred. That's why you're egoistic, because you cannot control it. Use your right hemisphere. Use your right hemisphere to control your left. And surprisingly, don't try to blame your left hemisphere. Your left hemisphere is very powerful. One of the powers that the left hemisphere has is to weave out stories that this one may not weave out stories. You imagine a lot of stories. That's the reason why there's so many novels written, because you can create a lot of stories from here. And if you touch your head, you want to see, am I spiritual? Sometimes you know. You touch your head, sometimes you know. Okay, next question. Why can't we remember our past lives? Whatever in the past, sometimes you remember and sometimes you don't. If it's in the recent past, usually you remember. But if it's in the remote past, you may not remember. Can you remember events when you were 3 years old? Anybody who can remember events happened when you were 5 years old? Raise your hands. 5 years old? How about 3 years old? Can you remember what happened to you 3 years old? Even 3 years old? Oh, you have good memory. Can you remember events happened to you when you're 2 years old? Difficult. How about when you were 1 year old? No, none. So you can't even remember events that happened to you 1 year old. How could you remember events that happened to you in your previous lives? You can't even remember when you were 1 year old. And you expect yourself to be so intelligent that you remember things happen in your last life? Isn't that impractical? You bit your own tongue. You say it, but you bit your own tongue. Because you can't simply remember. But I can tell you something. When you were 60 years old or 50 years old, of course you can't remember 1 year old. What happened to you when you were 5 year old, 3 year old? You may have a chance that you still remember your previous lives because it's so fresh to you. That's the reason why we heard stories about a 5 year old boy. Dad, I was born in Hamilton. It was in the state, in New York. I was born in Canada, in Toronto. And you're not my dad. And my dad is in Toronto. They would get so scared. Or do you have problem with your mind, your brain? So they took the boy to a physiotherapy. But actually, that boy remembered previous lives. And that have so many stories. Get those stories in the YouTubes. Boys or girls who remember previous life. Usually, there's not very many stories about old men and women remembering previous lives. Usually young boys, maybe even teenagers who remember previous lives because it was so fresh in their memory. And even that, if every time a 4 or 5 year old mentioned to his parents about previous life that the parents didn't believe or too fearful to believe, then the parents usually say, "Shut up and don't say that to me again." So he's always getting this negative response in telling stories about the previous life. He got scared. In his subconscious, he didn't want to say it again. So he's been stifled. No parent would say, "Hey, come on, give more information. What happened to you in the previous life?" "Well, you were in Toronto. What street? What street in Toronto?" "Oh, Floyd Street. Oh, that's in Lansdowne Plaza." "Oh, they won't go that. They won't go like that. They won't investigate unless they are scholars." Take a look at studies by Ian Stevenson, the scholar who studied previous life cases. He had thousands of those cases. He spent 30 years to study rebirths. He studied cases, especially in Asia. He performed all his clinical researches in Asia about past life experiences of people. Last question. What is consciousness in the context of Buddhist teaching? That takes 5 semesters. Maybe 5 courses in each semester, studying the 8 consciousnesses, the I consciousnesses, ears, alaya consciousness, manu consciousness, manas consciousnesses. There's a special study of consciousness. If you translate in direct English, it's consciousness only school. In the Sanskrit language, is Vijnana Matrata. Study of the consciousness. Vijnana Matrata. So, when I said 5 semesters, it may be too short. People spend his lifetime in studying the consciousness. There's a special school called Mere Consciousness School of the Buddhist teaching. So many literature about it. So much English literature about it. The Western culture is very interested in the study of consciousness because of psychology. So you research into that school, Vijnana Matrata school. And people who study that is called Vijnanavadin. Okay. Next question. Can bad karma be prevented from being ripened? Even if it can be prevented from becoming ripened in this lifetime, it will become into fruition in many future lives to come. It depends on what you do in this lifetime. If you have some really bad karma, the effects of which you will realize in this lifetime, bad karma. But in this lifetime, you've done so much good karma that the good karma matures first. It's more energetic, more forceful. You may delay the coming of the bad karma. It's just like when I have a ball and there's another guy there receiving my ball. If I throw this ball to that guy, the force of that ball would get there. But if there is something in the middle that pushes it, punches it at it, then the ball will be redirected to another direction, or maybe stop, that he won't receive it. It depends on the forces, conditional arising, that may delay the bad karma, or that may even divert the bad karma, or that may even, it's like clothes that you wear. You have all these clothes are dirty, and you bleach it out slowly. Then you can purify your bad karma. If the karma is really bad, you cannot purify it. But for ordinary karma that is not extremely bad, you may be able to purify it. So there's some sayings in the Chinese literature that when a person passed away, he does not have to go through the bottle stage for two kinds of people. Some people, when they passed away, they immediately will be reborn. If they haven't got nirvana, they will be reborn in heaven. Those people, they practice good, extremely good karma. They stay away from killing, from lying. They will perform the best deeds in their whole life. Then when they die, they don't have to go through the bottle stage. They will go immediately to heaven for those really good karma. The really bad karma, when that person passes away, he immediately go down to inferno. He doesn't have to go through the bottle stage. They're going extreme. For that kind of karma, it's difficult to erase. And karma also depends on intention. If you want to kill an animal, for example, and kill a cat, for example, you kill it accidentally. You're driving a car and a cat will rush by and you killed it. You committed killing. But you didn't have any intention of killing it. You didn't prepare for killing it. It's finally been killed, yes, you got that karma. But the karma is not forceful because you don't have intention, you don't have preparation. It has a lot of legal implication in it. And actually, if you look at from the legality side, a person has no intention of killing, hasn't prepared for the killing, and finally they kill that person, he may not be standing the same trial as person who have intention and who prepare to kill him. So it's very logical and very legal, legally speaking. But if you kill that cat, on the other hand, you prepare for it. That cat belongs to your neighbor. And every morning that cat is producing a lot of terrible noises. I dislike that cat. That cat is terrible. So you prepare to kill him. You started to buy poisons. You research into what kind of poisons would poison a cat. And then you prepare, you wrap it up, and you throw it over the fence so that the cat can eat it. You prepare for it. And you have the intention of killing it, and the cat poison and die. That kind of karma is very strong because you have intention to prepare for it. As compared to you don't have intention, you don't have preparation for it, but you actually killed it. So you're talking about changing your karma, depends on what kind. Watch your thought. Be careful with your thought. You should nurture only compassionate thought in your mind. I have two questions in here. The first question, what is Buddhism in layman's terms? That's Buddhism 101. It takes about one semester. So how can I tell you what is Buddhism in layman's terms? It's Buddhism 100. It takes about 3 months to study, and you study after 3 months, you study just the superficial meaning of it. What is Buddhism in layman's terms? Buddhism is the teaching of the Buddha who existed in history 2,600 years ago, and he abandoned all his sensual pleasures and luxuries. He went into the woods to group with the philosophers in search of a higher meaning of life, which is more than just sensual pleasures. And he believed that there is something more to existence. He believed that there are certain things, there are certain methods to relieve oneself of suffering, the suffering of life and death and birth and aging and sickness and mental afflictions, jealousy, hatred, you name them. There's so many things that lead to suffering that an enlightened being can actually transcend it, these kind of sufferings. And more, he believed that humans can transcend death, life and death, because we've got to die, right? Anyone who doesn't have to die, raise your hand, please. You don't have to die, raise your hand. Anyone who does not have to be sick, raise your hand. You raise your hand, so do you have to die?
No.
You don't have to die? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, of course. Neither do I. Yeah. So, you can't escape suffering. You can't escape aging, death, sickness. You can escape many, many things you cannot escape. He believed firmly in that. And of course, the Buddha got that message not just in the Buddha's lifetime. He practiced and practiced in previous reincarnations. He had been accumulating all this prashta paramita, all this wisdom, until at the end of his mortal life, or that life, 2,600 years ago, before he attained nirvana. Put it in another way, not taking a look at the history, taking a look at actually the meaning of it, and just give you a few sentences to summarize it all. The purpose of Buddhism is to tell people that there's a much higher meaning in life, and if you're in pursuit of that meaning, it would take you into an emancipation from all the mental afflictions and suffering in this life. Looking at it from a present perspective, if you follow Buddhist teaching from the present life perspective, you'll be more peaceful. You'll be more peaceful with yourself and others. But how do you do it? You have to explore into the Buddhist teaching. Not just reading a few books, seeing a few videos, and listening to a few tapes. There was a bhikshuni. Bhikshuni means nun in the ancient China. And she's been practicing under her teacher for many, many years, 15, 20 years. And it seemed to her that she couldn't get anywhere. She said, I was looking for enlightenment. I couldn't get anywhere. I practiced every day. I couldn't really get what I want. He wanted to ask for permission to leave her little temple and leave her master behind, and said, I'm in pursuit of a higher meaning of life. I want to go somewhere else, to different temples, to learn for meditation. I want to find out more about it. So she left the temple, left her masters, and went on to explore in other temples and other places, and in up to 20 years, she couldn't get herself anywhere. And one day she said, I got to return to check out if my mother's still alive. Friends in my old town, my old temple. So she traveled back home. And as she was passing by, traversing a grove of cherry blossom, she went under all these cherry blossoms and just smelled the fragrance of the cherry blossoms. And suddenly, in her heart, she uttered a poem. I don't need to translate word for word. What the meaning is, I've been looking everywhere for the spring in my heart. I look and look for 20 years. I have worn out a few pairs of my shoes. I couldn't get anything. But once I came back to my own town and traversed under the grove of cherry blossoms, I smelled the fragrance. Spring is right here. Spring is right here. I don't have to look for it. Spring is right in your heart. Don't look for that particular spring. Look for that spring in your heart. Don't look for anywhere else. That spring is in you. Don't look for it. That God is in you. Don't look for a God outside. Next question. Is it true to say Buddhism is true peace or happiness comes from within? Do not seek it without. I just said it. Your happiness comes from within. Don't seek it without. So happiness comes from within. You don't have to seek without, but you still have to seek it. Don't look for it, but you still have to look for it. Don't look it for the outside, though. It's right here. It doesn't mean that, I don't have to look for it. I sit here and that's Buddhism. That's spring. I got the spring in me. Don't look for it. The spring is in you. The treasure is in you. How do you unlock that door in you? Where's the key? I forgot when I put my key. Then don't you have to look for that key first? Look at that key. That key is in the Buddhist teaching. Somewhere right there. Do you take the trouble of looking for it? Or you're looking for fame, reputation, wealth, sensual pleasures, girlfriend, boyfriend, party? What are you looking for? You're looking for that key, right? You're not looking for sensual pleasure. That key is not in sensual pleasure. That key is not in money. That key is not in reputation and fame. That key is not in your ego. As a matter of fact, as a matter of reality, you have to get rid of that ego to reveal the key. That key has been covered up in your blanket of ego. Get rid of the ego. Then you get that key. You got that pearl in you. It's been covered up. Clean up that pearl. Then it's one brightness. How does someone know, someone in the group of petitioners, that he has attained arhathood? Why do you have to know? Someone has attained, why do you have to know? Mind your own business. Why do you have to know? Sometimes there's more wisdom in not knowing than knowing. In not looking for knowledge than looking for it. You don't have to know. So the first question is, dear Venerable, the world drives us to be goal-oriented and ambitious. If you are inherently a content person and not very ambitious, does that make you a lazy person? No. If I can put it in layman terms, anyone who is interested in following the Buddhist teaching, who is interested in knowing the Buddhist teaching and practice accordingly, we don't call it Buddhist, this is too stereotyping and labeling. Whereas anybody such like that, if he is following the Buddhist teaching, he's the most ambitious person. You know why? He's the most ambitious not only to make this life happy, he's the most ambitious to elevate it to a higher level in even the next life. Have you ever come across usually an ambitious businessman who say, I want to do good business in my next life? He doesn't really care about the next life. But the Buddha's teaching follower is so ambitious that he wants to be better even in the next life. He's so ambitious that he wants to get out from suffering. You won't be a lazy person by following a Buddhist teaching. You have to be very hardworking. You know how we monks and nuns work? We wake up 4:30 in the morning. We have our morning lesson at 5 o'clock. We have our breakfast 6:30. And we have lunch 11:30. And usually we don't take a dinner, no dinner. And ascetic monk, they only take 1 meal per day. We took 2. If we really, on that particular day, if we really have been laboring ourselves to spend a lot of energy, we may take the exception of eating some congee or something like that. Other than that, we don't have a Sunday break. We work 7 days per week. We're never lazy. And there's another question that comes up at the end. How can you become a monk and a nun? Think about it. Can you be hardworking? If you are a lazy person, you don't want to be a monk and nun. Because we really work hard. We really work hard in our spiritual odyssey. We pursue a way that is an elevation of life. We're not interested in materialism. We're not interested in looking for fame, reputation, wealth, and money, relationship. We're not interested in that. We're interested in ultimate emancipation from the slavery of our own desires. You want to bite the cocoon of desires and fly it away. We have been throwing threads to cocoon ourselves. Nobody else cocoon ourselves. You know a cocoon? We throw out a thread and bind us. And now we want to bite out a hole and get out. That's not easy. If you are goal-oriented, that is exactly what a Buddha follower is doing. Every session of meditation will have a goal. Today I'm meditating, I want to start now. I want to concentrate. I want to have a good session of meditation. I want to have samadhi. Not just a goal for every week, a goal for every day, a goal for every hour. So we're extremely goal-oriented. There's certain daily objective we want to achieve, a weekly objective we want to achieve, a life objective we want to achieve. We're always actively working. If we're not working at bettering ourselves, improving ourselves in meditation, we're working to contribute. We open the temple to the public. We want to make sure that the public enjoy the fruits of the architecture, the fruits of the spiritual pursuit. We want everybody to come, no matter your creed, your religion, your race, your color, your interest. We don't charge a fee. Even the lunch is free. It's only those who are faithful devotees who donate to make this happen. We need donations to make this happen, but we never say, everybody need to donate something. No. But we know the more you give, the more you get in return. Always giving, giving, giving. The first lesson to learn is to give. Not just money. When I was at the University of Toronto studying for my first year, I've been visiting a temple, Chan San Temple. It still exists, the Chan San Temple in Toronto. And as a poor student, I didn't have any money to donate. I went to that temple every Saturday, meditation, early meditation. I got familiar with the two monks in there. Those were the two monks who first came to Canada because they came to visit the expo in 1967. You know there was an expo in 1967 in Canada? They came to join the expo and they didn't return back to their own country, and they became the first two monks trying to bring the flag of the Buddha and put it on the hill of Canada to let it fly. And since then a lot of people come. I actually lived in that temple for a year in my first year. I was living in the basement and they were living upstairs. And every day I went to school and I traveled back and I lived with them. That's how I got my chanting, how I learned my chanting, I became their first translator. That's the reason why I could translate the Buddha Sutras. I became the first translators. And every Saturday we have meditation sessions. We have people from all walks of life. We have bus drivers, we have nurses, we have teachers, we have workers, we have all walks of life coming to meditate. Not many people though. A group of 20 people, not like us, we have a group of 60, 50. They only have a group of 20 people. But they brought their own food. So I still remember the Italian couple every week. They brought the best linguine, vegetarian meat sauce. I still remember. So everybody brought their own. Somebody brought salad and some apple pie. Oh, the best apple pie. A British lady. I forgot her name. Janice or something like that. And so we have happy time. So they didn't need to cook. Everybody brought a dish, and they were so happy. So I was in that surrounding for a year. I lived in the basement. I thought to myself, I saw all these people donating money. I said, I didn't have any money to donate. What would I do? Then I come to think about it. I said, donation does not need money. Why do I make a wish? So in front of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, I make a wish silently at night in the basement. And I said, I don't have money to give donations, but I want to bring 100 people to this temple so that they know about the Buddhist teaching. I don't need money to do that, right? So I start to write a diary for myself. I have a list. So for every person I brought to the temple, I write down his name or her name. And after 1 year, I really fulfilled the wish of bringing 100 people. What are the results for this 100 people? I don't know, but I know one case. I brought a Mrs. Wang, because Mrs. Wang, she was at that time about 65 years old, and she couldn't get along with the daughter-in-law. So they had a lot of, argues, and she was not happy because the daughter-in-law could not, they don't coordinate well. So the son said, I know his son, the son, do you have any place that my mom can go to spend some evenings or some Sundays and some Saturdays? I said, oh, I come to the temple. So I actually went to her house and brought her to the temple. And since then, every Saturday, Sunday, she's been visiting the temple. And so in 1980, I came over to Vancouver. I forgot about her. But after a few years, I think at the age of about 89 or 92, 91, I heard that she passed away on the first day of the Chinese New Year in the temple. He was just sitting on the sofa, and all these people were circumambulating, chanting, Namo Amito. And in the midst of the chanting, she passed away. No suffering, no pain. At the age of 92, she just passed away. So there was one case I learned about. That's the Mrs. Wang that I brought to the temple. So I actually brought 100 people to the two referents to listen to their lectures, and I didn't spend any money at all. I didn't have any money. So you can donate in kind. You don't need any money. It's an easy thing to do. There's a lot of efforts to do it. So I can say the follower of the Buddha's teaching is ambitious, extremely goal-oriented, yet he's content because he has no attachment. He has no attachment to wealth, to fame, to reputation. He does not build a big ego where he is selfish and egoistic. He's learning and learning more and more to be altruistic, to care, to give compassion, to give. He's hardworking, yet he's content inside. That's the different kind of content than the person who's looking for material. There's a contentment, I can't use that word, in the heart, not in the face, not in sensual pleasures. Okay, next question. Buddhism is not idol worshipping, then why such big statues in a temple? Thank you for teaching the Wisdom Sutras. Buddhism is not idol worshipping, but you need an idol to bring to the attention of people. It's just like humans need words, but words is just tools. Language is just a tool. If you don't have a language, how can you even talk? Talking comes from thinking, right? Talking, you can't talk without thinking, right? You must have a mind to think. Talking comes from thinking. Thinking comes from language and conceptualization. If you do not have a language, how can you talk? The idol is only a means. That's not an end. That's not idolizing. You won't classify as you idolizing your language. But how come you depend your language? Are you idolizing your Nanaimo ship to Sunshine Coast? Are you idolizing that? We need the boat, the ship to Sunshine Coast. It's a means. But you say, how can you? You don't need the ship. How can you? You don't need the ship. You swim there? How can you swim to Sunshine Coast? You need the ship, but you abandon ship when you get to Sunshine Coast. You abandon the idol. Throw away the idol. It's just a means to get you the attention. It's just a means, just like a language, to arouse your consciousness in it. Don't attach to it. When I look at an idol, I think about compassion. When you look at an idol, you think, it's wood. How come you're idolizing? How come you're worshipping? We don't think in the same terms. The way I look at an idol is different from the way you look at it. You look at it with discernment. You look at it with ups and downs and yes or no, good or bad. I look at it as one equality. You can also raise the question, how come the idol looks like a Chinese and not a Caucasian? I can tell you, the first idol of the Buddha is like a Roman statue. Aquiline nose, wide forehead. Greek. The first idol of the Buddha is a Greek statue. You take a look at anthropology. Buddhism spread to Rome first, to Italy. But at that time, Socrates, Aristotle was so prevalent that they didn't receive it, so Buddhism went to the East. That's it for now. Next. One of the 5 contemplations, here we've got the 5 contemplations. Well, it takes a long time to explain the 5 contemplations, and as a matter of fact, we should have translation on the 5 contemplations. Next time, we should translate the 5 contemplations so that you don't have to ask. When we're eating, we contemplate on 5 things. The first contemplation is, the food is in front of you. The first contemplation is, am I worthy of this eating? Am I worthy of the food? Is my practice good enough to be worthy of the food? Is my morality good enough to be worthy of some people donating this food to me? That's what the monk should do. If I'm a monk, okay, the food put in here, okay, let's eat it. I don't want this, I don't want that. This is too tasty, it's too salty, too spicy. No. You should say, am I worthy of this offering? And where does this food come from? Comes from the kitchen prepared it. They work hard at it. The farmers farm, the farmers produce these crops, and then the donors buy them. There's a lot of work involved in it. I shouldn't waste anything because there's a lot of work. There's a lot of devotees who devote to it. That's the first contemplation. There's 5, but this is one of them. And considering the fact that I go to another session, so we'll talk about the 5 contemplations. In other words, the 5 contemplations remind you to be careful in your practice, to be hardworking in your practice, to be goal-oriented in your practice, to be ambitious in your practice. Next question, what is meant by Wan Fa Wei Xin? Everything originates from the mind. Wan Fa Wei Xin, that means everything originates from the mind. Isn't everything originates from the mind? All your speech, your thought originates from the mind. Your speech originates from the mind. The action originates from the mind. We all know that. But how? How does it originate from the mind? How does it change course? Is it the right origination? Where is the mind? What happened to the mind? Can you trace that origination to the final performance? What is the process in the origination, in the preparation, in the conditions, in the final performance? In everything, there is the origination, the preparation, the conditions, and the final performance. So there's a lot of analysis in origination of a mental thought. That's what a very detailed school of thought in Buddhism, and we call it Vijnanamatrata, the study of the consciousness of the mind. There is thousands of volumes. Vijnanamatrata is the study of the mind. And interesting enough, most universities, Asian studies, have a few courses on consciousness. And this school of thought contains the most English translations. Get into it. Many, many professors, scholars, get into that psychology and philosophy. A lot of PhD theses. And I talk about the 8 consciousnesses. And as a matter of fact, I already show you about eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness. The 8 consciousnesses, those are the basic foundation. If you try to get into Vijnanamatrata, you're already equipped. If you have been listening to me very carefully on my lectures, you are prepared to read consciousness, school of thought. Because you know Mano consciousness, you know Manas consciousness, you know Alaya consciousness. You know what Mano is? Who is the Mano? He's the manager. He's the manager who controls the salesman. The ear, the nose, the eyes, the taste, the body. We always say the Mano is very, very powerful. And there's also the Manas consciousness, who are the directors, the shareholders. Maybe next time we'll go into detail. What is Pratyeka Buddha? Pratyeka Buddhas are those practitioners who live not in the time of the Buddha, who live not in the time that when there was Buddhism in this world. They don't even have a single book of Buddhism. Right now we have hundreds and thousands of volumes and tapes and all that, whatnot, in the internet, in library about Buddhism. But there are individuals in some eons of time where they didn't have any Buddhist teaching. And they still become the Buddha. Why? Because they watch, they observe. They watch spring, summer, autumn, winter. They watch, they meditate on the changeability of nature. And they realize impermanence. In other words, he gained his wisdom by meditating on environments. The bird song, the flowing of the stream, the ripples of the waves, seagulls. Nature can get you to become the Buddha. It's easier for practitioners of the Buddhist teaching who love nature to get enlightened. If you don't love nature, if you don't like nature, you like what? Wealth, boats, houses, cars, clothes, fashion, design. Those are not the kind of people who get easily enlightened. Those who love nature, trail walk, hiking, even kayaking, even, I don't know. Do you love nature? Who hate nature? Nobody, right? Okay, we have 4 questions. Dear Venerable, can you tell us a little more about this hell realm? Because the way I see it, hell already exists on earth and in our mind. True, there's killing, there's wars, there's natural disasters, lots of mishaps. Every day, if you take a look at what appears in the headlines of newspapers, you can see all kinds of killings, rapings, criminal offenses, and all that. Too many of these things. And in our mind, not just in our mind, hell exists on earth, I'm talking about, physically and metaphysically, materially and non-materially. You can see, sometimes you can see hells, prisons, slaughterhouses, wars and disasters. But more and more people are suffering from psychological sickness because a lot of people suffer from hell in their mind. Being a monk in here, I was always asked to resolve some of the family problems. And some family members, for example, 2 children, a boy and a girl got admitted into university and struggled very hard. Up to the first year, she suffered from a collapse, a mental collapse. And from then on, he heard people talking to her, whispering in the ears, and not just male, female, talking about all sorts of things. Couldn't sleep, couldn't study. She had to ask for leave of absence for 3-4 years, and I don't know what happened to her now. More and more people suffer from mental disorder, depression, schizophrenia, lots of hell in the mind. So you're right in saying that the way you see it, hell already exists on earth and in our mind. But I would like to add one more thing to it. Hell exists on earth. And hell also exists, say, in the underworld, after death. It is written in the sutra, and many philosophers and many writings have shown that hell on earth is not as fair as in inferno, as hell in the underworld. Downstairs, we call it. Why? Because in here, if one person committed the crime, he could intricate a lot of people into that crime. For example, in ancient China, I don't know if that happened in Europe in the ancient days, if one person infuriated the king or done something wrong, the king could order the whole clan to be executed. So there's one corrupt individual, he committed serious crime, the higher official or the king can order the whole family to be executed. Nowadays, less and less of these things. And also, if a criminal performs some criminal acts, he could defend himself. He would get the most famous big good lawyers to defend himself, and he could get away with it. He could be able to get away with it, even if you have committed a crime. In Inferno, you can't get away with it. Because everything you have done, I always imagine what would it be like. They say there's no such thing as intrication of other people. One person is responsible for whatever he has done, not other people who are innocent. The ruler of hell, Yama, there's always saying that Yama would not make a mistake. If he make a mistake, it's not Yama. And I think, well, would Yama make a mistake? If they didn't make a mistake, what would they have done? I always imagine they had a huge big computer, screen, monitor. When they pass the judgment, usually the criminal in hell, in Inferno, who died, of course, in Inferno, they say, I didn't do that. I didn't do any of those. And somebody got me into it. I didn't do that, so I was innocent. They always argue that they were innocent, just as they will argue they were innocent in this world. And then the Yama would show a monitor, say, they didn't do that? See all these videos that we shot for you in detail. He couldn't get away with it. And then after he's seen the video, he say, yeah, I did that. So there's equality in Inferno, but there's no equality on earth. So the hell on earth is even worse than the hell in Inferno. There's no equality. You could get away with a good lawyer, but you cannot get away from Inferno. Yama would get you. So you're right in saying that hell exists on earth and in our mind, yes. If you read the Sutra of Siddhigarbha Sutra, it has a very detailed description of how many hells are there, what happened to each hell, and what do you do. If you go to certain hell, you must have done certain acts, criminal acts, bad acts. Siddhigarbha Sutra has detailed description of hell, and it's in English too. It's both in Chinese and English, so you can take a look at that. Yeah, hell is right on earth, especially to animals. You see how animals were slaughtered? How the mink was slaughtered for the fur? They were smoked to death. And in some countries, they skinned the mink alive. Sometimes they didn't have enough smoke to kill them, so some of these mink were semi-conscious. They were still conscious, and they skinned them alive. And I've seen on slides that one pile, the skin already peeled off, the peeled off skin mink lying on one pile, blood and flesh on one pile, like a smaller than mountain, and the other side is a smaller than mountain of their fur. So they have two hooks. They hook the mink alive in there, or semi-conscious, and they skin them right away, and they throw the body of the mink on one side, and they throw the fur on the other side. That's how your fur comes from. And they can sell for expensive for thousands of dollars on a mink. So you think you wear a mink coat? Many lives were in one mink coat. You think you were beautiful walking the catwalk with this mink? How many minks you're already responsible for killing? And I know a friend built a huge refrigerator, a freezer, a refrigerator just for storing the mink coat. 30 or 40 mink coats. And for mink coats, you have to put it in a freezing temperature. Millions of dollars of fur coat in there. How many beings were killed? That's what we mean by karma. And I gave her the advice to sell them off and release the money for donations to save animals from being slaughtered. If you have any mink coat, sell them. Use the money for donations to save animals. Don't kill animals for mink. Don't kill animals for their skin. And finally, don't kill animals for food. It's not right. Why do you kill the ducks, the chickens, pigs, cows? You don't need to kill them, right? I've been a vegetarian for many, many, many years. I still survive. You don't need to cut your sirloin steak, your pork chop, your lobsters. You don't need to do that. You don't need the taste. That's an attachment to the tongue. The tongue likes the taste because that gives you the sensual pleasure of that taste. Be a vegan, be a vegetarian. To the animals, this is really hell. And in some countries, they even eat monkey's brain alive. Who wants to listen to how to eat monkey brain? Nobody, right? So I don't have to say it. Yeah, okay. Oh, you saw that in the movie. You know what? You still remember that movie? What Jones? Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones. Still remember that movie when that lady passed out, eating the monkey's brain? Okay, that's it for this question. Can you please share more information on the short-term ordination in August, the price, where, activities, and how can we become monks and nuns? Price is priceless. It's priceless, but there's no charge for it. It's so priceless that if you become just one day, according to the sutra, you achieve tremendous merits in it. Because why? You know why? For one day you become a monk or a nun, you would have achieved tremendous benefits in it because you germinate a seed to become the Buddha. That seed will be in your memory. And there's no clear history function. Not like your iPad, you can clear what you have seen. No clear history. It's always there, waiting for it to sprout. So that's absolutely important. And if that Buddha nature shouldn't sprout, and you practice and practice, and you become Buddha, what would happen? What have already transpired, what have already happened since 2,600 years ago? Prince Siddhartha became the Buddha. What had happened to the whole world? Billions of sentient beings learned the teaching to transcend suffering, uncountable, for 2,600 years, and there's more to come. So if one person has become a Buddha, we don't know. Billions and billions and billions of sentient beings will be saved. You see how the merits go? Geometrical expansion. You realize the merits right now. So price is priceless. You cannot put a price on it. Cost? Free. But in your mind, you should have thought like this. Oh, it's free? I don't have to pay any penny? Oh, then maybe I should go. You know what a price means? Paying out to get what you in return. That's the price. You always think about how much you give in order to get more return. When you look at the price, what is in your mind? Is it worth it? I want to get more than I paid out. I want to receive, but I don't want to give too much. That's why you bargain. That's why I bargain. That's my defect, because I was brought up near the market. They were used to bargaining. And every time when I see a price, I say, maybe I should bargain it down. That's, a monk also has defects, A monk is not a saint. Because I've been influenced as a boy, when I was running around the market, I was used to bargaining. I don't feel comfortable when I don't bargain down a price. That's the problem that I have to change. So when you think about a price, you already have to label it, stigmatize it as something that you want to get in return. But I tell you, it's priceless. Location is right here. Activities, we'll announce those activities. It would be, you have to wake up 4:30 in the morning. We all wake up 4:30 in the morning. Say your morning prayers, do your morning lesson, and every hour you have a schedule. 1 hour meditation, the next hour prostration, the third hour circumambulation or going out to nature, walking in the nature, and then the third hour listening to a lecture, fourth hour maybe a recess, and then a lunch break, and the next hour will be chanting, next hour will be meditation. Your day is all packed up with activities. You have no time to think about other things. You have no time for TV, you have no time for your iPad, for your cell phone. You're not allowed to do your email. Don't bring your burden in. Yeah? We won't lock up the gate. No. So there are examples where in China they actually lock up the gate in Zen meditation, and there were people who couldn't stand it, they climbed over and broke his leg. Oh yes. There are examples like that in Guan Monastery. Because in Guan Monastery, they carry a cane. If you circumambulate, if you don't walk, and they monitor you. Some people couldn't stand it, they climb over the fence, not the fence, the brick wall, 9 feet brick wall, and they drop, broke his leg. And there are people who are weak, and they fell sick, and they only 7 days, they're 49 days. And some of them they fell sick, and some of them they fell sick that they couldn't control their urination in some cases. And they urinate right there. And the monitor of the meditation say, you're not allowed to leave. If you're not allowed to go to the washroom. You're not allowed to go to the washroom during that hour and a half. And if you urinate, we don't mind you urinating in there. Right in your pants. We won't do that, don't worry. This is North America. This is Canada. We won't do that. So we allow you to go to the washroom. It's absolutely strict. Because they say, during these 7 periods, we want you to break through. We want you to break through the cocoon of confusion into enlightenment. And actually, many people achieve a satori, temporary enlightenment, a satori. They become wiser, they become more wise, and during the 7 days, spare the rod, spoil the child. We've been too easy on you guys, and you don't know about it, you don't appreciate it. We allowed you to come and go, we allowed you to do anything, we even allow you to bring drinks into a meditation hall. I realize today you cannot. You cannot bring your drinks into meditation hall. Next time don't do it. Only the lecturer who had to talk, sometimes he had the cold. If he didn't do a drink, he couldn't talk, then he would be allowed. But none of them should be allowed to bring drink. You are isolated from the outside world. No communication whatsoever. Communications brought our contact closer. Because you can communicate with each other. But it widened the gap of relatedness of a family members. The advance in medicine to help us to live a little longer, but we become more and more unhappier. Why? So we have a whole activities for you, and every hour counts. It's free, but you must be in good health, and also you have to do chores too. There may be 1 or 2 hours where you have to pull weeds, scrub the floor, clean the toilet. You go back to the household chores. If you hate household work, don't come. Because there's an hour and a half of cleaning. Not cleaning your own toilet, cleaning somebody else's toilet. Humbleize yourself. Downgrade your ego. And you can say, I'm a multimillionaire and you want me to clean other people's toilet? Yes. It does not matter who you are. You're a multimillionaire, you come here for the 7-day meditation retreat, you still have to do what other people do. You clean the toilet, scrub the floor. That's part of the training. Next question. What is the significance of wooden swords? It's not practicing violence. The wooden swords is to cut your own mental afflictions. The sword in your hand is symbolizing cut your greediness, cut your jealousy, cut your hatred, cut your anger, cut all those inside of you. Don't cut others. Just cut your own. Discipline yourself. It's not practicing violence. No. It is not controlling others. It's not about authority. Next question. If a being ends up in the animal realm, how do they ever escape, or are they stick there until the end of time? If they stick there until the end of time, that means you believe in svabhava. You believe in the animal has an intrinsic nature of disintegration, of perishing. If something die and would die, and don't come back again, that has an intrinsic nature of living just one life and no change. It dies forever. If it has an intrinsic nature, if it's being born, it can be born forever. It has a nature of svabhava. That means I'm God, I'm born. I don't need to be born again. I'm always born. I've always stayed permanently. That has this intrinsic nature. That's a svabhava. But there's no such thing. There's no svabhava. Svabhava is impossible. We exist, we born, we die by asvabhava. We die without an intrinsic nature. That's why we change. Everything changes because of asvabhava. Svabhava would suggest that there's no change. There's no such thing. All these changes, yes, we have changes. We're being born and die and sick and get old and all that. Yes, it happened, but it only happened asvabhavically, if we can put it like that way. But not swabhavically. And so the animals in Ram, they would not become animal all the time. When the time comes, they become human again. In other words, when they serve their term, the karmic term of becoming the animal, when the term is all served, they become human again, or maybe they go to another level. We don't know. Everything changes. Nothing is not subject to changes. So don't worry about it. Don't worry that you go down to animal and you'll never become a human again. When the time comes, you'll become human again. Somebody told me that in the YouTube, recently, there was a pig escaping from a farm and went into a temple, a Buddhist temple, and that pig was kneeling down, his front legs in front of a temple, and all these spectators were taking snapshots. Nowadays you have cells that every cell phone can take snapshots, and some of them can take video, and they put it on YouTube. So there's a pig that kneeled down in front of a Buddhist temple. Many people see this. How come that pig was kneeling down? A pig kneeling down in front of a Buddhist temple. Unfortunately, the owner came and got him away. The owner didn't know anything about it until the owner later confessed that he saw the YouTube and he felt sorry, regrettable. He said, if I knew the consequences, I wouldn't have killed the pig. So the pig was later sent to slaughterhouse to be killed. You can check in. A lot of examples like that. Check in reincarnations, check up animals reincarnating, check up humans reincarnating. Nowadays we have a lot of information proving reincarnations, proving previous lives. I think when I look back in my video, that was about 10 years ago, some of these people may not even be here. And I didn't look that old, but now, after 10 years, if you see my recent video, it's not the same anymore. Changes, changeability. Don't you think so? Oh yeah. Yes. So nobody can avoid aging. Nobody can avoid death. If in your evolution, you are still looking for acquisition of material, you are still looking to satisfy this traveling bag of existence and not doing anything about it, you're wasting your time. You know what I mean by traveling bag of existence? This is only a bag, a traveling bag, not just a bag, it's a bag, a traveling bag of existence. This is just a bag that you carry like when you go on trip. And every day you have your breakfast, your lunch, your dinner, and every day you're doing the same thing. What do you come to this world for? Fulfilling your karma? The Buddha told us, do something about it. Don't wait. When you breathe your last breath, it's too late because you already would carry your karma to the next life. So the Buddha has been repeatedly saying and saying, don't just sit there and waiting for your death. Do something about it. In this life, the most positive, the fastest way, and the most effort-supplying way is to be ordained as a monk and nun. That role is not even 1% of the human race. Who would become a monk and a nun? First of all, you have to be celibate. And there's a reason to be celibate. If you're not celibate, you're still involved in the world of desires. You cannot get anywhere. You cannot go to nirvana. Unless you're really special, you are not ordained as a monk, but you practice like a layman, but you are as good as a monk. That's different. But I think if we can summarize it before I answer these questions, if you really want to get away from samsara, there are 3 categories, there are 3 courses that you have to take. The first one, morality, or we call it sila. The second one, meditation. The third is wisdom. You explore into these 3 fields. First of all, stay away from bad deeds and only do good deeds. That's the number 1 question. That's what we mean by morality. Stay away from bad deeds and only do good deeds. How? Oh, there's volumes and volumes in precepts, volumes and volumes how to uplift your morality, how to keep it. You know, that's the whole school of thought. And then the second is meditation. Of course, another school of thought in meditation. How do you meditate? The objective meditation procedures involved. Third, wisdom. How do you do contemplation vipassana? All these are the courses. Anyway, Venerable, is there a karma protection from the future into the past, or only from past into the future? So you still attach to your past. Why do you have to attach to your past? And you have to change the past. You can't change the past anymore. When the past is gone, how can you change? Can you change yesterday's weather? No. You can't even change tomorrow's weather, anyway. You can't even change today's weather. It's changeable. Assuming you can change your whatever you encounter, you cannot change the past. You can change your present. The present is in your hand. Live the present moment. Because you can change the present, subsequently you can change your future. So just the reason why we said be mindful of the present. When the present is good, your future is going to be good. Don't worry about the future. Worry about it, how to do it now. All right, that's the first question. Is there a hall or any space we may come to sit and read the Buddhist teaching books? Yeah, we have what we call a library, and but we're short of volunteers. We depend on volunteers. Our temple has a history of 30 years. In the first 15 years, we opened the library to the public, assuming that everybody's honest. But we lost a lot of books. We already have printed in here, do not take the books out. You have to discipline yourself. But we still keep on losing books. Or more, we lose books with photographs, with beautiful pictures in it. Good books, expensive books on the sutras, they're lost. And because we open to the public, we don't have a librarian, we can't afford a librarian, we depend on volunteers, and sometimes volunteers around. One volunteer told me, we don't have too many volunteers, one volunteer in the library told me that, yeah, I saw that couple just about half an hour ago, and he came over the coat, and I saw he stuck a thick book under his coat, and he walked out. I said, why didn't you stop him? No, I don't know. I don't know if it's right to stop him. So people actually took away books from the library. So how can we open the libraries? Stealing, right? You call it. So if you have, we have a library, a lot of books in there, and right now we are renovating the office. And then now we put all the stuff into the library. It's crowded. But when the office, after 3 weeks, it will be all renovated. We'll bring all the desks back, and the library will be empty, and people can use it. We have lots of books in the library. And then if there is a schedule of, say, 7 volunteers who work in the library 7 days, we have volunteers, we can open the library. No, we cannot, because books keep on disappearing. I cannot say, how come Buddhists steal books? Well, there are people who are not Buddhists coming into the library too. And how can I guarantee that Buddhists don't steal books? I do not discriminate any religion, you know. Any people will have that inclination to take those things that they do not possess. Not just people belong to other religions, even people belong to Buddhism. I don't discriminate any other people. No, we don't. It's just people, they took books away. So there are many free CDs today. They all appear to be in Chinese. Are there any in English? Yes. You don't have to get a CD, get on YouTube. Get into a lot of these teachers talking in English. Write it down. Bhattacharya Punachi, a monk, Sri Lankan monk, he gave excellent lectures. And Ajahn Brahm, he gave excellent lectures. Ajahn Sumeto, Ajahn Sirapano, and many lectures in the YouTubes. So lots in English, okay? Of course, lots in Chinese too. What is the cost of karma? The cost of karma, to give it very briefly, craving, ignorance, greediness. If volition is dependent upon ignorance, then what is ignorance dependent upon? Ignorance is from the cycle of life and death. Ignorance is from the mind. Ignorance dependent on a mind that is polluted. Because you don't have the clear understanding, then you're ignorant. It's a cycle. Who is the beginning, who is the end? The end is the beginning is the end. Death is life, life is death. And when you draw a circle, where is the starting point? The starting point is the ending point. Why are you looking for time dimensions? The Buddhist teaching transcends time dimensions. The past, the present, and the future only in a dimension that is fictitious. Live beyond, transcend time and space. Only when you transcend time and space, forced thinking, would you be able to get enlightened. And it takes wisdom to transcend time and space. Not a rocket, not science, not a plane. What is Prajnaparamita? You probably have missed the first 30 hours of my talk. So maybe sometime later you can get onto the YouTube to find out Prajnaparamita. I spent 30 hours on Prajnaparamita. I really like your use of metaphor hotel when explaining how we get our body, 5 skandhas, dependent origination, paticca samuppada. What is the literal meaning of paticca samuppada? The 12 dependent origination, one dependent on the others. It's like a chain dependent on the others. One dependent on the others. Well, just to summarize it, the fact that you are here listening to this monk saying something about the Buddha's teaching, I didn't invent the Buddha's teaching. You must have a condition and cause that have brought you here. You must have learned Buddhism in your previous life. Nurture that. You come here, there must be a cause. That cause could be past life. Condition that again. You already have that seed. It's sprouting. Continue to let it sprout. Fertilize it, water it, sunlight, labor, until it sprouts into a Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi. You don't need sensual pleasures. That gets us into trouble. When you end this life, what is sensual pleasure? When you end this life, what's the use of your deposit box in which you put your diamond rings? What's the use of a bank account that contains $5 million? What's the use of a luxury home? What's the use of your Ferrari? None of that you can access to. You couldn't bring anything with you to 5 feet under ocean view. Ocean view, 8 feet underneath it, or 7 feet underneath it. What can you bring? You can bring nothing with you. The only thing you can bring with you is your own karma, good, bad, or neutral. Watch your karma. That's it for today. I have a few questions in here, but I like to mention that when I was meditating in the hall back there, I saw a lot of us not sitting in the right posture. We try to correct you by putting a cane to correct you, to remind you, but we don't want to do too much. Many people are not qualified to be sitting because your posture is not right. But I'm thinking that you may just come for one time or a couple of times, and we don't want to be so harsh. I don't think we'll really correct your posture unless we've seen you for quite a while in here. Some people, it takes a long time to change. If you continue to do that, it's no good. But we'll find a way to do better, okay? As someone new to Buddhist way of life, where does one start? Well, this is the question that entails a lot of explanations. Probably, as I always mention, it takes about 3 semesters, at least 3 semesters in the university to give you, how does one start? But why don't we do it like this? We have 3 main courses that you have to take and you practice when you first start. What are these 3 courses? The one is morality. The second one is concentration. The third one is wisdom. In the Sanskrit language, sila, samadhi, and prajna. Now, what do we mean by morality? If you are immoral, you already have, or you will be creating a lot of bad karma, which means that if you're not moral, you don't care, you just do what you want, you just, as long as you please your senses, you can kill, you can steal, you can lie, you can yell, you can curse. If you are immoral, what happened? Whatever bad causes that you have cultivated, you have germinated, all these bad effects will come out. Some immediately, some a little later, maybe 1 year later, 1 month later, maybe sometime 10 years later, 20 years later, or even as far as next life. So if you're always creating bad karma without morality, you'll be all covered with mental defilements and sufferings and tribulations and crimes and all that. How can you practice the Buddhist teaching? The first very important way is start with sila, start with observance of certain behavior. So certain behavior that you can do, certain behavior you cannot do. You cannot kill. You cannot commit sexual misconduct. You cannot lie. Because all these things the Buddha mentioned to you generally would induce you to have sufferings. If you always have sufferings, how can you have the peace of mind to study, to practice? So where do you start? Start with morality. Start with learning about the sila, the precepts, what you should do according to the Buddhist teaching, what you should do and what you should not do. Can you start with that simple category? Take that course, we call it. And in conjunction with it, take the second course too. That is meditation. Because you don't create bad karma, but at the same time, to tranquilize yourself, you have a calm mind, and then with this calm mind and peaceful mind, you start to absorb wisdom, absorb the Buddhist teaching. So that meditation is a very important course. It's a prerequisite. Actually, Sila is a prerequisite course for meditation. And meditation is a prerequisite course for wisdom. So all these three are prerequisites to go to the saintly enlightenment level. That is to simplify this question is this way. Have you taken the three refuges? Some people have been here for years and they have not taken the first Sila. That is the three refuges. Refuges under the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. But they're still wandering at the doorsteps of the Buddhist teaching. They thought taking the three refuges, taking the refuge under the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, to them it means being baptized, being forced into a club, paying a fee or something like that. It simply means you want to walk into that door of enlightenment. You want to start that spiritual search, a research into the spiritual side of life. You want to make that determination that you will do it. In anything, not until you have determination, you cannot take the first step. You cannot say, I want to be a university student, but you always end up in just the admissions office taking an application form and never fill it up. You have to fill up your application form, put in all the information in there, faithfully, sincerely, and honestly sign it, put a statement that you want to be a university student, want to receive the education, and then put in the application form. That's the three refuges, the ceremony of the three refuges. Have you taken it? So why don't I start like this? You are a starter. Take the three refuges first. How, where, when, why? You go up to Tom or somebody upstairs, they say, I want to take the three refuges. I want to be registered that I am determined to learn the Buddhist teaching. Not to say follow, I want to learn it and find out more about it and have that determination. Fill out that form to be a starter, and then we'll find a date when we'll actually carry out that sincere, faithful, and holy ceremony of taking the three refuges, where you have to stand in front of the Buddha, you say, I want to be registered. Dear Master, is it that all the asuras in the human realm are atrocious and competitive with hatred and revenge? No, asuras have different levels, and some people have a high level of atrocity and cruelty and domination, infatuation with power. In the history of civilization, we have, for example, Hitler. He always wanted to dominate. He wanted to dominate the whole world. He wanted to wipe out the Jewish civilization. He killed 6 million Jews by sending them off to the gas chambers. This is just another category for people who always want to be better than others. It does not mean that you don't strive for improvement. You don't necessarily have to be better than others to strive for improvement. So not all asuras are like that. Some are better. But I can tell you, sometimes a nice individual, a very nice individual, could be within that particular 1 hour, he became an asura. You were so tender to your wife. You love your kids so much. You're a good father at home. So I wouldn't say you were an asura, but you were in a job site whole day and you get blamed by your supervisor. You got accused of doing something that you didn't do. You become so mad. And you build up that emotion in you, and you couldn't get away. You've been pressurized. And you went home, and your kids were watching television, your wife was cooking, and then your younger kid was playing a ball, and it hit on your shoulders, and all of a sudden you get infuriated. You yell out. You release on your family members. In that particular moment, you are an Asura. It doesn't have to be labelized as one. You have that Asura spirit in you, waiting to be released. You have also that Bodhisattva, compassionate instinct in you, where you help out somebody standing in the streets, stumble and fell, an old fellow, helpless, and you went forward to help him up and walk him home, call a taxi. You became a guardian angel. You become very compassionate in that moment. So one moment you're an angel, another moment you are a devil. We have that instinct. That's what we call karma, right? Don't labelize. We have both. What makes us rebirth? What makes us become alive in the first place? In other words, where did we come from in the first place? If you have the first place, that means you have the second place. You have the last place. If you always bind up your idea with, I have a first, I have a second, then you're always in the thinking of a limitation thinking. If you always think that I take a foot of space into the ground, I got a foot of space, and then I fill up the ground with 1 foot of soil, and then I lost that space. You're always in the thinking of losing and gaining. But that space in there has never lost, has never gained. It does not matter whether you dig it up. It does not matter whether we claim it. The space is still there. So when you say rebirth, where does the first rebirth come from? It traces to very, very long time ago. We call it timeless. And even if the Buddha said, well, it comes 16 billion.217 years ago, at that particular minute, at that particular second, how does it help you? You become more satisfied. Oh yeah, that is a certain beginning. There is 16.271250 seconds. That's where I started. How does that help you? Because we've been so habituated in thinking of the first. When you draw a circle and you say, where does the starting points come from? The starting point is the ending point. As a human limitation thinking, we're always thinking of a number. We're always thinking of a beginning. We're always thinking of an end. Negate your beginning. Negate your end. It's just like when the wave is moving by the wind, and you say, here, the water is blown up by the wind, that's the first time when the wave is born. Because the wind blows the water, that's the first time when the wave is born. And then the wave calms down, there's more wind, it gets back to the water. And you say, the wave dies, the wave disappears, the wave is born, the wave is dead. The wave says, stopped it, confused individual. I've never been born. For that reason, I've never died. I belong to the water. I'm water. Wave is just my form. How can something never been born dies? You want to know my first wave? How can I tell you? I'm not a wave, I'm water. Thank you so much for your compassion and teaching us wisdom. When we practice Buddhism, how do we know that we are on the right path? How do we know that we have made progress? Because it's not easy to ensure the extreme or mutual stuff. Thank you. How do you know something? We know something through various ways. The first way is we know something by direct contact of your senses. If I see Alan in here, I say, I know that's Alan. I won't say, I see Alan. That's not Alan. That is, oh, I don't know who he is. I know, I'm direct contact. I hear Alan speaks to me, that's the sound produced by Alan. So I have direct contact of my senses, then I know it's right. it's true that he's Alan. That's by direct contact, right? Another way of knowing is what? By postulation. That means I don't need my senses. I don't need to really have this direct contact. If I see some smoke, from seeing the smoke that there's fire in there, I don't necessarily have to believe there's a fire. I don't need to know I actually see the fire because I know that's the fire, right? Another way of knowing it is through people or through sages, I trust. I believe in him. The Buddha told me all these things. I believe in the Buddha. Jesus told me these things. I believe in Jesus. Confucius told me this thing. I believe. My dad is always an honest man. My dad told me that I have a granddad, but I have never seen my granddad. But I got to believe that he's true. Because my dad told me he has a father. I don't necessarily have to experience seeing my dad's father because I trust my dad. That's the source of trusting and knowing it. So through all this literature, through all these saint people telling you all these, through your own analysis, your postulation, your thinking, through all these things work together, you know that's true. Unless you don't have these faculties, unless your mind is all confused, you're a lunatic, you cannot think properly, then whatever you see, whatever you hear is an illusion. You know whether it's right or wrong, unless you don't have any judgment at all. So how do you know that you're on the right path? Because all these saintly people told you. Because other than the Buddha, there are a lot of philosophers, Asanga, there is Nagarjuna, there is many others, these philosophers and these high monks, and many of these enlightened people, they told me all this is the way to practice. If somebody told you Victoria is there, and Victoria has all these things, a parliament building and all these things, and you haven't been there, and someone trustworthy said, you take that ship from Nanaimo, and you do this, you pay your fee and all that, and after an hour and a half, and then you'll get there. He give you all the guidance on the way, and I have gone over there. I've seen that, but you haven't been there. If you follow this, you may get there. So he used analysis and said, oh yeah, I should drive there, I should take this map, I should do that. Then you reach Victoria. Then you know that you go there. You don't necessarily have to be a Buddha to become the Buddha. Because there's so many ways to learn something. You have to use your own judgment. You have that judgment. What is wrong, what is right. Is the law of causality the same as dependent origination? Everything is dependent origination. Everything is the law of causality. They're all related. Is there a creator God according to the Buddha? No. You are your own creator of your own destiny. There's no creator God. You create everything in here. The first question, let me read out the question first. Venerable, last night I attended a medical lecture by a neurologist at a Cheng Convention Center. He said research has found that meditation is delaying many illnesses such as strokes, heart attack, and dementia. So this is not a question, just telling me that he listened to some lectures, medical lectures, Cheng Convention Center last time, and he found that meditation has been quite useful in delaying sicknesses. Yeah, it's true. Many sicknesses come out because of mental sickness. We, as an individual, are made up of two constituents, two major categories. We are made up of what? Me, as an individual, we're made up of the body and the mind. The body and the mind. The body is what I am now. I have outer senses, I have eyes, ear, nose, and I also have internal organs. I have the liver, the lung, all these different organs. So that's my body. I have a body. But this body is nothing but a combination of molecules, body cells. It's just a body cell with metabolism inside, working in a cycle, working in some system to keep this body going. But the body has a spirit to function it, and that we call the mind. You cannot function with just a body. The car cannot go without a driver. You need a driver sitting in it to drive the car. So is the body and mind. If the driver of the car, say, is not mentally healthy, he is not driving properly. He forgot his handbrake, to release his handbrake, and he was driving. He forgot to put oil in it. He's driving the car, but he doesn't care about the maintenance of the car. The mind has to nurture the body too. It just as a car driver has to maintain the car. If you're just driving the car without maintaining it, the car is going to collapse. The car is going to be in no time. If you're a good driver, you maintain it, you can drive the car for 30, 40 years. If you're a sloppy driver who don't really care, the car is going to be good for maybe 5 years, 6 years. So the mind actually controls the well-being of the body. It controls it. It monitors it. It gives gears to it. It gives spirit to it. It gives actions and vigor to it. If your mind is always healthy, if your mind is always overwhelmed with depression, overwhelmed with greediness, hatred, jealousy, disappointment, fear, anxiety, if your mind is always filled up with those kind of mental afflictions, your body is not going to be functioning properly, because your mind directly affects your bodily health. The researcher talking about yesterday has nothing but just mentioning a common sense. I wouldn't say delaying. He's assuming that there will be illnesses. There will be strokes and heart attack and all kinds of illnesses. It's sort of leading you to a healthy life. Meditation leads you to a healthy life, both spiritually and physically. But how many people listen to it? How many people would say, oh yeah, that's right. Well, he's right. The mind controls the body. Then I got to watch my mind. I got to protect my mind. Just as, yeah, if I drive my car, right now I have a Ferrari. If I really protect it, I'm going to drive it for many, many years. If I don't care about it, it's not going to work. So you know that you really have to get into your mind. But how many people would do that? How many people would say, I need to go to that temple to learn meditation? Only you today. Only you today have taken that first step. But a lot of people would only take that first step and they will not come back again. Or they would not do it again. Because it doesn't affect them. Because they got other things to do. They get overwhelmed by many other things. They get addicted to many, many things. If everybody cares about one's mind, this society will be a much better place to live in. Will be much peaceful. But nobody really cares. Do you care? No? You don't care? Yeah, of course you don't care. You don't care about it. You will care. Because your parents brought you here. Oh, the other day, just about a few months ago, I saw a young lady, about maybe 32, 34 young lady, bringing her daughter, probably her daughter, about the same age, about 5, 6 years old. And the lady said, oh, go and prostrate to the Buddha. And then the little girl went to the kneeling stool, and then she stopped. She didn't do it. And the mom said, oh, come on, just prostrate. And the mom was standing there, prostrate, kneeling. And then the little girl said, Mom, why didn't you do it with me? Because in the lady's mind, just want the kid to learn about the Chinese tradition of laying down and prostrating. She herself is not practicing it. She just tells the younger generation to practice it. And that reminds me of one thing. Parents don't set themselves as an example. If you want your child to be good, you got to do it. If you want a child to be hardworking, you have to be hardworking. If you want a child to be culturally or whatnot, spiritually effective, you have to do it yourself. Set an example. Don't be a hypocrite. You tell your child to do one thing, and you don't want to do it because you're not humbleizing yourself. You don't want to kneel down. You want your child to kneel down. That's not the way to go. Why do I change my subject? So it's because of the child saying no that I change my subject. Yeah. All right. No. This question is already addressed. Next question. Ideas and values exist in duality. Without the other, we can't identify them. You said earlier we should train our mind to only think of good thoughts. But how do we value the good thoughts without acknowledging the bad? It's a good question. Every question is a good question. What he's just saying is, ideas and value exist in duality. Duality, you know what that means? For those who may not understand duality, ideas and value exist in such a way that this is good, this is no good. This is ugly, this is beautiful. This is love, this is hatred, this is fat, this is thin, this is slim, this is healthy, this is unhealthy. You're always living in a dualistic values. This is bad, this is good. So what the question says is, if you always maintain that good thought, then you have nothing to compare. How do you know bad thought? You only know good when there's bad, and you only know bad when there's good, right? My response is, you cultivate your good thought, you live in duality, which there's no denying about it. You have been brought up in such a way that this is a good guy, this is a bad guy, this hurts me, this doesn't hurt me. He talked to me politely and I like him, he talked to me rudely and I dislike him. You already have lived in a dualistic society. If somebody tell you, okay, yeah, right, but it's not good to injure your playmate. Don't hit John. Peter, you don't hit John. Hitting John and John cries is not good. Peter already knows the dualistic way. He knows that those being hit would cry, and those hit others are in a furious state. We already have known the dualistic. And somebody tell you, no, this is good. Don't hurt others. Don't kill. Don't lie. Don't steal. Don't curse. Nobody have to. You already lived in it. If you're not in a dualistic society, you wouldn't have come to this world. You will have lived in a world that's perfect, or more perfect than this one, or heaven, or whatever you call it. So don't worry about you don't have bad thoughts to compare to. You're already in it. You already know good and bad. Mind you, good and bad, the delineation sometimes is difficult to draw. You really have to have intelligence to really differentiate sometimes in situations what is good and what is bad. But approximately, roughly, you know. Hitting other people's nose and get bleeding all the time, you know it's bad. Comforting that person, healing him, putting a bandage, you know that's good. But sometimes the demarcation between good and bad is difficult to delineate. That you have to use judgment, that you have to use wisdom. For example, one country occupies another country. To that country, this country says, we're living on an island. All our citizens, all our millions of citizens are subject to earthquake, tsunami. We want to look for places where we are safe. I want to go inland into this country, and for the safety of my people, I want to occupy that piece of land. I want to drive these people out, occupy it, and live peaceful in it. What is the demarcation of good and bad? To his own citizens, it's good. To the others, it's bad. So sometimes it's difficult to delineate, but if you have intelligence, if you have prajna, that's the reason why we have to live with, first of all, with temporal diligence. And then we have to build up our diligence to a level that we not only have temporal diligence, we have wisdom. We call prajna. Remember what we said about prajna? Prajna is above temporal, worldly intelligence. What is good and bad? A scientist created the atomic bomb. He created it because he wanted to further into the research of collision of molecules and the power from the collision and fusion of molecules. He just researched into that project so that science can develop. And he could use this power maybe to explode rocks, to destroy impediments to reclamation of land, something like that. However, he tried to create the atomic bomb, and then that country used that atomic bomb to bomb another country. What is good and what is bad? It depends on circumstances, it depends on time, it depends on location, it depends on your intention, it depends on many things. That you require wisdom, and that requires prajna. That's the reason why I always believe in it's good for a person, for a teenager to study Buddhism. Not waiting till you're old. Oh, I'm retired, I'm 65 years old. Now I don't have nothing else to do. Now is the time for me to learn something about Buddhism. Too late. If you learn Buddhism at a young age, you will be tremendously benefited by it. Do you understand what I mean? Some people will think that way. A lot of Chinese people always think like that way. Well, nothing else to do. Now I'm old, and then maybe I should chant the sutra, and I'm old. It's good to start when you are young. Let me give you another example. If I'm a youngster in life, I'm 18, 16, 17, and I'm in high school, I'm in grade 10, grade 12, and I'm going to university. And then one day I came into this temple and I listened to this Reverend Guan Cheng, and he gave a lecture on what? On causation. He's talking about causation, and he said, if there's a cause, then there's an effect. If you want something to be successful, you have to germinate. You put in your cause, then you'll be successful, because no effect will come out without a cause. If you want to get an A in the examination, you really have to build up all the conditions and causes to get an A. You can't get an A without conditions and causes. Who built these conditions and causes for you? What are the causes and conditions for getting an A in the examination? What are the causes and conditions for being a successful worker in your company? What's the cause and conditions for being successful in whatever business you're doing? You can't say, I want to get an A in the examination. I didn't even buy the textbook. I didn't even go to attend lectures. I only write the exam. When the examination comes up, I just go and write for it. You think you'll pass? How to pass the examination without studying. I am still waiting for that book to be written so that I can read it. How to pass an examination without studying. I still am waiting. Next question. How do we avoid attachment to emptiness? But my question to you, of course you have to understand what emptiness is all about. You're talking about emptiness is a way of contemplation to free your attachment, to let go of your attachment. There's a method to let go of your attachments, to let go of your cravings, your desires, your greediness, your hatred, your jealousy, your fear, your anxiety. Emptiness is a way, this method, sunyata, in the Sanskrit language, to get rid of all those mental afflictions arising from attachment and craving. That's what we call emptiness. Now, your question is, how to avoid attachment to emptiness? My question is, have you practiced enough? Have you already practiced emptiness so that it's very effective for you already? You haven't even been successful in getting onto the ship to Victoria, and you're talking about, how do I get rid of that ship? You haven't got your ticket, you're not on board yet, you're still on this shoal of confusion, you're still waiting for that ship, you're still to step on that ship, and you're asking the Reverend, how do I get rid of that ship? How do I not attaching to that ship? I said, you're not even on it. When you get on it, then I'll tell you how to get rid of it. You worry too much. You haven't been successful in getting onto the ship, and you're talking about, once I get into that ship, the Reverend talk about abandoning that ship. How do I abandon it? You haven't studied on that ship about the 6 paramitas. Stop worrying and start living. Do you read that book? Stop worrying and start living. Start your trip. Stop worrying about where the trip would take you to. I read that book when I was 21 years old, and I found it very, very useful. Stop worrying about it and start living. Positive thinkers, Dale Carnegie. Okay, stop worrying about emptiness and start to practice it first. Stop worrying about how do we abandon the ship when you are arriving in Victoria. Get onto the ship, buy your ticket, enjoy your cafeteria on the ship, enjoy the scenery. Don't worry about how to step that foot on shore. Don't worry about it. Last question. Are there any, or what are the Buddha's teaching on gays and lesbians? Good question. Gays and lesbians is a relationship between men and men, woman and woman. In any kind of relationship, there are 2 things involved in it. Mostly, if I can generalize it, it's a combination of love and sex. A relationship is nothing but a love and sex. And it could be a combination of both. And if you look from the point of view of love and sex, the way I look at it, it doesn't mean that everybody look at it that way, but I'm looking at it from a perspective of what I think the Buddhist teaching is talking about. When you look at a lesbian relationship or a gay relationship, any relationship is a combination of love and sex. Sex is the physical satisfaction of sensual pleasures. In other words, when you are attracted to someone, and if that attraction, because of your love for the beauty or for whatever, for the lust, for whatever, you're attracted by it, you react to it, and then that reaction comes back to you. It's not a response, it's a reaction. You have to know what the difference between a response and reaction. Reaction is react with emotions. A response is with rational consideration. So you react to that kind of stimulant from the outside. And that stimulation gets you to your senses, and it creates hormones in your body. When a man looks at a woman, when a woman looks at a man, when a teenager looks at a beautiful girl, he thinks so beautiful, what happened to his hormones? What happened to the changes of his organ? He gets stimulated. Hormones will reproduce, and eventually an excretion will finalize. Or it would push him to perform. Legally or illegally. With intention or without intention. With plan or without planning. Without planning and illegal, we call it a rape. With planning and with intentions, to plan on it. You know, boys plan on girls and girls plan on boys, and adults do the same thing. That is a physical satisfaction of sensual pleasures. That is temporary. That is an impulse. It could be without rationality. It could induce criminal offenses. On the other hand, in a relationship, there's also what we call love. And love has 2 things in it. One is conditional and one is unconditional. In other words, in a relationship, you may not be stimulated by the sex. You may just love that person. Men love a man and woman love a woman. If there is no sensual pleasures, pursuit of sensual pleasure and stimulation of hormone, a man loves that man simply because of what he does, because of his behavior, because of certain things, is purely on a platonic level. I don't see any problem in it. A lady loves another lady for her personality, for her contribution to the society, for her unconditional compassion. And they want to live together. What's wrong? Why couldn't they do it? Whereas a man and a woman can perform that. A man and a woman's love could be platonic, you know? You know what a platonic is all about? Could be platonic, like without sex involved in it. It also happens to gay and lesbian. However, now, I already have the positive side to lesbian and gays. Nothing against them. I mean, it's okay, it's acceptable. It's just a love. And if I can further talk into it, if you see deeper into a love without sex appeal in it, you see a lot of things. That love could be unfinished business from previous life, not just of this life business. In other words, this man to man, that's his brother in previous life. It's just a continuation of brotherly love. And that man to man, that man could be his mom, his granddad. His mom and his granddad came back as his gay partner. They love each other so much in previous life. They have unending love which carry forward to this life. Well, what's the problem with it? It's like something that they want to cherish. However, if this kind of relationship, it's a bondage, but a bondage with detrimental effect in it, which means that they have unfinished bad business, which means that they could be a man-to-man relationship, but that man finally is going to kill that man. Or that man is going to finally to be doing something detrimental to him. It's not going to be good. Let's get back to our argument on sex appeal. This pursuit for sexual satisfaction is a root problem of many wrongdoings. It has its dire consequences on many crimes. So it itself, by its nature, is a wrongdoing. That's the reason why a monk has to be celibate, because that non-celibacy could lead to many other consequences. It also interrupts your samatha and vipassana. It interrupts your meditation. How can you meditate properly if you're always thinking about sex? Because you want to be neutral. You want to stay away from those. I would consider myself, answer this question, I'm not against it, I'm not for it. I don't have pros and I don't have cons. Just do what they want. Who cares? Yeah, okay, yeah, yeah. All right, so we can't go on watching the slide because I got 60 questions in here. Maybe 40. What I talk about on the TV, on the screen, was recorded about 10 years ago. A lot more. The Four Noble Truths, I have hundreds of lectures on YouTube. If you're interested, and you can continue with the Four Noble Truths, you can continue with the second, the third, the fourth. Here's my first question. Why two hands above table to eat? Thank you for the meal. The question is, why do we use two hands to eat? I'll show you how people eat when they use one hand. Well, you use one hand under the table, and they grab food up. This is how they do it. When I'm sitting in here, I saw this movement all the time. I get bored by that. When you were eating, you were like like moving your body like that. And sometimes I ask, well, what's the problem with the other hand? I mean, why do you have to adjust your body to your hand, whereas use your skillful hands to adjust it to the mouth? When you use a knife and fork, do it like this? You cut it up, your pork chop, whatever. Well, it's easy. Just bring it to the mouth. Why do you have to bring your mouth to the hands? Nothing about religion. Let's forget about religion, because we can't always talk about religion. In this session, throw out that word religion. It's dirty. We don't need religion in here. Throw it out. We just use common sense, right? I'm not converting anybody in here unless you trespass. But you have permission to trespass. You know what kind of sign I put on the front gate? People used to say, no trespassing. Trespassers will be prosecuted. You know what I put? No trespassing. Trespassers will be converted. So people know people will come in because they stand the risk of being converted. So don't worry about it. We're not going to convert you. We just want to have enlightenment. We just want to have understanding. So why use both hands? It's easier to use hands to eat. Humans have both hands, and some people appreciate their hands more than others. I read in an article, and I even saw it on the website, that there are people without hands. They have to use their legs, their feet, to fit in their mouth, and how much they appreciate using their hands. And we've got hands and we never appreciate using them, and we want to use our body to adjust to the hands by making this motion. We believe that when you're eating, you don't need to move your body so much. Your hands are very skillful in doing that. So that's the reason why. Nothing about religion. Of course, we have a religious connotation to it, but as I said, throw away that. Just use common sense. That's the reason why we're using both hands. And you know what? When I come to think of it, we living beings usually do not appreciate what we've got. We have hands, we have legs, we have our senses, and usually we misuse our senses. And I always like to quote that story. And if you have listened to the story, don't get bored. I like to use that story. I read Helen Keller's autobiography. And I read an article which she wrote. I really appreciate reading it. And that is, give me 3 days to see. Helen Keller was blind, was deaf, couldn't talk, couldn't see, couldn't listen. She lived in a world that's without senses. And in her article she wrote, if I can be given 3 days to see, I really appreciate it. Most of my friends, when they came back from a morning trail in the woods, they came back, and how I appreciate taking a morning trail in the woods. And I usually ask the question, what do you see in the woods? And usually the answer is like this: well, nothing in particular. And Helen Keller said, how could you have walked in the woods for 2 hours enjoying Mother Nature, and you have nothing particular that you have seen, nothing particular that you would be talking about? Do people appreciate Mother Nature? Appreciate the petals of the beautiful flowers? Appreciate the birds singing, the trees, the pine trees, all these beautiful animals? And I come to a conclusion: most people don't, because they have their senses. They don't use them properly. You know how they use the senses? How do we use our eyes? We want to use our eyes to see sensuous things, see things that agitate the sensuous feeling in the mind. And people like to, in the sound, people don't like criticism. They like to listen to praises. They hate criticism. And when it comes to the tongue's taste, you know how we use our tongue sense? We like to taste the flesh of animals. We like to taste beef, pork, fish, chicken, and we don't care about people killing them. We bought them from a supermarket anyway. I never seen people killing chickens. Oh, if they kill chickens, I can't stand it because they're so cruel. Yet I like chicken fry things. You see the inequalities, and I like sirloin steak, but I haven't been to a slaughterhouses where I see cows being slaughtered. Humans are like that. They act on one thing, they talk about one thing, and they think another way. This is just my first question. I still have 40 more to do. So I'm not gonna linger on. But if you want to know how we all should appreciate what we've got, you got your eyes, your ears, your senses, your sense organs, your health. Use your senses to do something meaningful. Don't use your senses on addiction, on things you shouldn't be seeing, on things you shouldn't be listening, on things you shouldn't be attaching to. Use them intelligently. Now read that article, Give Me 3 Days of Light by Helen Keller. It's an article that's about 6-7 pages long. You can get it from the website. It tells you how you appreciate senses that you have. All right, next question. Did Buddha speak about whether there is any karma incurred if you eat meat you buy that was killed not by you but by someone else? Yes. I just mentioned you eat meat, but meat are from slaughterhouses. They slaughter animals for the food and you eat them. You're not directly slaughtering them, but you're indirectly supporting the slaughtering of them. So that is killing. It's just you're not directly killing it because you can buy them from supermarket, but that's killing. So in other words, you bring karma, but not direct strong karma, indirect weaker karma. But you still carry that karma. And when you carry that karma, you can't get away with it. You know what is karma? If we can define it generally, karma is accumulation of your action, your speech, and your thought of previous lives and of this life. It's an accumulation. And if we can use the common English, common sense English, we say energy. This energy has been built up in you. Basically, the nature of this energy, karma, has 3 categories: wholesome, unwholesome, and neutral. Sometimes it's not just bad karma that you're building up. You could be very kind, very considerate, you are very helpful, you're building up good karma. You could be very responsible, you are very careful, that's good karma. So karma is not just in a bad connotation, karma could be good, So it's good karma, bad karma, and neutral karma. Whatever you have done in the past, the Buddha's teaching says that our time horizon is not just of the present. We also have a past. And that past is not just yesterday, last year, 2 years, 3 years. That past is of past lives too. The Buddhist time horizon is really unlimited, not just of this life. There's a previous life. So in your previous life, you already have accumulated a lot of energy that have been brought forward in this life. And that energy, because you have built up that energy, would be responsible for what you experience in this life. For example, if you're in your previous life, you've been building up a lot of unwholesome energy. You've been killing, lying, sexual misconducting, cursing. You did all kinds of atrocities, and you're building up a lot of bad karma. You carry that kind of energy. Nothing to do with God. Nothing to do with Buddha. Nothing to do with your parents. Nobody else. You did it yourself. You did all these things. You carry this energy. Nobody gave it to you. It's you did it. You carry this in this life, and you experience the causality of this energy. You walk your own destiny because nobody else did your energy for you. You build up your own karma. Watch your karma. Karma's from thought. Every thought has energy, not just action. Every word has energy. The thought is energy. So the Buddhist teaching pay very much attention to thought. It's not just action. If you have a bad thought, that's a cause for bad action. If you have a good thought, cause for good action. If you follow this logic, whatever you're doing always building up good energy. Why do you build up bad energy? Because you experience bad results. Why don't you build up energy of compassion, of helpfulness, of responsibility, of being hardworking? You build up your own energy. You are the creator yourself of your own life. If you have been building up bad energy yesterday or in your previous life, don't remorse on it. Don't agonize on it. Start anew. Change. Build up good energy. Forget about the past. Don't attach to the past. Forget about it because you can't change the past. Your past, you already have built up the bad energy. You can't change the past. Buddha cannot do anything about it. If there's a God, God cannot do anything about it. Because if God is omnipresent or omnipotent, He would have changed it for you. You don't even have to ask. If God is so powerful, He would change all your bad energy, right? Logic. If that is really a God that creates you, He has the power to change your energy, but He hasn't got that power. If God can change your energy, there wouldn't be any people suffer. Logic, that's common sense. Next question. Could you tell us about the method or no method followed by this temple? Is it Pure Land, chant? Could you explain the benefit of this method? That takes 1 full semester. Or even 4 years of university to explain that. So, what are we taking? We are a combination of Pure Land and chant. Not just meditation, a combination of meditation and the Pure Land approach. What is the Pure Land approach? What is meditation? Oh, as I said, maybe a 4-year course. Not just the words, not just reading the books. You have to practice it. You have to walk it. Not just about theory, not just about, oh, there's some books, there's videos you have to see. It's about you practiced it. There's no one such thing as one holy scripture. The Holy Scripture is just words. It itself, by itself, is not holy enough to get you out from samsara. But it points you the holy way. You have to walk that path. If I tell you to go to Sunshine Coast, I need to tell you where to take a ferry. You got to go to you got to go to Nanaimo, you got to go to buy the ticket, you got to drive there, I got to give you a map. I can't just go there. You can just read the map by going there. You have to drive, you have to walk, you have to buy, you have to walk the path. Not just believing in words. Next question. Our instructions for meditation indicated that meditation is work. The 3 adjustments as these, the same for walking meditation as for seated meditation. Yeah, seated meditation and walking meditation, it's the same thing. Meditation is not sitting there. Meditation is not just sitting meditation. Meditation is what? Meditation is walking, sleeping, reclining. As a matter of fact, meditation is every second, every thought. Every thought is meditation, not just when you're sitting. Every thought is purification of your mind, not just when you're sitting. You can say, I'm meditating now, I'm purifying my mind now, but when I drive out to the parking lot, I say, why are you driving like that? You don't honk before you take the lane. Oh, get lost. I drive better than you. You start to get into confusion of mental afflictions. Meditation is every thought, not just of sitting, of walking, of sleeping. Every second is meditation. If we go the philosophy way, meditation is mind. It's about the mind. The mind is every instant counts. Every instant of your thought, you know it. You know every instant of your thought. That means you put your thoughts under control. What happens if you can put your thoughts under control? That means you know your mind. What happens if you know your mind? When you know your mind, there's nothing that you would not be successful in. In other words, whatever the mind can conceive, the mind can do. The mind is the most powerful. It leads you to heaven, it also leads you to hell. which way you want. Not God. Nothing to do with God. It's your own mind. If God can lead you to heaven, He would have done it now. You don't have to go through all this eating, all this sleeping. You don't have to go through that. Right now, in heaven. Because the Buddha cannot. You got to walk yourself. Do it yourself. Nobody can do it for you. Next question. What are your thoughts on freedom? I disagree that there is suffering. Life is sufficient if you truly are not free or are free already but don't recognize how free you are. But most people are free and don't necessarily suffer very much. You disagree that life is suffering, and you say, so does that mean that life is not suffering? Or life is suffering if you truly are not free but are free already, but you don't recognize how free you are. That means I'm very free, but I just don't recognize how free I am. Depends on your definition of freedom. The definition of freedom could be very restricted, and the definition of freedom could be unlimited. Can you be free from not being sick? Cannot. Can you be free of not dying? Cannot. Can you be free of not having a divorce? You cannot. Can you be free of not having an accident? You cannot. There's so many things that you cannot be free of, right? Can you be free of eating something poisonous and you don't get sick? Can you be free of not crying? So there's so many things that we cannot be free of. But you say, yes, I can be free of something. Yes, if you can say, psychologically, I feel free, then I'm free. I don't care about whether it's suffering or not. When I feel free, I'm free. You can think whatever you want, If I'm a prisoner and I live in the prison and I haven't gone out to the world, I say, I am free because I still can move around in my jail, in my cell. Oh yeah, you can still move around, but you cannot walk beyond the boundary of the prison. And if you think, I'm satisfied not walking outside the boundary because I don't know there's outside boundary, I'm living in here all my life and I feel free. Oh, go ahead to feel free. You are free. But we know that you're still imprisoned. There's so many things we cannot be free of. If you want that definition of a freedom, well, I can't limit your thinking. Most people are free and don't necessarily suffer very much. There's a saying. Everybody said he's free, but I can see chains everywhere. There's a saying like that. French Revolution, Louis XVIII, there was a saint who said that if you think that in jail is free, who can say no to you? If you think, I don't want to get out of prison, you have a choice. That's freedom itself. You have a choice to choose. You have a choice to choose to be in the prisons. You have that freedom. But I think, the way I think, the more intelligent people would know there's a boundary outside prison. But if you want to confine yourself to thinking that I am free in my prison, who can say no? Who can say no? Be what you want. I can't go on with these questions because too much time is required. How do I begin to learn more about Buddhism? Where do I start? You got the internet. There's so much there. But if you want to listen to some really Caucasian monks talking about Buddhism, there are a lot of good Caucasian monks who can give excellent lectures. Ajahn Brahm, excellent lectures on the Buddhist teaching, and Ajahn Surapano, Ajahn Sumeto, Ajahn Chah, lots of people who can give excellent lectures on YouTube. Get in them. They will give you enlightened lectures. Is it possible for God to supersede karma? You think logically, huh? If there is a God to supersede karma, you don't even have to talk about karma. Because God will wash away karma. There's no more karma. How can you say there's someone who will wash away karma and he's better than karma? If God can supersede or erase karma, there wouldn't be karma. So why you still have to talk about karma? You understand what I mean? You give a nod so you understand what I mean. Okay, next question. What is the reason for the Buddhists to have the big belly? What's the reason for the Buddha to have the big belly? The big belly is for putting in your grievances, for putting in your obstinacy, for putting in your unreasonable criticism, for putting in your bias, for putting in your views. That's the purpose of the belly. Anything you talk about, you put it in. That's the reason why it's getting big. Yours doesn't have a big belly because you don't allow those put in your belly. But the Buddha allowed everything unendurable, intolerable to put in there. He tolerated it, he swallowed it. You don't swallow it. You rebuke. You denounce. You yell out. You curse. But he doesn't. Any unfair treatments, he put it in. That's the reason why it becomes so big. To follow the Buddha's teaching, do we have to give up eating meat at all? So you still like meat. Some say even eating chicken eggs is not vegetarian and involves get to be born baby chicken. Do you agree with what some so-called vegetarians are claiming? Well, I am a vegetarian and I don't really have time to think about, all these things about who should say what and who should do. I just do what I think is right, and I don't really care what you say about me. Something I think I'm right, I don't care about, you'll be a chicken, and are you eating chicken eggs, and chicken or egg, what comes first? If chicken comes first, then how come we got egg? And if egg comes first, how come we got chicken? I don't have time for that, I only have time to know more about it. I don't have time to argue about what comes first, chicken or egg. And would he be reborn as a baby chicken? I don't really care. You mean by caring whether he will become baby chicken or not, I save him? No. I will only aggravate him if I continue to talk to him. Sometimes in talking to people, I don't intend to convert you, If I have that intention, I want to convert you, then it's not right. Because you have your own intelligence. Nobody can change you unless you change it yourself. Next. As I understand, stealing the mind is nirvana. As the lesson today, so can you achieve it while alive? The Buddha can. Is nirvana only by dying physically? Well, these are good questions, but these questions require time to answer. There's two kinds of nirvana. Nirvana of this life and nirvana, ultimate nirvana after this life is shut off. It's after you get rid of this life. As I always give an example about life, every one of us is living in a hotel. Our body is like a hotel. Some people have a 5-star, being rich guys. Some people have a 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, and some people, as I said, have bed and breakfast, nothing else, Some are poor, some are rich, some are healthy, some are unhealthy. Everybody is like a hotel. You lived in it. And you change another hotel in another life, in another form, in another reincarnation. But it's always the same person who check in and check out. That's the same person. You're changing, keep on changing form. When we are changing form, that means we still carry the karma forward, life after life after life after life. And nirvana is no more changing. You liberated yourself from form. No more suffering, no more changing. If after this life, after this hotel, you don't live in another hotel anymore, you are purified of your karma, you don't need a hotel. We still need this hotel if we still are involving in bad karma. When you're not involved in bad karma, you don't have this hotel anymore. And the time would come when you become the Buddha, you don't need this hotel. Everybody can become the Buddha. How many Buddhas are there? Billions of Buddha already in the past. There will be in the future billions of Buddha. You are a future Buddha. You are future Buddha when you shed off this hotel. You don't need this hotel anymore. You're always in that nirvana state when there's no more lust, no more malice, no more delusions, no more karma. You can walk it out yourself. You can do that yourself. You become the Buddha. Next question. 3 more. I have been on my own for 20 years here in Canada. Now my parents immigrated here. Living with them, I have a lot of suffering. What should I do? What should I do? It's quite normal that we have a lot of suffering. It's good that I personally consider this question has more enlightenment in it than the previous question about not having any suffering at all. You recognize suffering. That's the first step. A lot of people don't even know they are in suffering. They thought they're happy. I'm happy. I'm going to Alaska cruise next week and having a fun. Now, what was that? That's happy. How can you say there's suffering? But after the cruise, what happened? We don't know. What happened during the cruise? On Titanic, on that moment when they stepped on Titanic, everybody wanted to have happiness, enjoying the luxuries of Titanic. What would they think about suffering? Until it's sinking down. They know, oh, I know that monk talk about suffering. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. The water is getting, too late. And this lady grabbing out the hand. And this hand not touching each other, no more. What is the Buddhist symbol and the definition of success? The definition of success, I don't know, everybody defines success in a certain way. Success on what? On your job? You know, what's the definition of success on your job? What is the definition of success as a school teacher, as a nurse? You know. First of all, the Buddhist teaching said, be responsible for your success in whoever you are. If you're in a family, be a successful father, successful parent. Look after your kids, be responsible. When you have a family of 3 or 4, and you're a dad, and you're always looking for happiness, and the kind of happiness is not making your family happy. You want to look for another relationship. You want to spend your money on a boat, on the luxuries. You don't care about your children. You define that as happiness? That is irresponsibility. So success is where you can successfully meet your role. Everybody is role playing. You're playing your role as a father, be a successful father. You're playing a role as a mom, be a successful mom. Play your role right first. Don't talk about anything else. Do I have a chance to buy some of the DVDs that you have? Yeah, upstairs. I got lots of DVDs for all these lectures. And if you want to have them free, get to YouTube. Most of them are on YouTube. All right, I've answered all these questions briefly. And do you have any questions? You can raise your hands. You don't even have to write. Any questions?
Yeah, Master.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm very impressed. In the first session, you told us whatever we do it with 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is maybe could be one of the elements of success.
That's the meaning of meditation, mindfulness. Whatever you're doing, if you have the right view, right thought, always aim at 100%. Always aim at trying to perfect it. That's called the right efforts. You always apply your best efforts onto it. And I always remind some of the workers who always come to me to complain about their companies, about their boss, about the supervisors. And they usually say, oh, they're only paying me $11 an hour at a minimum wage. And they gave me a raise of $12 last month. And look, they gave me only $12. Then they expect me to work $15 an hour, $16 an hour. I said, well, change your attitude. If your boss gives you $13 an hour, if you put in an effort that is worth $25, in no time, I can see a $25 guy in you. Because you've been calculating. You're not working to perfection. You are always limiting your ability to $13. Whereas you release yourself. I don't care how much they pay me, but I want perfection. I want to do it 100%. I want to do it as if you're paying me $25. I'm not calculating. I'm trying my best. Sooner or later, you'll get $25 an hour because you're working towards that. The same applies to everything you do. Always be a good mom, good dad, good brothers and sisters, good friend, always striving for better and better achievements. Don't be calculating. Don't stop at where you think you are. And don't expect others to change. Don't expect your boss to pay you $25. You are getting 13 and your boss thinks that you're 13. Your boss won't think in such a way that I give you 25, then you'll give me 25. If that kind of employee who always asks for more before they contribute more, that's not the right employee. The employee who is not calculating, who wants to contribute more, you love them. You love those people. If you're working with people who are calculating, they will never be successful. Bad parents. Oh, I see what you mean. Say that parents come back is suffering because of his interaction with the parents? Endurance. You'll get a big belly. There's a saying, the reason why we come together as brothers and sisters, as husband and wife, as some relationships you have, you come back with a liability. You come back to clear up the debt. So in other words, if you say, I'll give you an example, it's you husband and wife. Why did your husband hate you? And why did your husband have another relationship? Why did your husband treat you so nice when you were at courtship and now he's treating you very badly? Because somehow there was some unending business previously and he came back to get you. He came back to get you to repay your love, repay your money. He came back because it's not balanced. The general ledger, the ledger, liability and asset is not balanced because you still owe him. Parents also. Your parents come back because you still owe him in previous life something you got to repay. And always think in such a way that you're repaying a debt. A monetary debt or an emotional debt. Sometimes a debt could be monetary. So in other words, you borrow $60,000 from that person and you didn't repay it. And in this life, you became his son. And he was the father. And he got old. You have to repay him. You have to live up to his standard. You have to give him the money. You have to treat him nicely because he still have to get the $60,000 back from you. You haven't paid up yet. So once that paid up, the debt is clear. And that's about monetary. It's about emotions. You mistreated him. You are unfaithful to him. In this life, he came back again. He'll be unfaithful to you. You've been unfaithful to him in previous life. And now he come back to get you. He became very unfaithful to you. He aroused the jealousy in you. You feel very agonizing because he went away with another boyfriend. He didn't love you anymore. He used to love you so much. Now he didn't love you anymore because he already have got back. No more debt. So he's gone. So it's always, if we can use an example, a liability and asset situation, a debt, a loan, and a receivable situation. You are receivable. He'll need to receive something from you. And he is a loan to you, coming back to get even. So you must be willingly give back. I owe you that much in my emotion. I owe you that much in the money. I need to repay you. So you don't repay with vengeance, with hatred, with aversion. You repay gladly because you have borrowed from him. You owe him. Pay him back. So you should be willingly treating him nice. He's bad to you, but you still treat him nice. You don't build up this hatred. You just repay. And by the time he's got all repaid, he will be gone. So don't build up the suffering in you. Your son is mistreating you. Your husband, your wife is mistreating you. Well, don't get mad because you mistreated him before. And now he got back to you. Don't really matter. Just give. Always give. Don't be stingy in giving. Always give out, giving back to him. And you'll feel more free. You'll be feeling more happy. Just give it back. Okay, so if the parents treat you badly, you are suffering, don't suffer anymore, just pay. Pay him and pay him and pay him. One day he will know. Once the debt is all paid up, all of a sudden it becomes so kind to you. You paid up all the debt, all of a sudden it changed. As I said, change yourself first. Don't aim at changing your obstinate parents. Change yourself. Accept it. Don't attach to it. Accept it and give it, give it, give it. You will feel happier if you give. If you think about giving, giving, and enduring and enduring. All right? Any? Yes?
How does that, if a man is abusing a child, or if the man is abusing his wife?
This is a natural process. Say if this wife is being abused by the husband continue to abuse, and the wife continue to resist, to continue to fight. You hit me, one, I hit you one. One for one, one for one. You resist. And somehow it gets worse and worse. But if the wife knows that it could be because of a previous year's karma, not just accept, he would try to explain it. Because internally he would know that this previous life, I could have treated you the same in my previous life. Then that wife would be less agonizing. He would be reacting in such a way that he knows that he has something to pay. So subconsciously, he would not be agonizing that much. Because at one time, of course, he would be defending. He would be defending. But in the defending of it, his mind becomes more peaceful. So in other words, he's treating him better by being peaceful than by being resistant. He built up agony himself. When I say accepting, and giving, he's giving out compassion. He's giving out forgiveness. He's giving out something that the husband may not expect. And by giving and giving and giving, he's reducing his debt. And one day, all of a sudden, they find that, the husband will say, my wife has been so good to me. I've been hitting him so much. I've been treating him so badly. And yet, he is still loving me. And one day, he will change. But there are husbands who never changed. If those husbands who are so obstinate never change, hitting enough, he'll go. So if you accept, you lessen the period of suffering. Because you pay. Let's give an example of owing $60,000. Every time when he requests more and more, request back the money, you only gave him $10, $20, that lasts a long time. If every time you give him $5,000 here, $2,000 there, you accept more, you give him more and more, you easily pay up the debt, and then one day he'll go, and one day another of your good individual will show up, will become your husband. So in other words, you lessen your time of suffering. You may not know about it, but you're lessening it the time of suffering. It's just like you're paying your debt faster. Your mortgage amortization is faster. Instead of letting your mortgage amortization for 50 years, you make it 5 years. But during the 5 years, of course, you suffer more. But you lessen your suffering time. You understand? So, yeah. All right? Any more questions?
Master,
yeah?
Last time you quoted something very good. That is, just imagine we are the mountain.
Yeah.
And the black clouds are just passing by.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe sometimes when we are in suffering,
yeah.
we think we are.
Yeah.
Just be steady.
Yes, be steady and let the clouds go by. But be steady and the cloud of suppression, don't let it hit your heart. Oh, that's a good example. Because if you have that mind, your suffering will be less agonizing. Yeah.
What about having loving, healthy boundaries?
There's another way of treating it. Yes, you're extending your love. You know what I mean? You're extending your love. You're giving more. Oh yeah, that can change it. That can change it. Yes, yeah. It's the same as repaying. If you're extending your love, the more he hits you, the more he criticizes you. You're extending your love. That means you're paying more faster. Yeah, that's another way of dealing with it. All right, so that's it for today. Unless you have any other questions, and thank you for coming. And we'll see you next time. This is a Q&A time. I have 5 questions here to I attempt to answer them. The first question, can I say Siddhartha was the last Pratyeka Buddha? Well, for people who don't understand what Siddhartha was the name of Buddha when he was a prince. His name, according to history, was Siddhartha Gautama. And he was the prince, he was the successor to the throne of one of the strongest countries. There's so many countries in India at that time. He's a prince. And he enjoyed the luxuries in palace. We are always looking for luxuries and enjoyment and all that. But he had all the luxuries and they didn't feel happy about it. So he wanted to walk out of the palace. And when he walked out of the palace, he saw a few phenomena. And I want to keep the story brief. He saw death, he saw the sick, he saw people who were suffering, and he also saw, all of a sudden he saw a monk, a very graceful monk walking, taking arms round. So he said, how come this is so serene and tranquil, a monk walking there, and I can see all these phenomena that are depressing, that is suffering, that is sickness, that is death, along the river Ganges. There are corpses thrown into the river and burned and all that. How come there's suffering around? He wanted to know what suffering is all about. And he wanted to get rid of the suffering. He wanted to avoid suffering. He wanted to eradicate suffering. Not only for himself, he wanted to do it for all his citizens. He wanted everybody to be non-sick. Nobody has to die. Nobody has to go through suffering. And at that time, 2,600 years ago, philosophy in India is so rampant and so high level. There are a lot of philosophers, and they're looking for metaphysical, spiritual journey. And this Siddhartha, the prince, Gautama, thought that he couldn't get an answer from acquisition of material because he got all the material, all the luxuries. He couldn't get an answer to end suffering through just satisfying the senses every day, dancing and singing and music and all that. And he was not happy at all after going through all these luxuries and enjoyment and life of sensual pleasures. So he became an ascetic looking for something that would end suffering. And he started with that intention, with that motive of trying to find ways to get rid of suffering, not just for himself, for all his beloved citizens that he loved so much, all his citizens. He went into the forest and looked for research into philosophy of life. He had a lot of teachers. He went through all the hardships of life, became an ascetic. He adopted many, many methods in looking for the truth, in looking for method to end suffering. And it's a long story behind it, of course. I try to keep it short. And after 8 years, he was able to arrive at something. And he found a way to end suffering, not just for himself, for all people. And after he'd done that, he thought to himself, now I have already ended my suffering. That could be sufficient for me. So maybe I'll get into nirvana. Getting into nirvana is to end this karmic body. So everybody carry a karmic body. You and I will carry this karmic body. This body is from karma. You know what a karma is? Karma is an accumulation of all the, so to speak, energy that you have accumulated since previous lives. Energy, bad energy, good energy. In the Buddhist language, we call that karma. It's an accumulation of your thought, of your speech, of your action. You're nothing but thought, speech, and action, right? Your thought, your speech, your action. Every thought produces energy, and every energy counts. So that's the reason why, be careful with your thought. If you have a bad thought, you will have bad energy. If you always have a thought of compassion, a thought of generosity, a thought of kindness, if you always have that thought, that produces a kind energy, a good energy. If you always have this egoistic energy, this is mine, I want this, I want that, you're creating karma in the process. And when you create a karma, you carry this karma to your next life. So every thought counts. So this Siddhartha Gautama, after 8 years of intensive studies and practice, he became the Buddha. And some people may ask another question. How come it took him only 8 years? I was told that it takes ages, it takes hundreds of years to become the Buddha. How come it took him only 8 years? Because in all his previous life, he has been learning. In last life, life before, he has been learning all this meditation, all this many methods. He has been accumulating all this good karma, and this is come to this life as Siddhartha Gautama. His good energy makes sure that he becomes the Buddha. In other words, the example I gave when I'm back there in meditation hall is we're always in prison. Now he was able to walk out from prison. And as he was walking out, he heard voices from another level invoking and beseeching him not to leave. Introduce the method that you have found. Don't forget. You want to find that method to relieve, to liberate yourself from suffering, not only for yourself, but also for the people, for your people. That reminded me, yeah, that's my original intention. So he was a Pratyeka Buddha before. Pratyeka Buddha means concerning one's life liberation. I give you an example as a prison, as living in prison. I'm a prisoner. If I'm qualified to go out, liberate myself, getting free, why do I have to care about all the other inmates? Why do I have to care? Because I can walk out already. I've been given the freedom to walk out. And then, all of a sudden, an enlightened warden said, don't walk out. You've got to help all your folks behind that you have been living with them for many years. Can you liberate them also? So he invited him back to prison. He didn't get into nirvana. He didn't get into freedom. He wanted to walk back to prison and start to do his teaching so that all his folks can get out too. So he was a Pratyeka Buddha before, aiming at self-enlightenment. And he changed to another course, aiming for compassion for all, not just for himself. And that's the Bodhisattva's approach of the teaching. So if you say, was he the last Pratyeka Buddha? Yes, he was the last Pratyeka Buddha, but you raise Pratyeka because he was the last Buddha, because he changed from Pratyeka to become all compassionate, all saving Buddha. So there are different levels of Buddhahood. Pratyeka Buddha, Stravika, Strothapana, Anatagaman, Sakritagaman, and so on and so forth. So, was he the last Buddha? Yes, according to human history. According to human history, written down in history, recognized by all humans, we have a Buddha 2,600 years ago in India. That was in writing, that was in history. There's no denying about that, because they've been passed down one year after year and after year. We can't say that, okay, I have never seen President Lincoln, so I don't believe in President Lincoln. The history says that there's a President Lincoln. I don't believe in the French Revolution, Louis XVIII, because I was not born there, I didn't see it, but it was written as history. Some people is very argumentative, you know. He only believes in things that he sees. I've never seen Buddha. How can I believe in Buddha? I've never seen God. I don't believe in a God. You don't necessarily have to see with your eyes to believe in something. You know how do you believe in something? There are many ways to believe in something. There is a direct contact of consciousness with facts. There's the postulation of your consciousness with assumptions. There's also passing down by saints of history of their knowledge passing down to us. So there's so many ways in believing in something, not just by direct contact of your senses. If a dog barks now, then I have reason to believe that an ambulance will go by. Because a dog can listen to 5 miles away. My ears cannot. So I can't say, I didn't hear that ambulance, so there's no ambulance coming in this way. Because my senses are limited. Not as good as a dog. So if there's a dog barking, I have reason to believe that, hey, there may be an ambulance coming by. How come a dog, without reason, all of a sudden barks? Because he heard the siren of an ambulance 5 miles away. So I have reason to postulate that an ambulance will be going by, right? Right? I don't have to necessarily hear it with my own ears, see it with my own eyes. You have never seen your great-great-great-grandfather. But do you believe that you have such a grandfather? I don't have a great-great-great-great-grandfather because I haven't seen him. Of course you haven't seen him. You were not born. But you have reason to postulate from hereditary traits that if you have a father, your father have a father, and your father have a father, and you trace back, right? So don't say that you haven't seen anything with your eyes and you don't believe in it. There's so many ways of believing in it, as expounded by Nagarjuna in the Buddhist teaching. Nagarjuna explained logic, the logic expounded by the Buddha. You have to understand life first by logic. That is the manifesting part of the Buddhist teaching. There's also an esoteric part of the Buddhist teaching, which is beyond logic. You cannot just use logic, you know. But there's logic behind. Oh, that's enough for now. I mean, it's just one question. I don't want to go into a whole course of logic. Next question. There was a lot of notes from last week's lecture, and it was difficult to write down everything. Can I get a copy of all the notes? I can give you some because I have so many of them. If I start to distribute all the notes that I have, I need a printing house because I have thousands of these notes. It's very time consuming to print because when I'm printing just for here, about 20 people, if I have 100, how many? 20,000 pages? So how can I print 20,000 pages? I cannot just give it to you without giving to the others. But don't worry about it. If you're really interested, you can talk to me. I can make some for you. Nowadays, you can get into the internet. You can see a lot of these notes. For example, dependent origination, Paticca Samuppada. If you get into Ajahn Punnaji's lecture, he got a lot of good lecture notes in there. Punnaji, he's an excellent lecturer on dependent origination. You should check into it. There's so many good lectures on YouTube. Okay, so next question. What is the Buddhist view of music? Is it accepted or is it simply another attachment? Music is regarding sound. And sound is so mystical. There is sound that is good and there is sound that is bad. And there is sound that is neutral. There is sound that is transcendental. So if you ask me, is music good? Depends on what kind of music. Some music is terrible. Some music, you don't want to listen to it. But soft, good music, it's enlightening, it's enchanting, it's soothing, it's meditative. Actually, it's not the tools that matter, it's your own mind. If you're asking me, is fire a good servant or a good master? I said, depends on what you think. Fire could be your good servant if you use it properly. But fire can be, if fire becomes your master, you're in trouble. It burns you. Water. Is water good? It's good when you're drinking pure, pollution-free water. It's no good, it becomes a tsunami that wipes your whole country. And you also ask me sometimes, is treating people kind good? Even kindness could be manipulative. If someone is standing in the front of a liquor store and you're passing by and that person said, can you spare me $1? I need to take a subway to downtown. And then you say, oh, this guy is poor. All right, I give you $5. Okay, take the subway. And you walk another mile. Here's all you get is liquor out from the liquor store. It's using your $5 to get liquor to drink. It's not using your $5 to get to the subway. So your kindness, you must have the right judgment to exercise your kindness. You know why there's so many hands? When you go out to the Buddha statue in there, a huge big Buddha statue with so many hands getting out, and some people say, oh, it's awesome, I don't like it. Oh, it's scary with so many hands. How come there's so many hands? What do you find in each hand? Hand is to help people. One hand is not enough, you know. There's so many people. One hand is not enough. Even 1,000 hands is not enough. Because you need to help so many people. You're not discriminative. You want to help. But do you realize, you can go out and see now, do you realize there's an eye in the hand? You have to use judgment. You have to see. You have to use your wisdom to see if the help is needed, if the help is exercised in the right way. So you need wisdom to help. If you help a bad guy to do bad things, you're in trouble. Okay, so if you ask me, is music good? Don't generalize. It could be good, it could be bad. If you attach in music in such a way that you forget about your homework, you forget about your responsibility as your father, as a dad, as a mom, you just bury yourself in a cocoon like a caterpillar, and that cocoon is called music. You bury yourself in a guitar. You don't worry. You don't care about your homework. You don't care about your schoolwork. You just bury yourself in your guitar and your piano and all that. That's no good for you. If you bury yourself in music, you don't care about your family. That's no good for you. It's not music. Music itself has nothing like bad or good. It's your mind that is good or that is bad. Next question. Can beings in Rupa Dhatu or Rupa Dhatu retrogress back into Kama Dhatu? Yes. When they're in the higher level, they would retrogress back into the lower level too. Why? Because the maturity of the karma is different. Say that this individual, maybe 500 lives ago, did something really very beneficial, really, really good, and in certain life, he did something really bad. He was suffering in inferno, in hell. But in certain situations, the karma that he built for the good karma matures now. In the next life, he will go to heaven. He will go to Rupa Dhatu or Rupa Dhatu. The maturity of karma is different. He may retrogress depending on whether he has done causes, he had cultivated causes that accounts for his retrogression. That also explains causality. Some people say, I know this guy, his name is John so-and-so. He did all kinds of bad things. He gambled, he drank, he fooled around with ladies and that kind of thing. He's no good, he's absolutely the bad person. And how come he became very successful in his business? You know why? Because all the good causes that contribute to his good business in this life were being done in previous life, and this matured first. So he became a billionaire. The fact that he did something really wrong in this life has not come to maturity. It would mature in the next life. It's just like, don't ask me an apple. You plant an apple tree, apple seed in here, 3 years, you see an apple. But for a peach tree, it may take 6 years. You can plant it at the same time, a peach, a cherry, whatever. The fruits mature differently. You can't say, they should mature at the same time. How come I don't see any cherries? I only see apples. I only see peaches. Because they mature at a different time. So don't think that a good guy, that guy is really good, he's really kind, he's really compassionate, and he died of cancer. How come? Because the cause that he died, the effect of dying of cancer of this life, is due to the cause that he cultivated in previous life. Whatever good things that he have done in this life, it will come. Good causes will come. You can never get away from it, good or bad. You think you can get away? If you've done something wrong, you can get away from the police. You can even get away from the legal system. But you can never get away from causality. It will get you. For whatever good things you have done, you think, I've done some good things, nobody knows about it, and I've been so kind, and nobody knows, so I've wasted my kindness. No. Causality would compensate you sooner or later. You can't get away from the bad things you have done. Even if you don't want good results to come up because of the good things you have done, it will show. It would show up. Okay, last question. Do I have to be a vegetarian to be a Buddhist? No. There are many Buddhists who are not vegetarian, and there are vegetarians who are not Buddhists. But if you're a Buddhist, you should be a vegetarian. You know why? Because the Buddhist teaching said, don't kill animals. Don't kill animals for food. Animals have feelings too. Animals have mom and dad. Animals have brothers and sisters. Why do you kill the brothers and sisters and kill the mom and dad? Why do you want to maintain your family, whereas don't care about families of the chickens, of the ducks, or don't worry about them? So if you're a Buddhist, you should be a vegetarian. But a vegetarian may not be a Buddhist, you know. There are many people who are not Buddhists, they're vegetarians. And they're vegetarian mostly, not mostly, but some of them, maybe more than 50% of them, because of health. They want to have good health. They don't have that concept of not killing animals, some of them.
I noticed a number of signs outside saying do not photograph, and I'm wondering why.
You don't know the photographing? That you can photograph outside, you cannot photograph inside, and I'll tell you why. According to museum workers, they say that if a statue, a gold leaf statue, if you flash it too much, it would flash out the glamour and the candor of the gold. Now, that's not our saying. There's people who work in the museum, anthropology. In a museum, they don't allow people to take photographs inside. Usually, they don't allow it. That's the reason why if you expose a colorful picture to bright light, as time goes on, the color would fade out. Okay, that's one of the reasons. Another reason is like this. You know how people take pictures? When they stand under a statue, you know how they do it? You know, they make faces. And you're not gracious, and sometimes they even put a foot on the Buddha's leg, you know. Or, you know, they can do all kinds of strange postures. And if a statue is low and they're licking an ice cream cone, they'll put an ice cream cone in front of the Buddha's mouth. See, I'm feeding the Buddha. Do you want that thing to happen? We don't want that to happen. It's demoralizing. It's disgraceful. That's the reason why we don't allow people to take pictures. Would that be good reasons for you? Yes, okay, yeah. Okay, I have a few questions in here. The first question, I read the question out to you. Venerable, the Bodhisattvas also have to study, meditate, and make efforts to stay at the correct path. That's what I understood from the sutra we read today. Yes, a Bodhisattva still have to learn. What's the meaning of a Bodhisattva? Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva is a Sanskrit word, a classical Indian word, ancient. Buddhi, that means enlightenment, understanding, complete understanding or enlightenment. And sattva is beings like you and me. So that means the beings like you and me are slowly getting in their path of learning. They are slowly getting enlightenment. They haven't come up to complete enlightenment as yet, not an ultimate complete enlightenment. They are still in the process of learning. These people, like you could call yourself a Bodhisattva because you endeavor to learn enlightenment. You endeavor to understand more about the truth, more about the cosmos, more about life. If you have 4 prerequisite thinking in your mind, you can qualify as a Bodhisattva, usually. We have uncountable, immeasurable number of beings in the cosmos. We have animals, we have humans, many beings and animal, but you, in your practice of Bodhisattva, vow to enlighten them. So your first vow, you have to have 4 vows in order to qualify to be a Bodhisattva. Your first vow is, if I put it in general common English, I want to help. I want to help all others who are in need. I want to help all others who are suffering. I want to relieve all others from suffering. That includes my family, my friends, my folks, everybody. A dog, a cat, even a rat. You want to save. You vow to save, you vow to render compassion to them. That's the first criteria. The second criteria is also a vow. I vow to end my mental afflictions and end those of others. How many mental afflictions do I have? Immeasurable. Mental afflictions, you know what mental afflictions? In the Sanskrit language, it's klesis, which means the thoughts of thinking that depress you, that leads you into suffering. Mental afflictions, like, for example, in common English, is jealousy, greediness, hatred, depression, negligence, fallacy, injuries, many of these mental afflictions. How many do you have? How many do I have? Can you count them? What's the time when you get jealous? What's the time you get greedy? What's the time when you are ignorant of something? What is the time that you have a perverted self-view that you don't want to change? What is the time that you habitually think in a certain way and nobody can move you, nobody can change you? It does not matter who. Those are all the mental afflictions. These mental afflictions are habitually breeding in your field of consciousness, in your mind, in my mind, in your everybody, in all an unenlightened being's mind. These mental afflictions are the seeds of all suffering. When your senses are reacting to the outer environment, your senses, these seeds are all agitated. So some psychologists call them, in another word, mental functions, mental conditions. So in other words, when I see, for example, I'm Christmas season, I'm in the shop, I'm shopping for something nice. But it's not Christmas yet, but I still roam around to see what I can get. I come to a shop, oh, I like that thing, and it costs $250. Well, I don't have that much money, I only have $100. So I'm close to the door, and he's got only one shopkeeper, and he's entertaining, he's talking to another customers right back there. I can just snatch it and get out, and nobody would notice it. So immediately you have these mental afflictions of greediness and theft in your mind, and you don't think of the consequence. You just take it out and dip it in your pocket, and you walk away. And you walk fast too. That's mental afflictions. Yeah. You have another one? Yeah, good. I like more. So, how many mental afflictions do you have? Immeasurable. So the second criteria, as I said, in order to qualify to a Bodhisattva, you have to make a vow that you want to end your mental afflictions. How? Of course, there's many ways, right? One of the many ways is meditation. And not just of your own mental afflictions, and those of others, your friends, your members, your dad, your mom, your brothers and sisters. Because if you are free from mental afflictions, if you see your folks are also suffering in mental afflictions, then you're not a Bodhisattva. A Bodhisattva always want to give, always want to save, always want to render. So that's the second criteria. So you want to end countless mental afflictions. What is the third vow that a Bodhisattva should have? A Bodhisattva must vow to learn as much as possible to enhance their wisdoms and intelligence. If you're a bodhisattva, you want to save, you want to relieve yourself of mental afflictions, but I'm too lazy. I don't want to learn. I don't want to learn because habitually we don't want to labor our body, labor our mind. I mean, why do I have to learn? Do you have that learning drive? You have the learning drive to end your mental afflictions, and those of others. You have the learning drive to save. So it's a third vow. What's the fourth vow? The fourth vow is I vowed to go to that nirvana, complete enlightenment stage, where I become the Buddha, where I get completely enlightened. I'm not enlightened yet. I'm just a bodhisattva. And a bodhisattva have many stages. Basically have 10 stages. You're a beginning bodhisattva, you start to learn. All of you, if you have those 4 vows, you're a bodhisattva. You already have made the first step in getting in that path of the sages. Have you had that first step already? You're already walking on the path if you vow to do these 4 things. If you have not, you're not a bodhisattva. And even if you make vows to do 3, and you're not learning it, you don't have the vow of learning it, then you're also not a bodhisattva. So you have to satisfy these 4 criteria. So, good question. You said bodhisattvas have to study and learn. Yes. Learning to a bodhisattva is a lifetime process. It's not just, I learned in this month, and that's it. I'm a PhD already. No more to learn. There's no peak, there's no end. If you're a PhD in your learning to practice bodhisattva in the path of the stages, a PhD is just like a landmark. You get to a certain level, but there's more and more and more to go. Unlimited. And on thinking more about it, aren't these the 4 most important criteria to lead a meaningful life? A good way of life? Rendering yourself to help others and yourself, rendering to end your suffering, rendering to learn more, and rendering yourself to go to that enlightenment stage, to have that complete understanding, complete enlightenment. Right? Bodhisattva. Are you a bodhisattva? In here, there's one thing that most people think is important, mistakenly, that we didn't find in these 4 criteria. You know what is that? Many people, especially people who blindly believe in a religion, there's no such thing as a God in there. Oh, God, excuse me. God can forgive me. God will wash away all my sins. And I prostrate to God. I believe in God, and that's it. No such thing. You got to do it. If you believe in a supernatural God and He can save you, logically, you know what that happened? You don't even have to ask. You won't even go through suffering, because that God wouldn't put you in suffering now. He would have saved you already. Assuming He's the most perfect mom and dad, you think He would deliberately put you, say, okay, John, go through that hardship? He wouldn't. He would love you so much that you are saved. Why would you have to go through all these sufferings? So, the Buddha said, don't believe in blind faith. Find it out more. You are Buddha. You are God in you. Don't have to look for it. You have that God nature in you. You're right now standing at the door. Even if the key is given to you, you got to unlock it, open it, and look in. Learn more about it.
Master,
Yes? Yes, you want to add something? Good.
I read somewhere, it says the Buddha can only show us the way.
Yeah.
We have to walk the path.
Of course. That's what I said. The Buddha can only show you the way. If the Buddha can walk the path for you, you already become the Buddha. Because the Buddha, by definition, extends the most compassion so that beings don't suffer. If he can walk it for you, he would put you there, walk. If Buddha can make you become the Buddha without you trying, then Buddha would have done it already. Right? So, but a lot of people say, yeah, Buddha wanted to test us. Why do you have to test us? God wants to test our endurances, so he put us in jail, put us in suffering, and he will test you. Oh yeah, if you want to believe that way, you have a choice. You have the choice. Okay, next question. During the early meditation period, my meditation is interrupted numerous times with jerking sensations. Is this results from incorrect sitting positioning or from falling asleep? This did not occur at the later meditation period. Referring to the first half of the question, your meditation is interrupted with jerky sensations. I don't know what you mean. Jerky sensations can mean many things. But then in the second half of the question, you said, is it because of wrong sitting positioning and from falling asleep? Well, if you're in a wrong position and falling asleep, certainly you're not meditating right. Jerky sensations means your thought is being led away by the jerky sensations. Otherwise, you wouldn't know you have sensations, right? If your thought, if you feel, for example, your muscles here is getting a little tick in here, your thought is being led away to here. If you think that your stomach is thundering with hunger, your sensations go to the thundering, then you wouldn't be concentrating. So that means you don't have a continuation of thought. You're not clear. Your thought is not on the nose tip. Your thought is always jerky, thinking away. You're falling asleep, that means you're drowsy. You are submerged in torpidity, which means that is slothfulness. You just get drowned in sleep. Meditation is just, in our first half, it's just 35 minutes. And how much of those 35 minutes have you really stayed in a true sense of consciousness, that you realize every thought is here? If you can put your thought to where your mind wants it to be, that means you're concentrating. If you can do that kind of concentration, the power will come, because the power of the mind is unlimited. Your mind power is unlimited in the same way. It is also unlimited in a devilish way. You know what I mean? It's like fire. It can serve you well, and it can burn you up. How do you do it? How do you use it? First of all, you have to know how to use it. You have to put it under control. That's the first step. If you put your mind under control, that leads you to the right path. If, I'm making an assumption here, you put your mind under control, you are in samadhi, you can have good concentration. A lot of people practice, and good concentration will come where they have only one thought, they have concentration. They won't think of anything else during that half hour. But after they have awakened from that half an hour, when they're in the outside world doing their routine job, interacting with people, they lie, they kill, they commit sexual misconduct, they cheat, they do all kinds of wrong deeds. The meditation won't help them. Because it needs not just samadhi, concentration, it also needs wisdom. Wisdom and vipassana and samadhi combined, then you have that saintly path. That means that path is not just concentration. Concentration is just to get you there. Then you have to add it with wisdom. The wisdom's not coming from misdeeds. Why? Because you practice sexual misconduct, lying, cheating, all this kind of thing. What happened to you? You'll be so much swallowed with bad karma that you'll be suffering. When you're suffering, how can you achieve enlightenment? So that's the reason why the Buddha said, first of all, you got to have morality. Morality goes hand in hand with meditation. You could be a good meditator, but you're a bad person. You never get enlightenment. Why? Because you're so overwhelmed with the resulting karma. Some people say, I have supernatural power, I have concentration, but I have a few girlfriends. And I have a relationship with these girlfriends. It does not matter what kind of meditation power. Your power is perverted. Because you'll be so much buried up in your own karma that everything you do, the resultant meditation, concentration, will result in hell. So not just concentration, not just meditation, you have to combine it with wisdom. You need these three. Without one, you can't walk the path. And you will find that in some of the religions, they also practice meditation. But they still have an ego. They still have a self. I'm teaching meditation. And my meditation level, it's come to a certain level that I can meditate for the whole day without food, without that. If you come to me, I can teach you, and I won't charge a high fee, about $10,000, and I can guarantee that you'll get there. Well, a lot of people like that. People who don't know about Buddhism will probably be led into thinking that is true, and they pay and keep on paying money to learn it. All right, so next question. Recently a study was done with a school district of children that benefited immensely from meditation. Attendance went up by 93% and suspensions dropped by 78%. At what age should we begin this practice with our children? And what methods and how should we implement meditation? I think you have created a very good awareness among us. Probably you're a teacher because you've done all this survey. And I think if people really pay attention to meditation, starting from young age, the society will be a lot different. Because first of all, they know how to concentrate. The best students are those students with the highest concentration. Students who cannot concentrate at the teacher's instructions, cannot concentrate in reading, cannot concentrate in writing, they cannot be good students. Only students with good concentration can. But good concentration just alone does not justify him or her to be the best students. Because she needs morality. What's the point? You are a genius, but you are a monster. You are a genius in science, but you wanted to create an atomic bomb to bomb another country for occupation. You are a monster. You are a genius in medicine, but you want to create, just as in the Japanese War, we know about the 731 unit. They built a plant in Manchuria, in Harbin, where they create this hospital for putting humans in there as guinea pigs for medical studies. They dissect human alive. They put poisons in the human's body to test their endurances. That's what we got during the Second World War. Only geniuses can perform that kind of labs, but these geniuses are without heart. These geniuses are merciless. These geniuses are monsters. They're not geniuses, they're monsters. Because they don't care about life. They just care about scientific investigation and studies. So if you're talking about just meditation, you're talking about just meditation, increase attendance, meditation, reduce suspension. That's not enough. You should talk about meditation and wisdom, increase the whole population of wise men, compassionate men, good leaders by 93%. Not just people who do well in school. Doing well in school does not mean that the school will produce good students. They're only good academically, but their moral standard is so low. You understand? Morality, concentration, and wisdom, all these three columns have to go hand in hand. We need an educator who deeply realized this, who deeply realized we need the concentration of the students to improve, we need the morality of the students to improve, we need the wisdom of the students to improve. What is the greatest learning you have received in Buddhism? You mean me personally? Why do you choose Buddhism practicing? You mean I should choose Christianity? You mean I should choose Roman Catholic? I have nothing against Christianity. I have nothing against Roman Catholic. What is the greatest learning you have received in Buddhism? My greatest learning I have received in Buddhism is, you see, every Bodhisattva, if I can call myself Bodhisattva, which I can because I could be a low-level Bodhisattva. It's not a Bodhisattva has so many levels. Every Bodhisattva has his strongest vow. Some Bodhisattva have the strongest vow to bring the Buddhist teaching to people. Some Bodhisattva have the strongest vow to save people. Some Bodhisattva have the strongest vow in meditation. So, what's the greatest learning you have received in Buddhism? I think the greatest learning that I have done in the Buddhist teaching is to promote it to the people so that they know they can learn the Buddhist teaching and be relieved from suffering. That's the purpose. When I come to Vancouver, 1980, that's my objective. I came to Vancouver from Toronto in 1980 with my family, and I saw this piece of land of half an acre, all dirt, weeds, a little bit of rhododendrons, people planting it, trees. And I walk on this land, and I thought, well, we don't have any Buddhism in Vancouver. We don't even have a temple. We only have a modified church that people modify a church, an old church, into a temple and teach the Buddhist teaching. And that's not enough, I thought. So I started to think, I want to build an authentic Chinese. It does not matter the word Chinese. At that time, I thought we want to have an authentic Buddhist building in there in which to promote the Buddhist teaching. So I started with this objective, and I started to gather together money and gather together efforts in 1980, and I slowly do it year by year and year by year until now it's 2015, which means how many years? 35 years. I built this temple 35 years ago with no money, with just some people's support, and more and more we collect donations. I've done so many things. I even sing an opera in Opium Theater to collect money. And I do an opera in restaurants. I do all kinds of things for donations. And then more and more I find support from the Chinese community, and I get this money together and start to build. And I encounter a lot of setbacks and struggles and immeasurable, because I didn't get support from the government. That happened to all foreigners who come to do something that is alien to them. And however, they didn't have too much time for me. So they didn't really probe into what I'm doing. These people want to build a temple. Okay, submit your application, submit your architectural drawings. And it has to be in detail. We have this code, we have these regulations. If you go by these regulations, we'll consider it. So I did everything is prepared, and They didn't have time to think about the consequence, and they think you're a temple, okay. So, all right, so they endorsed it. So I started to build. I have a long story to tell about building temples, about confronting politicians, about how to change their mind, about organizing a peer group into not a parliamentary building, into the municipality building, to organize it, raise banners, and I've done all that. So I actually have gone through a lot of snowstorms and rainy days and sunshines and snowstorm. I stumble, I fall, and I get up again, and all this and all that. But not just me. We have at least started with 5 people who with me working together. 5 people. 2 are extremely active. The other 3 are just supportive. 2 are extremely active, and surprisingly and unfortunately, I'm the only one left now. They all passed away. So I'm the only guy who still have to see these things is done properly. Poor me. I'm the only guy here who has to make sure that this is still working out fine according to the objectives. But if you ask me today, would you do the same thing or to start with it again? I say no. Because I don't have that ability. Too old. And when we started with a piece of land which is worth $110,000, this half acre. No, 186,000 or something like that. And now on Stevenston Highway, an acre could cost $1 million. So just the land here is a lot of money. So that if you have to build something like this, you need billions of dollars. And I don't know where my billions come from. I'm a poor guy. I don't really have any money. But it seems that a lot of money flow through me and get into this building. But I don't have any money at all. So, but if you ask me, what's the greatest learning you have received in Buddhism? I have too much to say, What's the greatest learning? Why do we change in this way? What is the greatest learning you receive in building this temple? That's more practical, right? I don't want to give you general answers for general questions. What do I get from building this temple? I can give you one word or one sentence. The more you give, the happier you are. Give, 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 give. But not many people give. You're sitting here at lunch, people give out money for you, donation, you just eat it, what do I care? There are people who give, Not just receive, give. When you're in your family, give to your family members. Don't think about how much your dad should support you, your mom. Give out. If you're a wife, give out your responsibility, your love, your children. How to educate your children. How to bring them up until they are good, valuable, benevolent, wholesome citizens. Don't be an alcoholic. Don't be a busybody on other things where you should be teaching your kids. Always give, give, give. No end in giving. But I can tell you, the more you give, the more you get in return. Don't worry about, I have $1 million. If I give $1 million, I don't have anything left. If you have $1 million, and you continue to give until you get down to 200,000, you don't have any more left. You gave out 800,000. All of a sudden, 2 millions come. Then you have 2,200,000. That's my experience. That's my experience. I also organize charity in China. During this 18 years, I started my charity 18 years ago. Before I became a monk, I was involved in businesses. I spent all my money made from businesses in doing charity in China with a team. They are volunteers. I put out the money and organized it. I already have raised more than 1,200 students from poor villages and more than 1,200 over the 18 years. And unfortunately, only about 17 of them actually went to universities. I helped them in their educations when they were primary school, because they didn't have any money to study in remote villages. They don't even have shoes to wear, because the poverty and rich, the gap is very wide. In villages, they don't have any transportation. So even the government gives them 6 years of free education. They don't want to go because they go with empty stomach. They don't eat any breakfast. They don't have shoes to wear. They don't have buses to take them to where they are. And even if they have buses, even if it's free education, you have to pay for your own stationery and books, $300 per term. And many of these kids, because they can't afford the $300, they drop schooling. Because why? Because the neighboring student is all paid up, and this teacher is asking you, hey, John, you haven't paid up the $300 for your stationeries, and you lose face. The little kid lose face and always being chased, have not paid the $300. He just quit school. Students quit school sometimes not because they can't do the schoolwork. They're being affected by all these conditions. So I already help about more than 1,000 students, and many OH seniors. And I have a lot of stories to tell. I have piles that thick about charity. And I have piles that thick about releasing sea animals and land animals from being slaughtered. Many of them. Where do I get the money? I use mine as well as getting donations. I'm very lucky in getting donations. That's the reason why. When I want to get donations, it's so easy. I think if you are doing the right thing, people always donate to you. I have the experiences, I don't know if I told you before, of getting a blank check on which I can write any amount on it. Oh, have you experienced that? I experienced that.
And how much did you
How much?
How much did you write?
Can you guess? Don't guess too much. I went to San Francisco. I talked to this tycoons and all that, and then I said I need for the back building and this building, just for this building. At that time we were building it. I want to collect money, and I said we are in urgent need of $300,000. And I talked to her, and then she said, I'm a Roman Catholic, I'm interested in what you're saying. You're very sincere and genuine in presenting all these things to me. I have a lot of information to present to him, the drawings, the pictures, the photos, and I am impressed, but I'm a Roman Catholic, My family is all Roman Catholics, and I don't think I can help you out with that, because then I said, oh, disappointed. So I went back to the hotel, and next morning she gave me a call and said, okay, come to me and we'll have a further meeting. And then I came to her office and she said, here's a check. I was really touched by your presentation and what you told me. And I think you're working not just for the religion. You're working for the Chinese community in Vancouver. Not just the religion. You're working for all the Chinese folks, and because of that, I want to make a donation. Here's a check. I haven't written down any amount on it. You just write what you want on the check. She signed it. I was holding this check without a payee's name. I was so glad. I was so overjoyed with gladness. But on the other hand, I was walking around and said, this is not right. I mean, is it fake? How do I know how do I know it's true? And I said, on the other hand, if it is not fake, I still want to write down the amount and the name to make myself honest, to make sure that I'm not cheating. So I went back and I put on it the International Buddhist Society as the payee, and I write down $300,000 US. Because I originally said that project required $300,000. I cannot write $600,000 in there, because I said there's $300,000. See, I almost fell into the trap. If I'm greedy, I would have written $1 million, because that that lady was a tycoon in real estate, you know. She owned many apartment blocks worth billions of dollars. So if I write $1 million, probably I get $1 million. But she leave it blank. Well, on second thought, I think maybe he only got about $500,000 in her account. And the most I can get is $500,000. I don't know. I haven't tried it out. So I put down $300,000 and said, "This is $300,000." I said, "I want to let you know that I will only get $300,000. There's the page's name." Oh, I said, "Good. You're honest. Okay, go ahead." And I was on my flight back from San Francisco to Vancouver, and I consider myself the happiest man in the whole plane. I was holding a check of $300,000 just from a meeting of about 1 hour. So my billing rate is $300,000 per hour. $300,000 per hour. But I have to count the traveling time. Counting the traveling time, I put another 5 hours, say 6 hours, I'm still worth $60,000 per hour. See? That's how I got my money. That's how the building was built. I have a lot of students. Yeah.
We're lucky to have you.
What?
We are very fortunate to have you.
Well, yeah, I think, as I said, all those who are learning to be a Buddhist Tattwas, they all have vows to come back. If you have vows to come back to do that. Well, I have many experiences like that, and I built a Buddhist library in Hong Kong, and from the founder of a courier service, who was Chinese, Federal Express. You know, Federal Express is courier organizations, right? It was sold to the German. I was introduced to him, and I had a meetings. He said, no, we still need a report from you, and I will be going away in 3 or 4 hours, and I need a report from you, and do the report in time. So I was in Hong Kong. I said, okay, I try to do a report. So I finished the report in 3 hours, about 22 pages in English. I was typing on it, and then after that I handed it to him, and he read it and said, "Oh, it's a good report. Did you prepare the report beforehand?" No, I said no. Just you told me 5 o'clock, and now it's 8 o'clock, and I prepared it in 3 hours. You should have been my secretary, because how could you have done a report like that in 3 hours? Okay, $400,000, you got it. So I got $400,000 from 3 hours. So there's $120,000 per hour. So these are the kind of experiences I got in building the temple. And I think one day when I pass away from this world, there's good memories to remember. These guys helped me. Or helped the temple. You know. Dear Reverend, does the dead come back and touch us physically? Reasoning being, on the last day of Qingming prayer, while I was seated chanting upstairs, you mean upstairs there? I felt something pull my collar. It happened very quickly. Do you think it was just my illusion? Please advise. I really don't know, because I was not there looking at it. It could be your illusion. It could be somebody touching you. It could be some spirit walking by, and somehow his clothes, touched your collar. It's possible.
Could it be my ancestor?
It could be too. It could be your ancestor telling you that I got your prayers.
It's time to say goodbye.
Could be your ancestor just passed away.
No. I actually did the 7 days prayer here, right?
Yeah.
The last day while you were sitting down.
Yeah.
That was the time to go off now. Then somebody just like, oh my God.
It could be. Because spirits are everywhere, we just don't see them. But there are good spirits and there are bad spirits. It's just like there are good people and bad people. And that's the reason why you have to strengthen your aura. You have to always have good energy to protect you being troubled by bad spirits. So I think that could be your ancestors. Yeah, very possible. Could be your ancestors. All right, I think that's it for today. Okay, I have quite a few questions in here. To my delight, there are some English questions, which is good. So the first question, I read out a question to you first, and then we answer the question. What does Nam Mo means? Nam Mo. When you go to a temple, or just about half an hour ago, we were chanting Nam Mo Amithofa. Nam Mo Amithofa, Nam Mo. What does Nam Mo means? Nam Mo is a Sanskrit word. You know what a Sanskrit word is? A Sanskrit is an ancient classical Indian language in India 3,000-4,000 years ago. Sanskrit. That language is a very systematic language that has been passed down even up to now. Almost every Ivy League universities have a Sanskrit course because it's a very systematic language passed down from India. So Namo is a Sanskrit word. It spells N-A-M-O. The Chinese translated this Namo into, of course, the Chinese language is Namo. What does Namo means? Namo is to pay the highest respect, the very high respect to someone, to a saint, to a sage. Namo. And even up to now, if you go to India, if you haven't been to India, you haven't traveled to India, you may not know. But if you are in India, when they greet each other, they put their palms together and they say Namaste. Namaste. That means it's a politeness now. It's almost like a common word for how are you. It's very politely asking how are you. So Namo means paying the higher respect. But Namo also has another meaning. It means taking refuge under, seeking protection under. So if you are, say, Namo Buddha, it means you are seeking protection, you are seeking refuge from Buddha. Then it leads to another word. What does Buddha means? Everybody say Buddhism, everybody say, okay, we respect the Buddha. We say Namo Buddha. What does Buddha means? B-U-D-D-H-A, Buddha. Buddha is also a Sanskrit word, translated into Chinese is Namo, is Buddha, Fo To, Fat To. Bud means complete, ultimate understanding of the truth. That's Bud. The means the person. The person who attained the highest understanding of the truth of the universe. So it's nothing to do with, oh God, this Buddha is God. No. Buddha is the person who achieved complete enlightenment, complete understanding of the universal truth. So if you believe in Buddhism, it does not mean that you just prostrate, you burn your incense, you kneel down. It's not that. Buddhism, a Buddhist is an investigator of life, a researcher of the way of life. He has to know, he has to not just blind believe in something, you have to find out what that belief is all about. Buddhism leads you to understanding of way of life, leads you to the philosophy of life, leads you to a happier life by making you understand yourself and your relationship to everybody. So it's nothing about, actually, strictly speaking, it's not just a religion. It embraces everything in the universe, everything about living. So now you know Buddha is the person, the saint who completely achieved at the wisest understanding of the truth. That's Buddha. So okay, that answers this question. Next question. How old is this temple? Old enough to know better. Old enough to be attractive to a lot of people. Usually I think people usually change the word old to young now. If you ask somebody, how old are you? I'm 30 years young, not old. Why? Some people say, if you're old, you know more. Not necessarily. If you're a sinner, you're weak. So it does not matter how old the temple is, but I can tell you the temple is 32 years old. It's been here for 32 years. And we started with one building, just this building. And then we slowly develop and we expand and develop. We develop a garden. We bought some land just adjacent to it. And then we keep on developing. We keep on progressing. And we never have stopped for any day. Every day we are on the move. We are on the go. We're actively doing something. What do we do? I think the next question is, yeah, the temple is old enough to know better. But what does the temple do? The temple is promoting the wisest way of life of humanity. The temple is promoting enlightenment of life. The temple, it's giving a lot of advices to society, to humans, in order to liberate them from sufferings, to liberate all of us from suffering. Then, do you know what sufferings is all about? Do you know that this is a world of not just temporary pleasure, it's also a world of sufferings? What kind of sufferings we are confronted with? If you do not know sufferings, you do not know life. What kind of sufferings we have? Basically, we have 8 sufferings that are not deniable. It's a truth. Aging is suffering. When you're getting older and older, you're approaching death. So aging is suffering. Sickness is suffering. Have you been sick before? Who hasn't been sick, raise your hand. Who is never sick? So sickness is suffering, especially if you contracted an incurable disease. You're not only suffering physically, you're also suffering emotionally. So sickness is suffering. Aging is suffering. Sickness is suffering. What else? Death is suffering. Do you know that death is suffering? Everybody has to die. Anyone here who does not have to die, raise your hand. So that means everybody has to die. When you're always confronted with death, how can you be happy? If you know that, oh, one day I will die, how can you be happy? So aging, sickness, death, and what else? Birth is suffering. What is birth suffering? That entails a lot of explanation. Birth is suffering on the mother's side. Birth is suffering on the baby's side. See, if we have to talk about Buddhism, it takes years though. The Buddha talked about Buddhism for 49 years. So if you ask something about Buddhism, it takes a long time. But suffice it to say, I can only give you very, very briefly an explanation. You have to investigate and research more into it. It's not a superstition. It's just that you don't know about it. And you haven't spent your time to know about it. Only the wise would walk that path. The ignorant would just ignore it. They would just laugh at it. Because who would prostrate? Who would do burning an incense? So, birth is suffering, aging is suffering, sickness is suffering, death is suffering. What else? Suffering arising from departure of beloved ones is suffering. Your relative passed away, your mom and dad passed away, your brothers and sisters at young age could pass away. Well, it does not mean that only old people passed away, you know. Young people passed away too, in accidents, in sickness. So, suffering arises from departure from beloved ones. Your dear mom, your dear dad, your dear auntie, whoever passed away, you're grief-stricken. You're emotionally attached to it. Don't you think that is suffering too? So, birth, aging, sickness, death, suffering arising from beloved ones, suffering arising from hated ones. Have you ever experienced that before? You live with your husband, you don't love your husband anymore, and your husband don't love the wife anymore because you have children that bind them together. They can't get a divorce, but they hate each other. People hate each other, they have to live together, you know. That is a suffering. Not just in the family, in a company. You hate your partners, you hate your colleagues, because you thought they backbiting you, they pull you down, they trap you, but you still have to work with them. Your colleagues. Even in a class, as a student, there are students that you hate, there are students that you love, but you have to interact with people you hate. That's also suffering. What else? I can go on. The list can go on. Suffering arising from insatiable desires. It does not matter how rich you are. You could be a multi-billionaire, but you always have desire that you cannot satisfy. You may be the richest man on earth. You may not have health. You may have health and you're rich. You may not have a healthy family. You could be living in a broken family. So there's always something that you yearn for that you cannot satisfy. Does not matter how rich you are. There was a reporter who interviewed Warren Buffett, one of the richest men on earth in the stock market. And the reporter asked, "Hey Warren, what is happiness? You are one of the richest men on earth. You must be very happy. So you have a lot of money. So money does not make people happy. So what makes people happy?" The reply is peace of mind. Peace of mind will make you happy. It does not matter how much money you have. If you do not have peace of mind, you'll never be happy. I can go on and on about suffering, but if you're bored by now, you will be suffering too. You want to get up? So maybe I should stop in here. Okay? So how old is the temple? I answered that question for you already. Dear Venerable, in Buddhism, I believe after a person passed away, they would united with their family who had passed on. That's a good question. And I know where these questions come from. You know what you're doing today? This is the last day of Auntie, that you come in memory of Auntie. And why do we chant for her? But then, what's the objective of your coming? Because you still remember her, you still cherish all those old experiences you spent with her, and so lovely, and he cares so much for you, and you just feel comfortable coming here. If you don't come here, you don't feel comfortable, because you have attached to the cherishing experiences of the past. The Buddhist teaching teaches us to let go. Don't let that bother you all the time. Life and death is a way of life. Death is not really the end of everything. Death is the beginning of another life. She finished in this life to start another life. Except that she may not be around you. She could be around you later. But then, there's so many things that comes to my mind when I explain this question to you. Why don't we do something like this? What happens when a person passes away? When a person passes away, within the 49 days, he or she may still be around. Her soul, her spirit may still be around. And when a person passes away, he or she, let's take a she would reincarnate into the next life. The Buddha said, the time horizon is not just of this life. The Buddhist perspective of time is very broad, not just of this life, of previous lives and of future life. In other words, there's a past, there's a present, there's a future. And past, present, future is not just of this life. So a person's role or reincarnate into this present life with the previous life karma. What is karma? So you have to know more about it. Karma is an accumulation of everything you have done, you have spoken, you have thought in your previous life. And all this karma carry energy. And energy never disintegrate, you know. Even the scientists can tell you. Energy only change form. Energy never disappeared. It can take another form. So that kind of energy, quote unquote, which we call karma, after that body passed away in previous life, that body is gone, the energy will roll into the next life. And in this life, it became your auntie. And why did it get into your family? Because previous life, she know you. She has some unfinished business with you. She loves someone, and she may not love someone. The degree of his likeness, his fondness of you, depends on how much he's related to you in previous life. That's the reason why your auntie could love one person more than the other person, because they all are different, you know. So she carried the karma into this life and become your auntie, and then in this life she's doing all kinds of karma too. She's doing all kinds of karma through thought, through action, and through speech. And all this karma carry energy, and she will carry this energy if she's not enlightened. You see, Buddhism is to stop this life and death. The objective of Buddhism is just, this life and death is no good for you, you know. And we always give the example of our body as a hotel. Your body is nothing but a leased apartment or hotel. You are in this hotel in this life. In the next life, after you check out from this hotel, you roll into the next hotel. Would the hotel be a 5-star or 6 stars or 2-star or bed and breakfast in the next life? We don't know. It depends on what you have done in this life. So your next life may be a 2-star hotel. You are enjoying a 5-star in this life. Good. But if you have done something wrong, you've created bad karma, you roll into a 2-star hotel or 1-star hotel, which means that you suffer. So you are all changing form, but you haven't changed your essence. It's just like you check in and check out. You're changing different hotels, different life, but it's the same person who check in and check out. Nobody else can check in and check out for you. It's always the same person. Checking in that hotel is the same person that check out that hotel, but the hotels are different. Did you understand the body concept? There's a reason why your granddad and your grandmom are interested in Buddhism. It's not just blind faith. It's a very intelligent approach to way of life. So you really have to research more into it. I can't tell you everything in a sitting. It has been with mankind for 2,600 years. It passed from one generation to the next generation without diminishing. It must have its greatest influence on humanity. It has its greatest influence on different cultures of life. So research more into it. Try to understand more about it. So I haven't finished this question. I want to go on with this question. So a person dies is not at the end of him. He roll into the next life with his energy that he created in this life. He could be with you again. He could be born as your baby girl, as a baby boy. We don't know. Or she have other relations that she had to fulfill. She's in another world. Maybe she's back in China. She's in Africa. She's in San Francisco. We don't know. It depends on the karma she created for herself. But why do we have to do all this memorial service? Is because within the 49 days, if that person who passed away didn't let go, she's still roaming around because she didn't want to leave members of family. She cannot let go of all the ties in her life, in this life. So she's still roaming around. So if relative members cry and grief-stricken, then that enhances her unwillingness to let go. Then she'll be still roaming around. But after the 49 days, she has to leave. Within the 49 days, we call that the Bardo stage. B-A-R-D-O, the Bardo stage. You can always Google what is Bardo. The Bardo stage is within the 49 days, she's still around. She may not be around, may she still be around. When a person passes away, he reincarnates into 6 paths of reincarnation. The 3 vicious paths, 3 non-vicious paths. What are the 3 vicious paths? He or she could go to hell as hell victim. He or she could go to be the animal realm, to become an animal. And he or she could be in the ghost realm. So these are for the vicious realms. People who really committed crimes and really bad deeds, they roll with their karma into these 3 vicious realms. Could be an animal, ghost, or victims of hell. And she could also reincarnate into benevolent realms, the human realm. She could be reborn as a human again, or she could be reborn in heavens, the heaven realm. But the heavens still have a limited lifespan. So the objective is not just to go to heaven, because heaven still have a limited lifespan, maybe millions of years. The heaven realm and the Azurus realm. So the person who passed away would carry his or her karma into the 6 realms. And within this period, if we chant for her, the chanting, all the words in the sutra, contains a lot of the Buddha's teaching that may remind her to let go. Let go, don't still roam around. And then she would reincarnate into other lives. In this case, I think Auntie will be reborn in very good places. Because if for someone who could pass away that fast, sitting without any suffering, there's almost 1 out of maybe 1 out of a million people are like that, who are just sitting in there and passed away. Some people have to spend years in the hospital bed before passing away, oxygened. Some people could be, sometimes we visit patients in hospital, and some patients have been bedridden for 3 years. Every morning is just 1 bottle of vitamins putting inside the body. So all the patients' breakfast, lunch, and dinner is nothing but liquid. So he's sleeping in there for 3 years, and he just depends on the liquid for breakfast, for supper, for lunch. You know what kind of life? There's almost no quality of life. But he can't go away because he's not dead yet. You cannot push him to death. You cannot injectate some poison into a patient to make him die. No, you cannot do that. So people suffer in hospitals, in nursing homes, as a plant body. So the way that Auntie passed away would make people postulate and suggest that she could be in a good realm. There's so much I have to tell you about Buddhism that I don't have much time to. It is sufficient to arouse your interest, get more into it. You can almost, nowadays you have the internet, you can always say, what is Buddhism? Key in more about what Buddhism is all about. And it helps you not only about life after death, it helps you in this present life to make you happier, to make your sufferings free, to reduce the mental afflictions. To reduce what? To reduce your depressive attitude, to decrease your jealousy, your hatred, your greediness. It helps you to overcome most of the mental afflictions of greediness, ignorance, jealousy, anxiety, fear, worry. All these will help you to eliminate them, ultimately. All right, that's all. Okay, I have a few questions in here. What's the first question? I'll read it out to you. What is happiness? Can happiness be an object of attachment? Every person has a slightly different definition of his or own happiness. And also, happiness have a time dimension too. Happiness is limited by a time dimension and a space dimensions of the person who is realizing the happiness or who is looking for happiness. What's this time dimensions? What you feel happy when you're 8-year-old is different from what happiness is to you when you're 35, when you're 46, when you're 50. Happiness is not the same. I remember when I was 7 or 8 years old, I always cherished the Chinese New Year. Because when the Chinese New Year comes, we have new clothes, we have new shoes, we have all kinds of goodies to eat, and we have red packets that the elders would give us money, and happiness will be the time during the New Year. And I'm always looking for that Chinese New Year to show up. And it seems to be a long time to wait. Every day you wait and wait and wait, it doesn't come up. But when you're older, you don't feel the same anymore. To someone who is sick in the hospital, he's been living in the hospital, he's been lying on the bed for a month and is slowly recovering, happiness will be when he can leave the hospital, be healthy again, and reunion with his family. That's extreme happiness to a sick person. And to someone to a senior, 92-year-old, who is living in an old-age home, happiness will be the time when his sons and daughters and grandsons and granddaughters coming to visit her and take her out for a lunch. So what do you mean by happiness? So happiness have a time dimension, have a space dimensions. Why a space dimension? Happiness in some remote, poor districts of certain country is to have enough food. Because they're living in the confine of scarcity of goods, scarcity of supplies, and if they can have ample food, if they have enough, happiness is when they have crystal clear water to drink, when the water is not polluted. But to you, Canada, we always have better water. So don't ask me what is happiness. It's difficult to define. But I can tell you, it does not matter how you define it. You would not have happiness if you do not have peace of mind. Why don't we do it that way? That applies to almost every time dimension, every space, every age. If you're an 8-year-old in the Chinese New Year, you're thinking about cherishing this dream of Chinese New Year, you don't have peace of mind. Because why? Your brother, your bullying brothers always beat you up. So it does not matter what happiness is all about. You're not having peace of mind. To the richest man on earth, he has multi-billions of dollars, but he's always worrying about how to safeguard his assets, worrying about who's going to succeed him. He's worrying about his enemies maybe after him. He's worrying about what happened if he had engaged in some corruption practices, that someone is hunting him. He always doesn't have this peace of mind. He always feared, worries, anxieties, depression. It does not matter how much money you have. He's living in the best homes, a $12 million home in Shaughnessy, with luxury cars, with everything. But he has to hire 3 security guards on site. He had to install 120 cameras in everywhere. And he has to buy a bulletproof Mercedes-Benz. He doesn't have peace of mind. Whereas this poor monk, he's walking in the forest, enjoying the bird song, in the nature. He's happy. He's peace of mind. The next question is, can happiness be an object of attachment? Yes. Happiness is an attachment. Even happiness you have to let go. So we don't call happiness really happiness. Sometimes happiness, we call it something that exceeds happiness, we call it a bliss. And even the bliss has to go. So if you ask me, is an object of attachment, don't attach to it. Don't attach to happiness. But when it comes, why do you shun it away? If happiness comes, you say, oh, I don't want to attach to happiness, I'm kicking it away. Oh, you're stupid. Because you want to be sad? You don't want to be sad, right? When happiness comes, let it come. Just let it come. Right? When it goes, let it go. It doesn't bother you, right? Would happiness bother you? Well, if happiness really bothers you, raise your hand. I tell you how to do it. If happiness really bothers you, raise your hand. You know? It won't bother you, right? So why entangle yourself with another thought? But can happiness be an object of attachment? Yes, it's an object of attachment. Next question. What are the benefits of meditating in nature? Philosopher Henry Thoreau, and he said, an early morning walk is a blessing for the whole day. Early morning, not just in nature. Of course, in nature, every hour may be good, but the best time is in the morning. That's what he said. But walking in nature is, of course, good. What are the benefits of meditating in nature? Meditating in nature is good, but you got to watch out. If you suffer from any consequences of meditating in nature, I don't bear any consequence. You know why? If you are attaching to this meditation in nature and you don't really care about your surrounding, something will be patting on your back. You look around, here's a grizzly black bear. Ooh, you can't get away. You can run, but you can't get away. You got to be careful. And this copper coming up, and you're meditating in here. So you got to be careful when you're meditating in the nature. You say, oh, this is nature. I love nature. I can meditate anywhere in nature. The nature is me, and I'm one with the nature. Yeah, you are one with nature, but you're being attacked. You are a few pieces with nature. They ate you up, or you disappear in nature. So make sure that in nature you are safe, you're protected, so you have a good net, or especially if you are in the nature of a seashore on a cliff. So if you're meditating on a cliff, there's a 30 feet or 40 feet or 60 feet cliff, and has the seashore. You enjoy the sunrise, the sunset, and you are on the shore, you are a spectacular view of the ocean, all of ocean front. Nobody's around. You own a property on the ocean front, and you say, okay, I'm going to meditate on the cliff. You know what kind of trouble you get into? Here comes an eagle, 120-pound eagle. You know what an eagle will do? He may not have, because you are 20 pounds, 200 pounds. He can't grab you. He'll push you. He'll push you down the cliff. You fall down the cliff, you're dead. He's gonna eat you up. So don't tell me, oh, a reference said that meditating on a cliff in nature is good, but then it may lead to tragedy if you're not careful. You know how eagles kill deers? They chase the deers to the cliff, and then they push them down. And the cliff fall 100 feet, dead. Then the eagle is going to come. So make sure you're not the target. In nature, you could be the target of wild animals. I like to know more about the temporary Buddhist ordination, 8 precepts in August 1st to 8. Who is qualified to attend? You are qualified to attend for the 8 precepts. If you do the 8 precepts, you can at the same time take the 3 refuges. Because you cannot take the 5 precepts without taking the 3 refuges, but you can combine the 2 in 1. In other words, in the 8 days, you are going through the life of a typical monk or nun in a temple. You start your day at 4:30 in the morning. You discipline yourself on the hour, and you do all this chanting and meditating and sitting and circumambulating, sitting meditation, chanting meditation, walking meditation, going through the ceremony of eating a lunch, and you have to attend lectures. So you are going through a camp, like a summer camp, for 7 days. And we also use one day to meditate in nature. We use one day to meditate in nature on Bowen Island. You know Bowen Island? Bowen Island has no bears. Bowen Island has 6,000 or maybe 5,000 to 6,000 deers, and they won't bother you. So there's no bears, no wild cats, no wolves. So that's what we're going to do. So join. I already have 40 candidates from Hong Kong who would fly all the way from Hong Kong, 13 hours of flight, fly over here to take the 7 days ordination time. They go for a temporary ordination. They shave the tonsure, the hair. In other words, they just live. They appear like a monk or a nun, and they live for 7 days. You know, in Thailand, it's a custom for people to go through temporary ordination. You know, in Thailand, they like their sons and daughters to go through ordination at least for 7 days. Some of them go 49 days. Some go for a year or 2 years or 3 years. You accumulated a lot of merits by doing it, because you sow the seeds of enlightenment. Imagine, what would you do if you don't come for the 7-day ordination? You're going to picnic, you're going to party, you are, I don't know, what do you do? Usually what do you do? But when it comes to ordination, we're too lazy to join. Too lazy to think about it. Why would I join? I have to shave my hair. Gee, how can I appear without hair in front of people? I love my hair. Not many people will have the guts to do it. They have the guts to do something that they shouldn't do. But they don't have the guts to be ordained temporarily as a monk or a nun. You know what I mean? Come to join us. We only accept people we know. I know you, so you can join. Don't bring in a stranger unless you guarantee that he will behave good. And our due date is June 30th. So if you register after June 30th, I can guarantee you to have a space left. And for people who are already bald-headed, what's the difference? Yeah. You raise your hand, yes? I can't hear you. The meditation retreat is here for 7 days, and then on the 8th day, everybody go to the Bowen Island to live in there for one night, to have an early morning walk in the forest, have a morning trail in the forest, in the forest tradition, and have meditation in there and enjoy nature. Really enjoy nature, not just talking about it. It's easy to talk about nature and not enjoying it. But Bowen Island is a good nature because it does not have any wild animals. That's why we have a temple in there. No wild animals. 5 years ago, a bear got onto Bowen Island. They trapped the bear and bring them back to I don't know, Whistler or Squamish, where they should belong. So this is the beginning. We'll hold one every year. Ask yourself a question. If I didn't do that ordination, what would I do? You may talk on the phone and do just ordinary chores of what you're doing every day, whereas people are cultivating good seeds in a 7-day retreat. You're just doing every day what you're doing. It's a challenge. Can't you accept challenge? Can you accept something new? We already have 40 and we don't intend to register more than 60. So we already have 10 people registered in locally. So you see, Hong Kong, they are very, very enthusiastic. 40 people would come. But locally, not as enthusiastic. We only have 10 people registered for it. We still have 10 vacancies left for you. So if you want to come, sign up. And don't ask me when all the vacancies are filled. And don't ask me after June 20. All right, so any questions? Yes? Huh? We don't charge fee, you know. Money is not everything. So we don't charge a fee. It's just as we don't charge this lunch for a fee. But if you want to give, it's good to give. Always good to give. Always think about, I want to give more than I receive. You don't be calculative. I donate $10. I have a lunch, and I think this lunch is only worth $10, so I donate $10. Oh, very calculative. If this lunch is only worth $5, you donate $50 or more and more and more. You give in everything. Give more than what you receive. That's the way to go. Yeah.
During that retreat, your lectures are going to be in English or?
Unfortunately, in the first ordination, we cannot have time to do both languages. But most of the time, it's just silent, because meditation, chanting is something very simple, and if you are speaking a different language, when people are chanting, you just listen to the chanting and create this present moment awareness. Every chanting comes to your ear, it flows out. You can train yourself in everything. Don't be limited by language. Train yourself in every thought. Sometimes it may be a blessing if you don't understand the language, because it becomes something that you don't attach to. You know, language is an attachment, you know. When you are above language, you don't have any attachment. If people criticize you using a different language, you don't know. So that's even better. Okay, any more questions? Why do we need to take 3 refuges to follow the teachings of the Buddha? So why do we not need the 3 refuges? The 3 refuges is just to have a reinforcement in your mind that you are determined. You don't really have to take anything for believing in the Buddha. To be really leading a monastic life, you don't really have to be a monk. You don't really have to appear as a monk. You can appear as anybody, as long as you work in your mind. But I can tell you, if you appear as anybody, you don't have that discipline, because you don't have that reminder to you that you should do it. You should take the Buddha's way of life. And also in the 3 refuges, you are setting up your target. You're setting up your objective. You know what is in the 3 refuges? You have to make targets. You have to put your agenda down. What are these agendas in the 3 refuges? The 3 refuges is just like this. Okay, class, what is the agenda for your future? What's your dream? What is your dream? I want to be a policeman. I want to be a football player. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a nurse. I want to be a teacher. They put their determination on paper. They put down the objective and they yearn and steer towards that way. The teacher would say, okay, that's good that you have your dream. You want your dream to come true, you work towards it. The teacher won't say, okay, boys and girls, you don't need any of the dreams, just do what you want. Whatever you want you do in life, don't worry about it, just do whatever you want. There's no guidance. The 3 refuges is to guide you, put the agenda on, and specify your objective and the method to do it. That's your teacher. What are this agenda? Well, when you are in the field refuges, we are taking the field refuges today. When 1:30, there are 20 people taking the field refuges and the 5 precepts. You want to know more about it? You participate as bystanders. The field refuges, why do we need to take the field refuges? Why do we need an agenda in the meeting? Okay, come for a meeting, we don't need an agenda, just talk whatever you want to talk about. In a meeting, you need an agenda. In a life, you need an objective. In enlightenment, you need a path to walk. 1,000 miles start with the first step. Have you taken that first step? You don't even know the first step. You don't even know where your foot should land. You land on the wrong spot. You just land in a swampy quicksand area. You get swallowed up by the sand. That's a compass. That's a beacon in the ocean of darkness. Don't you need that beacon light? When you're like everyone is like it's like a loner rowing a boat or sailing in the dark ocean. You drift north, south, east, west. You don't know where to go. All of a sudden, you got a beacon telling you that's land. You want to go to land? That's where you go. Unless you have some more, I got 2 questions in here. The first one, what do you think about teaching to aid in meditation? For example, visualization techniques, brainwave therapy. Also, do you believe that images or visuals seen in the mind, eye, are examples of information passed along through the spirits in other realms, or just pieces of data we pick up somewhere in our lifetimes and have no meaning when we meditate? There's so many things in these questions about visualization techniques and brainwave therapy. Visualization technique, we've been using it all the time. We've been using it all the time because what is this breath? You visualize the breath, right? You still visualize. We don't see it. You feel it, and at the same time, when you feel the breath in, then somehow your mind is, the breath is coming in. So one way or another, you visualize it touches the nostril in here. Your visualization, you're visualizing. If you define visualizing as creating something new, some new things, then we're not creating anything new. Why do we want to create anything new? If you want to create, now I'm meditating and I want to think about a bright moon in autumn, an autumn moon, then you are visualizing an autumn moon. That means you're creating an image to it. Don't we have enough images to confuse us already? You want to still create? Or you want to notice that I don't want to create any new images. I'm using a bright moon to overshadow all the others. I'm using just one bright moon as my center of attention. Oh, well, yeah, you can do that if you want. But as I said, the bright moon is outside of you. The breath is with you. The Buddha said it's easier to practice with anything that is not too far away, because you don't have any attachment to that image. If you attach to that image, it's not right, because you have an attachment. You always want a bright autumn moon. You want that brightness, you want that comfort of looking at it. You may even imagine some trees in there, you may even imagine some mountains and lakes in there. I mean, why do you go through all this visualization? Have we seen enough of these things, and you want to put you in your memory and to contemplate on it any further? So visualization we use, but we don't intend to create too many. brainwave therapy. No, we don't have any brainwave therapy. No, we don't use brainwave therapy. To tell you the truth, I don't even know what it is. Brainwave therapy. We have enough that we learn. We don't need any new techniques. Also, do you believe that images, visuals seen in the mind, eye, are examples of information passed along through the spirits in other realms? You're thinking some people pass you information in spirits in other realms. You're getting yourself very complicated. What kind of spirits? And do you want the images to be in your mind? You want that images to be in your mind? Do you deliberately want spirits in other realms to be in your mind? Well, why are you creating all these things? Do we have enough created images and bias and bigotry and anxiety and greediness? Do we have all these? Why do you have to create an external force to bring something to you, to pass along to your mind, or just pieces of data we have picked up information in our lifetime have no meaning when we meditate? It could be both, it could be one. Usually if you see an image, that image could be a reflection of your mind, of your own mind, not brought about by a spirit. And I also would like to warn you, just as all the other high monks have warned me, and I pass it along to you, don't get involved with spirits. If you want to get involved with spirits and you like the wonder of spirit, you like to be involved with them so that they pass information to you, to pass wonderful information to you, or pass foretelling ability to you, you are in deep trouble, because you become a medium. You know what I mean? You become a medium. When you become a medium, you can never get rid of the host. You become a medium, you can never get rid of the host. He'll be hooked up onto you, like a nice flowering tree with vines all over the place. A medium, curling around until the tree is dead. Because you will be used as a medium to convey his information. And his information may be delusive. His information may be how to control the world. His information could be how to get rid of one race. His information could be a reflection of his own hatred. His information could be a reflection of his, I don't know. Because that spirit is not enlightened, probably not enlightened. Maybe to a certain extent maybe enlightened. So don't try to be a medium. It's extremely dangerous and risky to be a medium, because you cannot get rid of him or her. So is it information that you pick up in your lifetime and have no meaning when you meditate? It could be just a reflection of your mind. If your image is a very dull image, it could be because your mind is impure. In the meditation hall, you use the method of boxing for the explanation. Can you say it again to make sure, something like that? Yeah. Meditation, as I said, is like standing in the ring. You are Rocky, and there's an opponent who is much stronger than you. He's ready to knock you any time, but you want to win. You don't want to be knocked out. So you have to get a trainer. You have to get a trainer to train yourself so that you will be successful like Rocky. And there's so many programs in the training. In the training it, the first program in training it is present moment awareness. Because that opponent, actually, that's an analogy. That opponent has been you for many, many lives. And he has built up all this bad karma. He's extremely strong. He beat you, he locked you down any minute, because he's so powerful and so strong with all this karmic energy. That's an analogy, that's yourself. Okay, that opponent is ready to knock you down anytime. And you need a trainer. You need a training program. And the first step in that training program is present moment awareness. Now that present moment awareness or mindfulness of the here and now, it does not matter how you call it. Some people call it mindfulness, some people call it samatha, some people call it present moment awareness, some people call it mindfulness of the present moment. So that is the program number 1 in your meditation. That is present moment awareness. And I explained it to you there in detail. That present moment awareness is just like the trainer train you in avoiding every punch that your opponent is punching you, and we call it weaving. That's the term I learned today. Weaving, like you avoid it all the time, weaving all the time. Can you be skillful in weaving? Every punch he punch at you, can you be skillful in avoiding it? Yes, you can be. Let go of it. Let what comes goes immediately without getting punched. He punched you, boom, with the past agony, you let go. He punched you with the future worry, you let go. He punched you with the present anxiety, you let go. So you have a lot of weaving to do. That Rocky, he's going to, if you don't weave, he's going to lock you out right away. You're going to be flat. He's going to lock you out. So you need the training to weave all these punches at you. So you need whatever comes to you, greediness, anxiety, worry, the past, the future, everything when it comes, anything that goes to your eyes, anything goes to your ears, your nose, your taste, your tongue, all your senses, you cannot refuse it. You just avoid it. If that guy is punching at you with all the power, how can you stop that power? You're not powerful enough. You cannot punch back fist to fist because you're not powerful. So what you can do is to avoid it. Is not be punched by it. So it's weaving it, avoiding it. So you let go of all that. You don't hate it. You don't have to hate your past. You don't have to hate your future. You're not an enemy in all that. You just avoid it. So whatever comes, what is the meaning of let go? Let whatever comes go without being punched. Otherwise, you'll be knocked out, unconscious. That's step number 1 in meditation. If you become successful in that, then there's a step 2. What is the step 2? Step 1 is passive. You're only avoiding it. Not enough, not good enough, not energetic enough. You got to punch back, right? You got to land every punch at him at the same time, right? So how do you do it? As an example, in your meditation, anapanasati. You positively practice anapanasati to strengthen yourself. So the breath in and out, not just the awareness of it. It's building up the power to punch back. That breath is punching back. Why? Because every concentration of your breath is a training of a strong punch. Building up, building up, building up. That is step number 2. And I finished the step number 2. No, I haven't really started step number 2. But how do you, as a trainer, if I can call myself a trainer, for you to knock him out, you got to build up that breath, anapanasati. How do you do it? Next time we will talk about it. But enough, sufficient to say that you got to learn to let go, let whatever comes. Jealousy comes, jealousy go. Anxiety comes, anxiety go. Greediness comes, greediness go. It's just like it flows out. If you don't let it flow out, what happened? I see something. I open my eyes and I see something. Oh, this is beautiful. This is sexy. Oh, that's really great. Oh, you're being carried away. If something you want something in a shop, there's a jewelries. Oh, this is really expensive, and if there's nobody around, let me see how I can do it. Maybe I should do this and do that. Greediness come. Listen, your sound. You listen You listen to praises and you hate criticism and all that. You don't let go. You let it come and you hang on to it. You create mental afflictions to it. You create jealousy, hatred. You are creating concomitant mental activities with it unconsciously that you have been doing for many, many centuries, for many, many lives. And now you got to practice to let go of it. You've been punched all the time. Now you're letting go of it. That is step number one. So if you're at home, now you'll be given some nooks, invisible nooks, present moment awareness. Learn to weave that punches. Whatever comes, let it go. Whatever comes, let it go. No past. You have no yourself. No self, just let it go. And then you can avoid all this agony, because that not letting go spins the delusions that cause you suffering. That not letting go, attaching to it, get emotional to it, that gets you down, Not external environments. It's not the externals that kill you. It's you yourself kill yourself. Because external have no meaning, right? That sound of criticism is not fatal. It's not something that pierces into your heart. It's just your heart open with the mental afflictions that you think that pierce into your heart. Sound is just sound. Sound is what? It's a wavelength. How can wavelength itself be injury? Wavelength itself has no meaning. It's just like a phenomena. But when it gets into your not letting go, it becomes a fatal what? Poison that pierces into your heart. But if you let that thing flow out, it will be wonderful. Nothing will hurt you because you weave in the punches. You weave. You avoid all of a punch of greediness, a punch of inside you, all avoid it. But you need a lot of training, man. You need a lot of training. If you come one day for the meditation and you don't come the next day, and then you have to love meditation. You have to love and enjoy meditation as if you enjoy your Twitter, you enjoy your Facebook, enjoy your email, you enjoy your, I don't know. How much time you put in all those Twitter and Facebook and email that are not actually necessary. That are just fun. That is fun. You don't really need to spend 3 hours every day on that. Would you spend 3 hours in meditation? Meditation is enjoyable. Meditation works wonder. Build up that joy in the meditation. You have to love it. If you don't love the training program, how can you avoid the punches? Have you seen that movie Rocky? You know how the trainer trained him? Every day. Exercising. He never give up. He has that earning desire to win. You don't have that, man. That's the reason why you are in life and death. Because you're not working hard enough. As a trainer, I got to tell you, you fail. You're not working hard enough. You spend all your time, what do you spend your time? Partying, Twitter, Facebook, working, relationship. If you have a family, your kids, your job, your work. And when you die, what can you bring with you? Can you bring a job with you? Can you bring your boss with you? Can you bring your diamond rings and your son's house and your boat? You've been thinking about buying that boat, $120,000, luxury boat. And you've been thinking about, you spend a lot of time on trying to find a dock to moor it, and how to maintain it, how to get a driver, how to get a license. Well, you plan 3 years on getting that boat. If you plan 3 years on getting that weaving and present moment awareness, you already have knocked that guy out. So the first program is in the boxing. You are Rocky and you want to weave, and that is the first program, present moment awareness. Avoiding it, avoiding the punches. Otherwise you'll be locked out. And how to avoid it? Is to weave. Is to let go. Let whatever punches come, let it go without being hit. Don't think about the breath, because the breath is the next stage. The breath is to be actively returning your punches. Well, that's the next. Okay, any more question? No more questions? Oh, I like the question anyway. When you bring out a question, it's good, because then we know thinking of everybody is a little different. Yes, you want to say something? How can we let go? Okay. Oh, okay. Now, hey, let us do the program right. Okay. I'm meditating in here. Okay. I'm meditating here. Okay. I'm meditating. It's quiet, and then honking of a car. Doot, 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 boot, boot. And then, oh, it comes. Oh, it comes. Oh, it comes. I know it comes. I'm aware of it. And then, okay, it comes. Let it go. I don't attach my comment to it. Oh, this is disturbing. What happened? Is there an accident there? Or why is that sound sounding that way? You have been thinking about it. But if you just let it come and let it go out. So it's letting go. And then the next is someone is coughing. Someone is coughing. He's just next to me. Oh, he may have some germ spreading over. And I don't like it. If he's coughing, it should be going out. Why is he doing that? He shouldn't be coughing. So you're attaching your comment to it. You're attaching a lot of opinion to it. Don't attach anything to it. A coughing comes, coughing go. Because it punches you with coughing. You wave it and let it go. That is training right in the meditation. Okay, another sensation comes to me. Oh, I feel my feet is hurting. I feel it's a little painful. Oh, it's painful. It's painful. It's always painful. Then let the pain go. Unless you really can't stand it, let the pain go. And sometimes if you let the pain go, it may go. But if it doesn't go, oh, maybe some blockages in my leg, maybe then I released it and let the pain go. When you release physically, you still let the pain go. If you don't want to release it physically, you release it mentally. It may go. But if you can't do it mentally, you do it physically. Release your leg, and then the pain will go. If you say, okay, I'm meditating, I'm sleepy. I don't like to be sleepy. People would look at me and it's embarrassing. Then what do? You let the sleepiness go. I cannot. I really want to go to sleep. Then you go to sleep. Then it lets your sleepiness go. So in other words, during your meditation, you train yourself how to weave. If you're used to doing that, not on the ring, anytime when people punches at you, you can weave, you can avoid, not just at the ring. Until you're so familiar with the weaving that anywhere, any punches that's landing on you will not hit you. You won't be knocked out by it. Then you go into the next stage of actively punching back. And that's concentrating on the breath. You understand? You still can do it. Do you understand what I'm talking about? You still can do it. And also, you are training your senses to let go too. You let go of your seeing, you let go of your listening, you let go of everything like that. You let go of whatever comes, whatever go. Okay? All right. Any more questions? Then you will have no jealousy, no hatred, because you let go of it. No greediness, no cruelty, no adversity. You just let it go. You don't block it up. You cannot block it up anyway. The punch is so powerful. How can you block it? You cannot. Don't hate it. Don't set up your hostility to it. Just avoid it. That is letting go. Let whatever comes go.
Is that letting go
Gade, exactly. You are right on. Let go, let everything go, and let go beyond that. All accomplished. Gade, Prakade, Brasam Gade, Buddhiswaha. Sometimes if you cannot let go, you just chant that mantra. Gade, Prakade, Brasam Gade, Buddhiswaha. That is the magic spell of weaving. Then you say, Gade, Prakade, Brasam Gade, Buddhiswaha. That's the mantra, the magic in doing it. Gade. All right, any more question? No more question? Or let's end for the day. Okay, let me answer these questions. Can you hear me back there? Can you hear me? Okay. First question, please share your most valuable experience on your recent trip. Okay, yeah. I've been away for a month, approximately a month, close to a month. And we have a group of approximately about 40 people traveling from Hong Kong to Thailand. And we went over there every year. It's been 3 years in a row that we've been over there. And the purpose of our trip is to save buffaloes who are about to be slaughtered. So we buy these buffaloes from slaughterhouses and put them on a farm. And we set up a retirement community for these old buffaloes. And we've been doing that for 3 years. And this year we saved 21 buffaloes. Previous 2 years we saved 33 buffaloes. So we saved a total of 54 buffaloes. Now these buffaloes are from a milk farm, because usually they have dairy cows in Canada, in many parts of the world they have dairy farms. But the Thai believe that buffaloes produce milk with more protein. So buffalo milk is quite expensive. So that's the reason why there are a few buffalo farms in Thailand. Now, if I tell you our story of saving buffaloes, it requires a lot of time, because when we first went to Thailand to research on such a project, we planned to save dairy cows, not buffaloes. But then we found that to be impossible, because we don't know the farmers. Saving buffaloes is not the same as saving fish. Now, if you buy fish from a fish market, fresh fish, live fish, and then put them back to sea, they swim away in the ocean and they survive. They may or may not survive. Probably they will survive on their own. But if you save a buffalo, you use money to buy the buffalo from a slaughterhouse, where do you put them? At your backyard? I mean, you have to, you save them, but they're so big that you have to find a place for them. You can't just put them in your backyard. So we found a farm, we talked to the farmer, and the farmers promised to allow a few acres to set up a retirement community for these old buffaloes that are about to be slaughtered. And I talked to them, I convinced the farmer. I said, usually a buffalo, the life of a buffalo lasts for about 15 years at the most. And at the 13th or the 14th year, they can't produce any more milk. They produce very little milk. And I talked to the farmer, I said, these buffaloes produce milk for you every day since they arrived for many, many years. And you've been making money to sell their milk. And then when they get old, you can't milk them anymore, and you're going to kill them. I don't think it's fair. I said, it's not fair. It's not fair to kill them, because they've been working for you and giving you all the money. And I tried to, but she said that, well, it's our practice. Well, we don't use these buffaloes anymore. They don't produce any milk, and they don't have any value anymore. So we kill them. We slaughter them. We sold them to slaughterhouses, and we eat the meat. And I said, do you know how, when you sell these buffaloes to slaughterhouses, do you know how they kill them? Well, I don't care. I mean, I just sell them. I never watch how they were killed. they were slaughtered brutally in a lot of cases. Why don't you Google? There are some people, especially people who love animals, they stealthily take videos of how cows and chickens and turkeys and all these animals were killed. They were killed brutally. So I convinced actor. To make the whole story short, I convinced him. And she sold a retired old buffalo for 40,000 baht. Thai money, we call it BAHT baht, for 40,000 baht. And that's equivalent to about $1,500 approximately, Canadian. And I said, can you sell it to us for 30,000 baht? He said. After considering and after arguing and after convincing, she was willing to do so and willing to set up a farm. So we set up a retirement community for old buffaloes, finally, 3 years ago, next to the farm. And that farm now is the only farm in Thai that does not kill its own buffaloes. And it's an organic farm. And it's a long story. The owner of the farm was so weak and so unhealthy and didn't make much money. But since he started to save these animals, on our instructions, on our help, on our efforts, she was recovering. Her health was recovering, and she was a different person than before. We have some members in here who went over there. I guess there's two, right? So they know. We have 30, 40 people witness all this. I have so much to tell you, but I don't know how much time we've got left. So much to tell you about what our trip in Thailand. But anyway, to keep the story short again, this year we saved 21 buffaloes. And we put them in the farm, allow them to roam the pastures. And every half year, we still have to pay for the hay, for the food. So it's not just paying them 30,000 baht, we still have to pay them food until they die. So I wrote up a contract with them. They have to feed the buffaloes, these old retired buffaloes, until they naturally die. And when they die, they have to take pictures. When they dig the grave for them, they have to take pictures. And every year, and every cow will have pictures. There's a name for it. There's an ID number for it. On the year, the buffalo has an ID number and a name, with a tag with a name in front of the buffalo. I got all kinds of videos. You can see those videos later. We make all kinds of photographs. And when they die, every year we audit. In addition to saving more buffaloes, we also audit on the old ones that we saved. So it's a program that is so meaningful, so safe that nobody cheat on it. Because if you pay to a temple to save buffaloes, you just save the buffaloes and okay, I pay $1,000 to save a buffalo for me. You don't even know where the buffalo goes, So in this case, we actually see them. To make sure that the money is well spent, the money goes to where it actually should be spent. So that's how we save these old buffaloes. And we have been releasing sea fish, turtles, and sharks, and all kinds of sea animals. But now we save buffaloes. And the work that we have done, compared to the number of domestic animals that were slaughtered, what we have done is very, very minimal. But that's a gesture of human compassion to animals, a gesture of kindness, a gesture of generosity. $1,500 you spend on a trip, you can easily spend it, but can you spend $1,500 to save a poor retired buffalo who is going to be slaughtered? It's out of compassion that we all do all these things. So when we practice Buddhism, it's not just talk about it. We have to actually walk what's that word? Walk the walk. Huh? Yeah, you have to actually do it, not just talking about it. So our trip is going over to save buffaloes every year, and also we have a retired couples by the name Mrs. Chai, and she set the program as for us 3 years ago, and generously she also provided for free accommodation and food for the 7 days we spend in Thai, except you have to pay for your own air ticket. In other words, he paid for your hotel fee, but he had a hotel. He had a 4-star hotel, and all these people coming over there, they lived in that little hotel, and with the food and everything. And he also brought us to museums, to supermarket, to produce, to shop, and a very benevolent couple, Mr. Chai and Mrs. Chai, and they pay for everything. It's a lot of money to pay for 40 people, and we all appreciate it so much. In addition to saving buffaloes, we also have a special group. Me and 7 others went over to northern Thailand. Why did we go to northern Thailand? In the same time, in the group that we're saving animals, we went there 3 or 4 days earlier to go to northern Thailand. We want to distribute supplies to the poor villages. Northern Thailand is the poorest section of Thailand. So we want to go over there and we distribute medical supplies, dry foods. We also finance a poor school in which they have 246 school children. They were running out of money to run the school. So we went over there and gave them the money to run for another year. Every year we finance them to operate the school so that they can teach 246 students over there. This school children, they didn't even have shoes to wear. They have no shoes to wear. They have to walk to school for an hour and a half without breakfast. And for that reason, sometimes after a while, they didn't want to go to school because they are so hungry and they had to walk barefooted. It's unbearable. So for those two children, if you have your parents who look after you, oh, you should appreciate what you've got. If your parents are looking after you, providing for all the supplies that you want, you should really appreciate it, because there are a lot of other children who didn't even have food, who didn't even have education. So you want to know more about the trip? I can tell you many times. You can join us next year. I told you already. It's all free except for your own ticket. And we went to many temples in Thailand. We also went to Burma for a day trip. We also went to the Golden Triangle where they have the poppy, the opium were growing in there for many years. And but the growth of opium was banned many years ago, and now the whole hillside was covered with tea and coffee. It was surprising to go. The place that we go to, you can Google it. It's called Me Salong, northern Thailand. And surprisingly, after we've done what we have to do, we went out to have coffee. They have very nice coffee because they grow their own coffee, organic coffee. And also, what surprises is they were French people operating dessert restaurants in there. So we went to a dessert restaurant and wow, it's fantastic desserts cooked for the French chefs. And it's like Switzerland. I mean, that place is a poor place, but it's so scenic. It's a hilly. All the hills are alive, like the sound of music. Very lively hills, and very clean, fresh air, fresh water. It's just poor. And so next year, register. Come with us for 7 days to Thailand. It's all paid for, except that you have to pay for your own ticket. Except, there's also one exception. You have to donate a cow. That kills people. Because you don't have to pay for any money, but you're going to pay $1,500 for a cow. What's money for? If you don't spend your money, it does not belong to you. It belongs to the bankers. One day when you have to leave this world, then your bank account is still sitting with $1 billion. It does not belong to you. It either belongs to the banker or belongs to your children. So why don't you spend it when you are alive? Next question. Please explain Buddha's teaching on anatta. A-N-A-T-T-A. Basic foundations of Buddhism, especially in the Theravada school, has 3 columns in it, or the 3 items, major items: anatta, anicca, and dukkha. Anatta, that means no self. No self. Not anatman, this self. When you put an A in front, anatta, it means no self. Anicca is no permanence. Dukkha is suffering. When you put these 3 together, is what you get. This world is impermanent. Anicca, A-N-I-C-C-A, anicca. This world is impermanent. Have you found anything that is permanent in this world? As I always ask the question, who does not have to die? Raise your hand. Anybody who does not have to die? We all have to die, right? But death to a lot of people is so remote. It seems to be so far away. I'm still young. I'm only 12. I'm only 21. I'm only 40. It's still far away. Actually, it's not far away. Death is between breath. If you sniff your nose and continue to close your nose for 5 minutes, you're gone. So death is not just a word for the seniors. Death is a word for everybody. Nothing is permanent. We know nothing is permanent. We know everything is impermanent. Nothing is permanent. But we live on the conception of permanence. We always think that, oh, there's a perpetuation of my fame, of my reputation. I want to make all the money and then I can live. I never thought of what happened when I'm going to die one day. What happened if there are changes? Impermanence also means changes. Changeability is a characteristic of the world. Everything is changing. What does that give us as a lesson in life? I don't have time here to explain all that to you. For people who are wise, once they hear the word impermanence, it strikes the bell immediately. For people who are not wise, for people who are just looking for fame, reputation, and money, and sensual pleasure, sensual enjoyment, it never could ring the bell. They will continue on the pursuit of sensory pleasures. They will continue to gamble, continue to have relationship, continue to be greedy, continue to be jealous, continue to be depressed, continue to be greedy. So, anicca is impermanence. Anatta, what is anatta? No self. What does that mean? No self. Yourself? Self does not mean just the body self. No self, that means it does not have its real nature, real existence. Its existence is based on causes put together, and what we call causality. Every existence is on causes. Nothing comes about without any causes. The reason, say, there's cause and there's effect. There's no effect without causes. If you're coming in here to sit for a session of meditation and now sit for a session of lunch, if that's an effect, what are the causes? You try to come today. You've been driving. Your car didn't break down. You're planning to come today. You don't have any other chores to do. all these conditions fulfill that you're coming over here. The fact that you come over here to now listening to me is not without any causes. It all depends on causes. Your body even, my body, your body, is now my body and mind exist on causes. What kind of causes? There was a man and a woman who loved each other, and they came together one day, at one occasion, and they do that kind of thing, and they produce you. That's the cause. And why did that cause come about? Because you somehow in previous lives were related to them, and you come back again as their child. And then many conditions put together that you grow up, and then you didn't die, you were healthy, and then you pass through the babyhood, and then you pass through the teenage life, and you pass through adulthood, and now you're up to where you are. There are many, many conditions that mark your existence as it is now, not without any conditions. So you do not have a real existence. Your existence is an existence on what? On causation. You don't have a real self. Because of anatta and anicca, because nothing is permanent, because we don't have a real existence, we have sufferings. We have sufferings. What kind of sufferings we have? Oh, there's so many sufferings in life. This kind of sufferings, there's many, many sufferings. Aging is suffering, death is suffering, sickness is suffering, departure from beloved ones is suffering, unable to satisfy insatiable desire is suffering, so many suffering. Natural disasters, tsunami, wars, homicides, suicide, everything is suffering. It does not mean that we are very pessimistic. It's a fact of life. We want to be more positive in a negative world. That's what Buddhism is all about. But we have to understand the negative aspects of life before we become more positive. All right, next question. I can't go on answering questions like that, not in detail. So I already explained it. So that's the 3 foundations of Buddhism. Next question. I have a vegetable garden and it is full of life. However, each time that I water it and weed, I no doubt kill. If we should avoid eating meat because it involves taking life, isn't the diet just as destructive? Is there even a karmic 3 act? What you're saying is, even if you're a vegetarian, sometimes you grow vegetables, you could kill the germs, you could kill the worms, but you try to render kindness. It does not mean that, even air has bacteria in it. I don't want to kill this bacteria. I don't breathe. Water has bacteria in it. I don't want to kill bacteria. I don't drink. If you define life in that way, you don't even exist. You kill yourself. The first thing you do is to kill yourself, because the only way you can avoid this kind of very fine killing is to kill yourself. But when you kill yourself, it's killing too. There's bacteria in the water. So if you do some weeding, it does not really matter. You have no intention. Killing is an unintention. You do not intend to kill them, but you intend to kill the cow for the steak. You kill the pigs for the pork chops. You kill the chickens for the meat. But when you're doing weeding, you just want to grow your vegetables. You don't have intention to kill them. Intention is very important. When you talk to the judge, when you know how the judge make decisions on intentions. You don't intend to kill them. But in the process of trying to be kind, you could have stepped on a worm, to step on a caterpillar. Then you say, I shouldn't walk. Maybe I should stay at home, because when I walk, I could accidentally step on a caterpillar, then I'm killing. When you don't walk, you become paralyzed. So intentions. Don't worry about it. As long as you don't have any intention to kill, you're okay. Next question. Can we talk a little about the medicine Buddha? What is the blue? Why is he blue skin? Medicine Buddha by Sajya Guru Vaiduraya Praparajaya Daragataya Arahate Samya Sampradaya. That's the name of this medicine Buddha. That is a medicine Buddha sutra on the life of medicine Buddha. And the reason why he's called medicine Buddha, because in his words, in the language, in the words of the sutra, it obviously mentions that the reason why sentient beings suffer is because they are sick, body and mind, not just of the body. When our body and mind are sick, we need healing. And the Buddha medicine prescribed medicine on how to heal the body sickness and the mental sickness. And what is this medicine? It's all in the sutra. So that's why it's called the medicine Buddha. Why is he blue skin? Because according to Tibetan Buddhism, healing it belongs to the color of blue color, blueless color. So when the Tanka, when the Tibetan Buddhism set up Tanka, the skin of the Buddha is always in blue skin. But if you look at a picture of medicine Buddha of Mahayana Buddhism, of the Chinese Buddhism, it's purely just skin. It's like a white skin or yellow skin. It does not have any color. Don't get too hung up on the kind of color. It's cultural. Sometimes religion is marked by cultural traits in it. Don't get carried away by the cultural side of the religion. Get to the meaning of the religion. When it gets to China, it may not be blue. When it gets to Italy, it could be green. I mean, don't attach to color. It's not that important. But blue is a good color. Blue is a healing color. Certainly in the hospital, you won't paint your walls red, white or blue. Blue is a very mild healing color. Well, Google it into the meaning and significance of color. They do mean something. Colors do mean something. Is it okay to change our posture while meditating because of discomfort? Yes. You can change your legs. If you have right on top, then you can change it to have left on top. You can change your posture. Of course, you should. Why not? Could you explain to us about walking meditation, the purpose, how to do it, etc.? Well, we can do that in meditation session. Basically, walking meditation, other than exercising, doing some exercising, you're also training your mind that when you're in motion, your mind should also be concentrating on here and now. Your motion here and your motion now. So we can always do that in the next session of meditation.